Hello, good evening. We are going to be finishing Winter's Wish tonight. We're staying up till 2 a.m. We're going to see. It's 8 o'clock, so I think we should finish it in 5 hours. We're on chapter 6, and we're near the end of chapter 6 because we've been on chapter 6 for a while. I was trying to stream until I got to the end of chapter 6 yesterday, and it just kept not happening, and I was getting sleepy. And I decided to call it a day because of the holiday, my shifts were a little bit different this week, so I usually close Wednesdays, but I wasn't closing this Wednesday. So in my head, I was off in the morning and I was like, oh, I can stay up late. And then I was like, I can't stay up late. So I started streaming later than I intended to. Plus, I hadn't actually intended to stream yesterday at all. We had plans yesterday because it was someone's birthday. So I just wasn't even planning to stream. But then I had a migraine on the first and didn't stream on the first at all either because of my migraine. So I felt like I needed to stream because I need to finish this, and I didn't want this to be what I work on tomorrow because I want to jump into Cafe Enchanté tomorrow and have a super long day of that. So I wanted to do my best to get through the rest of this story, which honestly, I'm quite intrigued. I don't know if I came to the assumption that he was a thing that her mom had prior. I don't know if I had that thought. I know I assumed he was the person that killed, oh gosh, I just forgot. Tomonari? I assumed he had killed Tomonari in that route. So I'm pretty sure I'm right. We still haven't had that reveal yet, but you know, we're learning things. All right. Watch this. Be like 2 seconds later, it says chapter 7. Because I played for so long going, maybe now. And I was like watching the clock. I think it was like 1 a.m. when I stopped. I was like, it's time. I have to be up in a few hours. After the Onioban dispersed, I sat on the veranda by myself. I would have to contact Ohtaro one more time. It was easy enough to say, but I had no idea how I could meet him after he fled the Onioban. I suppose I have no choice but to use this Netsuke. Otaro's true form, which I kept hidden from the Onioban. As I stared at its cute expression of the carved dog, I sorted out the thoughts in my head. Ohtaro will definitely return to that hill to look for the Netsuke. So if I just wait there, I should be able to meet him eventually.
こんなところで何をしているの?
Leah, what are you doing? But that was when Tomonari came to me from the side and popped into my line of sight. By the time I realized it, Tomonari's marble-like eyes were right next to me. I felt like my heart would stop. Tomonari! Why are you still here?
君が思い詰めていないかちょっと心配だったから
I was a little worried you might be worrying over the mission. As he said that, in a soft voice, Tomonari sat down next to me. I was fairly surprised at the warm words and gaze, which were uncharacteristic of a vessel. Thank you for worrying about me.
僕が勝手に来ただけだから気にしなくていいよ
Don't mention it. I came here because I wanted to.
それより何持っているの?
More importantly, what are you holding? Huh? Before I knew it, Tomonari was gazing down at the dog-shaped Netsuke in my hand. Oh no, if he looks too closely at it, he might notice that it's Otaru's. It's nothing. It's just something that I picked up. Oh no! Unfortunately, I can't stay today because I still need to watch the other VOD. Have a good stream. How could you, Asia? You said you were going to go watch it when you fell asleep last night. It's okay. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Ohtaro no otoshimono.
That thing Ohtaro dropped. I hid it in my hand and tried to come up with an excuse. Technically, it kind of looks like this. I have this on my desk. This is a little glass bunny. Obvious reasons why I own a little glass bunny. Can it even get in focus? I don't know if I can get this in focus. It has a face. It's getting my fingers, which are very ugly, in focus. Come, bunny, not me. The other bunny. This is a chopstick holder. It came in a 2-pack. The other pack is in my kitchen. But I brought this in here originally because when I eat snacks, I don't want my hands to get dirty if I'm playing on my keyboard and stuff. So this is to sit in here so I could have chopsticks and eat snackies. I do that when I'm streaming. Honestly, I haven't really done it in a while. He just lives in here now. He's just a bunny that sits on my desk. But he looks kind of like Tomonari. Not Tomonari. Otaro's little friend. See what happened when I was playing when the night comes for hours. I finished one of the poly routes. I promise I will watch the VOD. Bye. Well, that's fair. I guess I'll have to play that one later too. But who knows? You're making it sound like it's really long. But thank you for stopping by. I hid it in my hand and tried to come up with an excuse, but Tomonari so easily guessed what it was that I felt a little deflated. I couldn't possibly avoid the question when he asked it so directly. You knew?
もちろん。キコだから、それくらいなら覚えていられるよ。
Of course, I'm a
大太
vessel.
郎がいつもつけていたものだよ
I
ね。
can remember things like that. Ohtaro always wore it, right? That's right, I forgot that vessels have a good memory.
隠そうとしたってことは、それ、大太郎にとって大事なものなの。
Considering you tried to hide it, is it something important to Ohtaro? Tomonari, you asked too many questions. Yeah. If he realized it was Otaro's original body, he might confiscate it from me. Curling up from guilt and nervousness, I could only wait for Tomonari's reaction.
君は、大太郎のことが好きなの。
Leah, do you like Ohtaro? Not really, actually, because he was pretending to like me for a while and then he force kissed me. Sort of. And then he pushed me. He didn't slap me. I thought he punched her, but he pushed her. Which isn't good, I might add. Good evening. I love the cardigan. Thank you. I picked it because it was pink and I thought it would match the vibes of today's stream. I like your strawberry sticker, though. That's super cute. What the heck? You changed the color of your font, too, to pink. Huh? Why? Tomonari's question completely defied my expectations. Though I was taken off guard, I returned the question with a question of my own, and Tomonari stared straight into my eyes.
その根付け、大太郎の本体なんでしょう。さっきの話し合いでも大太郎をかばっていたから、そう考えるのが自然かなと思って。
That Natsuke, it's Otaro's true form, isn't it? You were protecting Ohtaro during our discussion earlier, so it's only was a natural conclusion. They're super smart when they want to be. I'm learning this as we continue through. This is the guy that acted like, huh, so this is snow. And now he's like, that's his true form. I knew it. It seemed that Tomonari had asked the question with no ulterior motive. When I looked into his serious eyes, for some reason, I couldn't summon the will to play it off. Rather, I even thought to tell him the truth. I stroked the Natsuki in my hand, as if comforting it, and murmured in an attempt to sort out my own feelings. I liked him before I knew the truth. I felt better when talking to him. It was fun being with him. He was kind, and he told me that he liked me. But after I learned all of that was a lie, it's like I don't even understand my own feelings.
相手は良いかだからね。騙されていたのなら仕方ないよ。
He's a blightfall. There's no helping it if you were lied to. But it's not just about that anymore.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? Today, when I saw Ohtaro crying, I started to think that he might actually have his own reasons behind his actions. I want to learn more about him. I want to understand why Ohtaro is trying to get revenge. I want to know what he's thinking. He did a lot of horrible things to me and murdered a lot of people. But even so, I can't abandon him. If he's crying, then I want to go comfort him. I want to be by his side. And I think I feel this way because I like him. As I continued to speak word after word, unraveling my thoughts, I finally arrived at how I was really feeling. Even if everything was a lie, there might be a kernel of truth beyond all of that. I felt the same way when I saw Ohtaro panicking before. So I couldn't give up on Ohtaro yet. I wanted to know his true feelings, no matter what would happen as a result.
そうな
Not
んだ。
good. I see. Tomonari lowered his gaze, looking somewhat forlorn. Yeah, I know. In another life, you and I. Multiple routes. Neki. I know. Rather than acting as a member of the Onyoban, Tomonari seemed heavily influenced by his own emotions, even though he was a vessel.
でも分かってる。大太郎は普通の良いかとは違うんだよ。
Do you get it? Ohtaro isn't your average
さっ
blightfall.
きの君の話が本当なら、大太郎はこの十数年の間でたくさんの人を苦しめてきたことになる。
If what you said earlier is true, then what that means is Ohtaro has harmed a lot of people for the past decade.
大太郎がいなかったら、お庭番どころかキコも生まれなかった。言い方は悪いけど、彼が最悪の元凶なんだよ。
Without Ohtaro, the vessels wouldn't have existed, let alone the Onyoban. This isn't the nicest way to put it, but he's the cause of this calamity. And the cause of my heart fluttering. Come on, Tomonari,
だ
calm
から
down.
瑠璃子さんみたいに浄化されれば、今までの罪は全て許される。なんてことは絶対にありえない。
I don't know if that's entirely true. They make it sound like the Blightfall are very strong, like a very strong pull to the dark side. Like it's threads, it's tendrils, it's all this stuff like absorbing you where all you can think of is your hate. Because in Yoichi's route, if we can forgive the writer for being awful, like so awful, I don't know why we can't forgive Ohtaro. Because obviously, we know. I could be wrong. Watch me be wrong. This is that moment. You can bookmark this moment, I guess. We know that he was in love with her mom. Like, not like love, but like in love with her, because that's the person that he was with his entire life. And I'm going to assume that when she died, it's an assumption here, that's when he turned into a Blightfall. I believe that's when he became an evil Blightfall, and I believe that's why he has Hebe on his side, because Hebe also had the hots for her mom. And I wish they would just bother animating her mom. Like, they literally said she looks just like her, both white hair. They could have done that. They could have made this hair white. I'm just saying. They could have made that hair that Tomonari has look like her hair. So unlike Doriko, where her sins were all forgiven once she was purified, he'll always be
大
guilty.
太郎の隣を歩くということは、君も彼の罪を背負っていくことになるんだ。その覚悟が君にはある。
Being by Otaro's side means you'll also share the burden of his crimes. Are you really prepared for that? 100%. She lived in a friggin' abandoned shrine her whole life. She's already used to being an outcast. At Tomonari's final question, I suddenly thought of my mother. My mother, who was told by the gods that she had to abandon her family and clan in order to be with the man she loved. But the fact that I was alive at this moment meant that in the key moment, my mother chose love. Would I be able to make the same, no, an even heavier decision? I don't know.
それはどういう意味で？
What do you mean by that? Oh. It's not an easy question to answer so immediately. I haven't really had time to properly think it over. But just because I can't give an answer now doesn't mean I can't sit by and watch. I want to think about it after I've done what I can. This could just be my selfishness talking. There's also something I need to know no matter what.
どんなこと？
What is it? This Netsuke? It might be something that my mother owned. As I muttered under my breath, I revealed the Netsuke that I had hidden in my hand so that Tomonari could also see it. If it is, that means there's a connection between Ohtaro and I, and that's all the more reason not to leave him alone. I said the words to reaffirm my determination, and Tomonari narrowed his eyes as if he were staring at something bright.
立派になったね。
I'm proud of you, Leah.
君がこんなにしっかりと考えられるようになるなんて思ってもみなかった。
I never expected that you'd be thinking so clearly and concisely as you are now.
なんだか置いていかれちゃったような気分。
I almost feel like I've been left behind. That's not true. If I really have matured, it was only because you brought me out of that settlement. So thank you, Tomonari. Yeah. Tomonari gently patted me on the head as if I were a kid. My mind was set. Confirming my feelings towards Ohtaro, I tightened my grip on the dog-shaped Natsuki once more. There, we did it. We were that close to chapter 7. If I had just stayed up for 15 more minutes, we would have been on chapter 7 to start this one. All right. The next day, after receiving permission from the Onyaban, I returned to the hill once more.
そ、どこにあるんだよ。
Where is it? It was exactly as I had predicted. There, Ohtaro was combing the grass apart and appeared to be searching for something. He was so serious about it that he didn't notice me at all, even though I was standing right behind him. Ohtaro,
誰だ。
who's there? Ooh. As soon as I called out to him, Ohtaro whirled around. In his hand was a kunai, likely because he was watching out for the Onyoban.
ああ、なんだお前か。昨
First
日の
off,
今日で、よく一人でここまで来られたな。
I missed you too. Oh, it's you. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to come after what happened yesterday. It's because I convinced everyone I wanted to show you this. It's because I convinced everyone I wanted to show you this. As I murmured to him, I held out the dog-shaped Natsuke to show Ohtaro.
お前、どうしてそれを。
You, what do you have? I just happened to pick it up, this Natsuki. It's important to you, isn't it?
分かっているなら、今すぐ返してくれ。
If you know that, then you'll give it back right now. I'll give it back, but before I do that, I want you to answer one question. And then she like holds a knife to this glass thing. One question. You said yesterday you saw the past two, didn't you? That girl, Setsu. Was she my mother? To show him how serious I was, I asked him the question without averting my eyes. When I did so, Ohtaro let out an exasperated sigh.
相変わらず学習しないんだな。余計な詮索はするなと言ったはずだけど。
You never change. I already told you that you shouldn't ask unnecessary questions. Haven't you learned your lesson? After he said that, Ohtaro pointed the kunai at me again. It must have been to threaten me. The beautifully sharpened blade shone brightly, reflecting the sun. Okay, I get it.
理解したならいい。ならさっさとこっちに寝つけよ。
Good. Now hurry up and give me the. You don't have to tell me anything. I'll just see for myself.
は
Huh? In a second that Otaru stiffened in disbelief, I grabbed his collar and forcibly pulled him towards me. When I did that, our faces naturally came together and we locked lips. What the heck? You're force kissing him now? What the hell? The first time was where he forcibly kissed me, the second when he licked the wound on my cheek, and the third when I drank Otaro's tears. After repeating it so many times, even I was able to guess what was required to see the past. It was obvious. What I needed was intimate contact with Ohtaro. To prove my theory, my vision started to fog over as I stared into Otaro's bewildered eyes, and then my consciousness faded as if it was being pulled along by something.
おーい、つ
Hey!
つ、そろそろ畑に出かけるからな。
I recognize this kitchen. Hey, Setsu! It's about time for me to get out to the farm.
あなた、頑張ってきてね。友成もそろそろ位置に出発するの？
Okay, have a good day, honey. What else? So, Monari, are you going to head out to the city?
うん。今日はいろいろと寄るところがあるから、帰ってくるのは夜になっちゃうかも。遅くなっても心配しないでね。
Yeah, there's quite a few places I have to visit, so it might be dark by the time I get back. Don't worry if I'm a bit late.
わかったわ。気を
Alright
つけて行ってきてね。
Stay safe and take care. Father, so Monari, see you later. That's you. That's your voice. Wait, can they show baby her? Whose vision am I in? The first thing I saw was the scene of a happy family morning routine. The girl who had been forced to make a decision by the god of cutting ties had become a mother and was living happily with her family. After they saw the men off, a little girl that appeared to be the woman's child spun around. Everyone's left.
あなたもそろそろ準備をしなくちゃダメよ。寺子屋の時間になるんだから。
Nia, it's about time for you to get ready too. It's time for temple school. Okay. She had just called her Leah. Judging by the interaction, Setsu was likely my mother. Considering she was also with a younger version of my father, there was no mistake.
私も早めに家事を片付けなくちゃ。
I should hurry and finish up the housework. As she muttered that, my mother started to attach a netsuke to her waist. The younger version of me watched her with great interest. Mom, you really like that dog netsuke? When did you start using it?
私があなたくらいの年だった頃からかな。
When I was about your age,
結
I
構長
think.
い付き合いなのよ。
We've been together for a while now. Wow. You had it from that long ago? Huh? That's weird. Tomonari's Inro became a form book about 3 years after you gave it to father, right? So why is that one still a tool? Huh? My mother's eyes widened and she froze up at the simple question. And then she once again stroked the netsuke in her hand with a gentle touch as if she was checking up on
も
it.
しかしたら怒っているのかもね。
I guess it might be angry. The netsuke? Why?
この子はお父さんとお母さん、あなたのおじいちゃんとおばあちゃんからもらったものなの。
This is something my mother and dad, your grandfather and grandmother gave me.
だけど私がおじいちゃんたちの言いつけを破って故郷を離れちゃったから。
But I broke your grandparents' rule and left my home. Home? Your home? I've never met grandfather or grandmother before. I want to meet them someday. I wonder what she thought of my younger self's words. My mother gave an ambivalent smile and did not
ほら
answer.
それより寺子屋が始まっちゃうよ。荷物の用意ができたなら早く行きなさい。
Come now. Temple school's going to begin. If you're done packing everything, you should run along. Okay. Bye-bye. And then my younger self grabbed her bags in one hand and energetically leapt out of the house. My mother watched her back with an indescribable expression. And then after a while, once she finished the housework, my mother removed the netsuke from her waist and stared down
や
at
っぱ
it.
り怒っているの。お父さんたちと縁を切ったこと。
You are really angry, aren't you? That I broke off my ties with father and the
で
others?
もあの時は仕方がなかったの。宗則さんのことを相談してみたけど全然認めてくれなくて。
But I had no choice back then. I tried to talk about Muno, we're gonna Muno again, with them, but they wouldn't accept him at all. And as she murmured that, she suddenly turned her gaze to the door. When she did so, she saw a piece of paper wedged in between. Even from the distance, I could tell what it was made of several layers.
さっきお掃除したはずなのに。
But I just cleaned. My mother tilted her head to the side, taking the papers and inspecting them carefully. Upon observing a pure white thread wrapped around and around the papers.
これ白石の一族の糸。
This is the thread of the Hakuseki clan. As soon as she noticed that, my mother rushed to unseal it, practically ripping the threads apart. It seemed that the paper was a letter. A short paragraph was written on it, on one half. I have your daughter. If you want her back, come back to the settlement. That was what was written on the paper. After that, my mother moved swiftly. She threw the letter to the side and rushed to the front of the house in order to confirm if it was true or not. Of course, the place she went first was the temple school, where my younger self was supposed to be.
すみません。失礼します。
Sorry to barge in. Everyone in the temple school turned as one at the sudden arrival, but my younger self was
あ
not
の子は
there.
今どこにいますか。寺子屋に送り出したはずなんですが。
Leah, where is she right now? I sent her to the temple school, but no one could answer my mother's frantic question. For starters, it seemed that no one had even seen my younger self that day.
そうですか。お邪魔してしまって申 申し訳ございません。
I see, I'm truly sorry for running in like this. After she heard that, my mother bowed to everyone in the temple school and then ran outside again.
じゃあ、あの文に書いてあったことは本当なの？本当
What
に？
was written on the letter was true? Is she really?
もうどうして居場所がバレているの？日比谷様にきちんと縁は切ってもらったはずなのに。
How did they find out where we live? We had Lord Hebe completely cut our bonds.
行かなきゃ。行って確かめなきゃ。
I have to go. I have to see with my own eyes. My mother then ran out of the village at top speed. In her hand was the dog Natsuke. She gripped it tightly like it was a protective amulet. Maybe you should have brought it with you. She ran through the woods and climbed the mountains. After a long, long journey, my mother safely made it to the settlement of the Hakuseki clan. Leah. She had not seen the settlement in years, and yet it looked exactly the same as when my mother ran away. As she paced her breathing while staring out at the settlement, people started to approach in droves.
ようやく来たか。
Oh, so you're finally here. Mother! There stood my younger self and people of pure white who looked as if they were covered in snow, the Hakuseki clan. Though she looked scared, my younger self was unharmed. When she saw that, my mother let out a sigh of slight relief. But she was still looking coldly upon the clan.
族長、娘を返してください。
Give me back my daughter.
それはならぬ。お前とはじっくり話をせねばならないからな。
I shall do no such thing. After all, there is much we need to first
しか
discuss.
し、あんなすぐそばの村に住んでいるとは思わなんだ。舐められたものだな。
That's true. Actually, I remember thinking that too. I'm like, wow, you barely left. I never thought you'd be living but a village away. You underestimated us.
教えてください。どうして私たちの居場所が分かったんですか？
Tell me, how did you know where we were?
日比谷様のお力で縁切りさえすれば、私たちのことはもう認識できないはずでは。
I used Lord Hebe's powers to sever our bonds. You shouldn't have been able to recognize us anymore.
簡単なことよ。一度切られた縁も、もう一度結んでもらえば元通り。そうであろう、日々なの神よ。
A bond once severed can still return to normal if tied together once more. Isn't that right, Almighty Hibina? At those words, my mother reflectively turned her eyes to the shrine. Her gaze led to Lord Hibina, already manifested. He stared at us, standing tall and regal. In contrast to him, Lord Hebe next to him looked dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not fully grasped the situation.
なんでですか？日比谷様。あの時は私の味方をしてくれたじゃないですか。
Why? Lord Hibina, did you not take my side all those years
悪
ago?
かったとは思っている。だがあの日、お前を特別扱いしてしまったことを、俺はずっと後悔していたんだ。
I do feel sorry about this, but ever since that day, I've regretted giving you preferential treatment.
本当だったら、神が人の子の人生に深入りしてはならないはずなのに。
Gods are not supposed to interfere too deeply in a human's life.
でも、なんで今さら、せめて僕に相談してくれれば、もっと違った結果になったかもしれないのに。
Why now? If you had only discussed this with me, then things might have turned out differently.
日比へ、お前は説をひいきしすぎている。相談なんてしたところで、答えは分かりきっていた。
Hebe, you favor Setsu too much. Even if I discuss this with you, I know more than well that the outcome would have been.
そんな。
You can't say that.
説、お前はあの時言っていたな。白石の一族はこのままでは滅ぶ。だから人と交わり、共に暮らしていくべきだと。
Setsu, I remember what you said back then. You said the Hakuseki clan would be destroyed if things didn't change, that they should live alongside humans.
その言葉が偽りでないのなら、今、ここで一族の皆と話し合ってみろ。お前が一族のことを思っているなら、 なお
You
さら
truly believe so, talk to everyone in the clan right here, right now, all the more, if you really care about your clan.
日々な、無茶を言い過ぎだよ。子供が人質に取られている今、そんな悠長なことができるわけ。
Hibina, you're being ridiculous. Now that her child has been taken hostage, she couldn't possibly do something so nonchalant.
いいんです。日比様。日比野様の言う通りですから。
It's fine, Lord Hibi. What Lord Hibina says is true.
節。
こうでもされなければ、私もこの集落には二度と帰ってこなかったと思います。
If this hadn't happened, I don't think I would have ever returned to this settlement.
でも、私の娘を巻き込む必要はありませんよね。
But there's no need to get my daughter wrapped up in this, is there? Her final words were directed to everyone in the village rather than the gods. My mother glared at the clan's chieftain with a sharp gaze.
いや、ある。この者も他の血が混じっているとはいえ、白石の一族なのだからな。
No, there is. Though her blood may be mixed with another's, she is still a member of the Hakuseki
単
clan.
刀直入に言おう。節よ、男を捨てて我々のもとへ戻ってこい。
I will say this plain and simple. Setsu, abandon the man and come back to us.
さすれば娘も一族の仲間として迎え入れよう。同じ力を持つ者が周りにいる場所で育った方がこの娘のためにもなるはずだ。
We shall accept your daughter as a member of the clan, all the better for her to grow up surrounded by those who share her powers.
我々が望むのは一族の存続のみなのだから。
All we wish for is the continuation of the clan.
お願いよ、節。帰ってきてちょうだい。
Please, Setsu, come back to us.
節。今ならまだ間に合う。もう一度ここでやり直そう。お前たちには絶対不自由な思いはさせない。
Setsu, it's not too late. We can start over again. We won't let you experience any hardship. Her parents' words were like salt rubbed into a wound, and shaken by those words, my mother's face twisted as if she was about to
ご
cry.
めんなさい。それだけはできません。
I'm sorry, that's the one thing I cannot do.
そもそも根本的なところから間違っています。一族を存続させるのならば、他の者との共生を考えるべきです。
Hi, Shilishi. Why is chat slightly could be the. Oh gosh, what did I click? What am I clicking on? Oh. Not what I meant to click on. Chat. There, better. You're fundamentally wrong about one thing. If you want to continue the clan, then you must consider coexisting with
自
others.
分たちを特別扱いするから、他の人からもそのように扱われるんです。だから、私のように人と交われば。
You view yourself as special, and that is why others treat you as such. So if you live with others like I
な
do,
んてことを言うのだ。神々から授かった神聖な力を自らの手で手放すなどと。我らが何のために生まれたのか忘れたのか。
how dare you say such a thing, to willingly give up the holy power granted to us by the gods? Did you forget what you were born to
良
do?
いかを滅するためでしょう。だったら、その役目はもう終えたはずです。
It's to defeat the Blightfall, is it not? Then our duty has already been fulfilled.
戦の時代も終わり、平安を取り戻した今の世で、私たちに果たすべき役目などありません。
The era of the war is over. Now that the world has regained peace, we have no other duty to
こ
fulfill.
の罰当たりめが。神どころか我が一族の宿命である良いか討伐までも軽んじるつもりか。
You blasphemous wretch. Not only do you look down on the gods, but you speak so lightly of our clan's destiny to defeat the Blightfall. The conversation was going nowhere. In the end, it seemed that the clan's way of thinking had not changed in the years since my mother left. She must have understood that as well. My mother lowered her gaze sadly, and then, parting through the crowd, she took my younger self's hand.
帰るわよ。これ以上、この人たちと話すことはないわ。
Leah, we're heading home. There's nothing else I need to say to them. Huh? Okay. But there was no way they could leave so easily.
こちらがおとなしくしていれば調子に乗りおって、そのようなこと我らが許すとでも思うたか。
We offered you amnesty, and yet you treat us with such disrespect. Do you think that we'd allow you to do such a thing?
説を捉えろ。子供の方は最悪殺しても構わん。
Arrest Setsu. Kill the kid if you have to. At that moment, the villagers' animosity became clear. They all surrounded my mother and my younger self, drawing their swords. They must have planned to make them submit with sheer numbers. One misstep and my mother and younger self's lives would be in danger.
そんなことはさせないよ。
I can't let you do that. An unbelievable thing happened. Once Lord Hebe raised his hand, a powerful gust of wind blew in between my mother and the villagers. It continued to whirl, protecting my mother even as it swallowed up the nearby fallen leaves. Faced with the cutting winds, the villagers were powerless. The wind must have been the product of Lord Hebe's divine power.
イビエ、何をしているんだ。神の力をこんな形で使うのは禁じられている。どれだけ人の人生に干渉すれば気が済むんだ。
Hebe, what are you doing? It's forbidden to use our divine powers in this way. How much must you interfere with humans until you're satisfied?
それはそうだけど、このままじゃ彼女たちは幸せになれないでしょう。そんなの。
Hebe just wants Setsu to be happy. Like, oh my god. My goodness. You may be right, but if this continues, she'll never be happy, right? I don't want that.
セツ、今のうちに早く逃げて。
Setsu, run away while you can.
ありがとうございます。ヒビエ様。
Thank you so much, Lord Hebe. Urged by Lord Hebe, my mother hurriedly ran off, her hand, of course, wrapped tightly around the hand of my younger self. However, before the pair could escape from the settlements, the wind barrier Lord Hebe put up disappeared completely.
どうして？
Why? Alright, you know what? Hibina got what he deserved at this point.
俺のことを忘れてもらっては困るな。
Don't forget that I'm still here. Lord Hebe had gone pale, standing next to him. Lord Hibina had extended his arm out towards the sky. His palm was glowing faintly, so he must have been using some sort of divine ability.
日々だ。なんてことを。このままじゃ彼女たちは。
Hibina, how could you? If this continues, then they'll...
日々へ、いい加減にしろ。
Hebe, get a hold of yourself.
この先どんな悲劇が起ころうとも、俺たちはその結果を受け入れなければならない。それが神としてのあり方だろ。
I don't know, man. What's the point of having all this power if you can't use it? I'm not saying be evil. If you can save one life and you have the power, why not? What's wrong with that? No matter what tragedy awaits them in the future, we have to accept the results. That's what it means to be a god, isn't it? Lord Hibina, who wanted to maintain neutrality, not really true, as a god, and Lord Hebe, who simply wished for the happiness of the one he adored. Though their faces were the same, their beliefs were polar opposites. Like my mother and the Hakuseki clan, they could never agree. But in any case, now that their divine protection was gone, it was clear what would happen next. My younger self stumbled and fell. Leah! My mother immediately tried to help me up, but in one moment, the members of the Hakuseki clan had caught up. One of them, roaring like a beast, raised his sword towards my younger self. Please, not her! In that moment, my field of vision became stained crimson red. My mother had used her body to protect my younger self. Pierced by the blade, my mother collapsed onto the ground, pulling me down with her. And as she did so, bright red blood began to slowly pool onto the ground.
おい、何をやっているんだ。やるなら子供の方だろうが。
What are you doing? I told you to kill the child if you had to.
俺だってやりたくてやったわけじゃないですよ。こいつが。
It's not like I wanted to kill her. She suddenly charged forward. Setsu? It can't be. Mother? Mother, are you okay? Blood. There's so much blood. As the rest of the people around us panicked, my younger self, wrapped up in my mother's arm, clung to her body with all her strength. As she did so, my mother awkwardly moved her neck and managed to meet my younger self's
大
eyes.
丈夫。それより、あなたは平気。
I'm fine. Are
痛い
you?
ところは
Does it hurt anywhere? No. I'm okay because you protected me.
よかった。
That's good. Despite the situation, my mother had a loving smile on her face. She slowly raised her blood-soaked hand and gently stroked my younger self's cheek.
こんなことになって。ごめんなさい。
Mia, I'm sorry this happened. Mother?
どうか。幸せ。
Be happy for me, okay? Managing to utter those words, my mother's arms went limp, falling to the ground. The impact sent ripples through the pool of blood, but even those quickly subsided. My mother quietly closed her eyes, her face still pale.
節
Setsu. Upon seeing my mother become silent and lifeless like a doll, my younger self was left speechless. She couldn't accept what had happened in front of her. Perhaps she still could not understand. She simply stared at my mother's face in shock. Lord Hebe appeared even more disturbed by the event.
そんなはずはない。
His face pale, Lord Hebe stood in stunned silence without so much as blinking. Only his mouth was moving slightly as he muttered vaguely. Something seemed strange.
日比へ一体どうし
Dude, what do you think is wrong, Hibina? Huh? What did you think would happen? You killed his favorite human. He had one favorite human and he wanted that person to be happy. One person. What's the point of being a god? What do you mean you can't interfere with things? You literally interfered when you tied the strings back up. Fuck you, Hibina. The moment Lord Hebe threw his arms up, the storm arose once more. Unlike before, the wind was honed with a clear intent to kill as it attacked the Hakuseki clan. The colorless wind was now dyed crimson with the clan's blood and filled with terrible screams. It was Lord Hebe's doing.
やめろ日比このままじゃ全員死んでしまうぞいやそれどころかお前も
Stop, Hebe. You're going to kill everyone. You might even be in danger.
もういらない。
I don't need it anymore.
あの子がいないなら全部いらない。
If she's not here, I don't need anything. I actually just read a line Samoda in a book where it's like all I need, and it's like all I need is, and it was like listing things, and the very last thing was her. And I was like, ooh! Is that gonna be bad or good?
節は僕の光だった。今まで出会った誰よりも純粋に僕のことを慕ってくれて
Basically, Hibina fucked up.
微笑みかけてくれ
This is a very long story about how this one guy really messed up. Setsu was my light. She admired me so innocently, more than anyone I'd ever met. She smiled at me.
そんな節だったからこそ
It's because Setsu is
僕
here that
は
I...
あの子と結ばれるのが僕でなくても構わない。節が幸せになってくれれば
It didn't
それで
matter.
よかった。
If she was bound to me, if she was to be bound to someone other than myself, all that mattered was that she was happy.
本気でそう思っていたのに。
I really thought that with all my heart.
なのにあの子はもういない。みんなの勝手な思惑に振り回されて死んでしまった。
But now she's gone. She was strung along by everyone's selfish expectations, and now she's dead.
許さない。みんな
同じ目に遭えばいいんだ
You'll pay for this. You all deserve the same fate. As Lord Hebe's pained cry echoed, the cries of the Hakuseki clan became louder too, and they were attacked by the storm. The color of the wind became a murky black, as if responding to the master's voice. More and more black threads started to appear from it and wrapped around Lord Hebe's body. This tragedy was creating emotional imprints.
くそこうなったら
Curses, if it comes to this! He couldn't simply stand by and watch his other half rampage, just like before Lord Hibina tried to calm the storms. But to no avail. No matter how much he raised his hand, the storm simply grew more ferocious and lashed out. Amidst all that, the dog-shaped Netsuki, my mom clutched in her hand, was blown away into the forest by the storm. And then a little while after that, once Lord Hebe slowly lowered his arm, the storm finally stopped. But no one remained. Driven mad with rage, Hebe's powers had slaughtered everyone. Lord Hebe himself was covered entirely in black threads.
日々へお前
Hebe, why did you, Hebina? Why did you rat out this girl? Like, you gave her a gift and you waited 10 years to take it back? Fuck you, Hebina. Like, ugh. At Lord Hibina's beckoning, Lord Hebe stiffly turned around. His eyes, which had been clear as glass, were now clouded with deep despair.
こうするしか
This was the only way.
なかった
As he gazed upon what were once people scattered on the ground, Lord Hebe murmured with a trembling voice,
だって仕方ないだろ
Blame
彼らが許
him!
しさえすれ
I'm
ば
not saying fight a god, but like,
こんなこと
blame
に
the
はな
guy
らなかったん
beside
だ
you. He's the one who ruined this. He's the one who... He did it behind your back, Hebe. Stab him. Don't. Maybe don't. Man, am I getting too dark? Birche ruined me. I had no choice, right? If only they had let her go, this wouldn't have happened.
説はただ一人の人間として当たり前のことを主張しただけなのに
All Setsu did was say what anyone would have said in that
そ
position.
れを後押ししてあげたくて
I just wanted to help her along.
だから殺したのか
So you killed them?
説はあの時にはもう死んでいたのに
Even though Setsu was already dead?
だからこそ許せなかったんだあんな利己的な人たちのせいで
What a love
あ
story.
の子の未来は閉ざされた
That's exactly why I had to. Those selfish, egotistical monsters took away her future.
もうこの世に良いかはいないんだから白石の一族だって必要ないのに
There are no more Blightfall in this world. We didn't even need the Hakuseki clan, and yet
良いかはまだいるだろう
there's still one Blightfall left. Yeah, but it's me now, you son of a bitch. Am I swearing too much?
日々へ気づいていないのか
Hebe, haven't you noticed? He spoke like he was guiding a child. In an instant, Lord Hebe's face became grave as he looked at his own hands. Layers upon layers of black threads were coiled around them. Lord Hebe had become a Blightfall.
嘘でしょ
Possible. This can't be happening.
嘘じゃない他ならないお前自身が一番わかっていることだろう
It's already happened. You know better than anyone else, don't you? At those words, Lord Hebe looked down at the crimson-stained earth so as to confirm his own sins once more. No matter how much he denied it, there was no change in reality before him.
違うんだ僕そんなつもりじゃ
No, I didn't mean for this.
日々落ち着け
Hebe, calm down. Simmer
どうし
down
たらいい
now.
のここまで汚れたら
It's just
もう
murder,
神としては
Hebe.
生きられない日々なとも一緒にいられない
What should I do? If I'm this corrupted, then I can't live as a god anymore. I can't be with you anymore. The reality must have been too much for him to bear. Lord Hebe stumbled outside of the settlement, covered his face with both his hands. At the same time, his body was beginning to dissipate into the air.
どうしたら
What should I?
どうしたら
What should I?
おい待て日比へ
Wait, Hebe? Lord Hebina immediately tried to reach out for him, but it was too late. The next moment, Lord Hebe completely vanished along with the wind.
日比へお前
Hebe, you can't. Lord Hebina continued his attempt to pursue him, but once he arrived at the entrance of the settlement, he suddenly stopped.
ダメだ俺まで集落を出たらこの地から神の加護が消えてしまう
If I leave the settlement, the divine protection of this land would disappear. Sucking his teeth in disappointment, Lord Hebina took a second look at his surroundings. It was hell on earth. A sea of blood spread across the entirety of the settlement, corpses so mangled it was impossible to tell what had been who. Since I was peering into the past, I could only imagine that. Had I been standing there, I might have gagged at the odor. It was a truly gruesome sight to behold.
俺が間違っていたのかもっとお前たちを
I'm gonna say it right now for the third time. Yes,
こんなことにはな
Hibina.
らなかったのか
This is your fault. That's right, Hibina. You should have these thoughts because you suck. Was I wrong? If I tried harder to understand everyone, understand Hebe, would all of this have been prevented? Amidst the destroyed settlement, Lord Hibina quietly let out his feelings, but no one would answer his questions.
誰か
Someone there, or so would have thought. The mountain of corpses shifted slightly. When Lord Hibina frantically peered over, he found my young self sitting there, buried under the corpses.
お前は節の娘か
You're Setsu's daughter. Shielded by my mother's corpse, I must have been left unscathed. Though I looked terrible, soaked in blood from head to toe, my young selves didn't appear injured.
おい聞いているか
Hey, are you listening? No, my mom's dead. Lord Rubina called out to me, but my young self was strangely unresponsive. She stared at the blood on the ground without so much as blinking. The shock of the incident must have been too much for her heart to bear. Lord Hibina did not attempt to talk to my younger self any further. He might not have even known what to say to me. For Lord Hibina, too, was partially responsible for what had happened. I noticed that mixed within the blood nestled... Oh gosh. I noticed that mixed within the blood, nest of black threads began appearing across the ground. Even with Lord Hebe gone, people's hatred and resentment were left behind. The results would be a mountain of blood, death, and corruption.
まずいなこのままでは良いかが誕生してしまう
This isn't good. If I leave this any longer, it'll start creating Blightfall. A deity like Lord Hibina couldn't possibly ignore that. Lord Hibina returned to the shrine and started silently praying, clasping his hands in front of his chest. As he did so, the crisp, clear sky suddenly became cloudy. Not only that, it even began to snow.
これが今の俺にできる唯一のことだ大地の汚れも幼子が心に負った傷も
This is the only thing I can do right
全て雪で
now. The impurity of the
覆い隠してし
land,
まおう
the child's suffering, I'll cover it all with snow. As the snow began to accumulate on the ground, the black thread slowly disappeared. Lord Hibina was using his divine power to purify it. My younger self watched him blankly. The more snow dusted upon her body, the more the light in her eyes returned. And CG. Give me a CG. I want a CG. I want something cute. Outside of the settlement, the dog Netsuki that had been blown away by the storm was silent. But there was something different. Tangled around it were black threads. The Netsuki. He had seen everything that had happened. The selfishness of the Hakuseki clan, the tragedy that occurred as a consequence, and the gods' all too innocent romantic feelings. And he knew more than anyone that his owner had only wanted happiness, a happiness that anyone had the right to have.
許せない。
They won't get away with this.
許して
I will
なるものか。
Bum-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Does he have a mask? In an instant, a huge mass of black threads leapt out from the dog Mitsuke. It started off only as a mass of black, but it slowly began to take on the shape of a human. Finally, it transformed into the Ohtaro I knew. That was when I came back to reality again. Otaru's face filled up my entire vision as I was still kissing him.
も
What we saw just now. When I slowly pulled away from him, Otaru was staring at me like he couldn't quite believe it. It seemed that he saw exactly what I had. I get it now. That's why you wanted revenge. Because your precious mother was taken from you.
うお前また人の過去を覗き見たのか。何一つ覚えていないくせに。
Did you snoop on my past again? You don't even remember a thing. I remember now. That's right, I remember everything. In the end, the visions I had seen until now were likely a mix of Otaro's memory and my own sealed ones. By witnessing those memories, I had also regained all the memories I should have lost. Okay. Now I could remember the time I lived with father and mother and even Tomonari. It's not that I'd forgotten them, but rather that the memories themselves had been sealed away. They must have been hidden underneath Lord Hibina's snow. Could it be that the strange snow that continued to fall to settlement long after winter was in fact Lord Hibina's purifying the land? Unchanged to this day, more than 10 years after the tragedy.
思い出した。まさか、節のことも。
You remember? Does that mean you remember Setsu? Yeah. I couldn't remember anything when I asked about her before, but now I can talk with you about my memories of my mother.
なら、お前にだってわかるだろ。
Then you understand now, don't you?
あの惨状を見たのなら、俺の復讐がどれだけ正当性のあるものなのか、理解できるはずだ。
If you saw what happened, then you must finally get how justified my vengeance really is.
一番憎い白石の一族は、日比谷の手によって全員始末された。となれば、残すは人間どもだけだ。
I don't think the humans did anything, honestly. If the humans had did that to get her there so they could kill her because they I hate the Hakuseki clan, we need to kill them all, then I'd get that, but this is not what happened. It's incorrect. The worst offenders, the Hakuseki clan, have all died at Hibi's hand. With them gone, all that's left is the humans.
あいつらがくだらないことをして一族を追い詰めなければ、連中だってあんな極端な真似をしなかったかもしれない。
If they weren't so busy acting like worthless trash and driving the clan into a corner, maybe the clan wouldn't have done something so extreme.
だから、俺は奴らに復讐すると決めたんだ。それから良いかとして目覚めた後、俺はすぐに日比谷の後を追った。
That's why I decided to take revenge on them. After I woke as a Blightfall, I immediately chased after Hebe.
人間どもに復讐をするためには、神なる良いかである日比谷がいた方が都合が良かったからな。
If I wanted to take revenge on humans, I thought it wise to have Hebe, the divine Blightfall, by my side.
そもそも俺は、日比谷の悪意に当てられて、無理やり良いかにさせられたようなものだ。
Okay, calm
そ
down.
の責任くらいは取ってもらわないと割に合わない。
I was basically forced into becoming a Blightfall because of Hebe's malice. He has to take responsibility for that at least.
ああ、そういえば、その途中、森の中でお前の家族を見かけたよ。
Oh, speaking of which, on my way there, I saw your family in the forest. You mean father?
ああ、最初に見かけたのは宗則だ。あいつは節が愛した男だし、特に恨みはないから放っておいた。
The first one I saw was Minio. I left him alone though. He was the man Setsu loved, and I didn't hold any particular grudge against
そ
him.
の次に見かけたのは、
Then I
友成。
saw Tomonari.
お
Tomonari?
前だって知ってるだろ。節が宗則に送った印籠から生まれた形人だよ。
Come on, you already know this, right? Tomonari is a form folk born from the in-row that Setsu gave Minio.
あいつも出先から帰ってきて異変に気づいたのか。一族の集落まで行こうとしていたんだ。
He must have also noticed something was amiss after he returned from his errands. He was trying to get to the clan settlement.
節も死んで、すべてが終わった後なのに必死に走っている姿が滑稽で、見てたら、じわじわ怒りがこみ上げてきた。
Setsu was already dead. Everything was over, but he was running so frantically. It was ridiculous. And as I watched him, it made me angry. Why? Ohtaro?
あいつだけが、節を守れたはずなんだ。それなのに、大事な時に役立たずなんて。主人を守れない形人に何の意味があるんだよ。
He was the only one who could have protected Setsu. But where was he when she was actually in trouble? What use is a form folk who can't protect their owner?
だから、殺した。
So I killed him. Ohtaro confessed in the most casual way. I was speechless. Again, imagine if that had been reversed. Imagine if we'd went all this way with Tomonari and in the woods when he's all like, I killed him. And it was the reverse. And then you thought that Tomonari was the sweet angel, baby, light, and then it turns out that he was actually the opposite. Like they could have played it so good. Like, yeah, they hung out with a form folk. This was that form folk instead of Tomonari. I think that would have been a cooler twist. Otaro's confessed in the most casual way. I was speechless. After that incident, Tomonari had disappeared from my memories. It was a shock to learn that he had died without me knowing about it. Did father not say anything about mother or Tomonari because he wanted to make sure my memories wouldn't return? Even so, I felt hopelessly frustrated with myself for having been so ignorant all this time.
日比恵と再会できたのは、江戸に到着してからだ。俺が節の根付けから生まれた良い子だって伝えたら、あいつ、すぐに心を許してくれたんだ。バカだよな。
I reunited with Hibi after arriving in Edo, and when I told him that I was a Blightfall born from Setsu's Netsuke, he immediately opened up to me. What an idiot.
その頃の日比恵は、今よりも正気である時が多くてさ、神へ戻ろうと必死になっていたよ。人を殺した後じゃどうにもならないのに。
Hibi was a lot more sane back then. He wanted so desperately to regain his godhood. He knew that was impossible since he killed people, and yet...
正直、ムカついた。だから節からもらった糸を使って縛ってやったんだ。そうすればいくらでも手を汚させられるからな。
Honestly, it pissed me off, so I used the threads I got from Setsu to bind him. With that, I could make him do all the dirty work I wanted him to.
あとは、前にお前に話した通りだよ。お庭番に潜入して、やりたい放題やってた。
The rest, well, I told you the rest before. I infiltrated the Oniwaban and did whatever I pleased.
友成が貴子としてお庭番に来た時だけはヒヤヒヤしたけど、記憶が消えていたおかげで助かったよ。
I thought I was screwed when Tomonari joined the Oniwaban as a vessel, but thanks to his memories being erased, I was in the clear. After saying that much, Ohtaro stared at me as if trying to judge my true feelings. He was imprisoned by his hatred and continued to live for the sole purpose of getting revenge. In the end, being born from Hibi's murderous will, it was the only life that Ohtaro knew.
さて、これで話せることはすべて話した。となれば、あとはわかるな。
I've said everything there is to say. You know what comes next, right? Huh?
今、ここで選んでくれ。お庭番の一員として俺と戦うのか、それとも、俺と一緒に来るか。
Right here, right now, will you fight me as a member of the Oniwaban or will you join my side? And then Ohtaro hesitantly held his hand out towards me. He must have been intended on getting an answer for the countless invitations he had offered me until now. What should I do? Looking at him, my will wavered quite a bit. Frankly, I didn't want to kill anyone. Even after I had regained the painful memories of my past, those feelings hadn't changed. But if I rejected Ohtaro here, then we would never be able to understand each other. It would be undoubtedly end with us parting ways forever. If I don't take his hand, is he just gonna kill me? Do I just die? You don't want to kill people. Let's find out. Sorry, I can't take your hand. For a while, I couldn't come up with an answer, and I continued to stare at the palm of Otaro's hand. However, ultimately, I could not betray my own feelings. I understand your situation, Ohtaro. If you had such a painful past, then it stands to reason that you would hate everything. But I don't think it's okay to hurt so many people because of that. You don't think it's okay, huh? I mean, what you're doing is the same as what the Hakuseki clan did, isn't it? You're tearing apart families and creating an inconceivable amount of sadness and hatred. All you're doing is creating a cycle of revenge. You don't know the half of it. When I stated my honest opinion, Ohtaro flew into a rage and flung his arms out in a wide arc. It's not even remotely the same. You don't see it because you're naive. You were born to people who wanted you, who cared for you. Not me. No one wanted me. I couldn't become a form folk because of it. Even becoming a Blightfall was more of an accident than anything. All I have is my hatred. Human emotions are what molded me, turned me into this hideous monster. Why should they be the ones to continue living smiling, laughing? Those humans stole from me. They started this. After he spat those words out, Ohtaro gritted his teeth as if trying to suppress his irritation. When I heard the Oniwa-ban was going to invite you to join the ranks, do you know how I felt? I thought that maybe you might be on my side as Setsu's daughter. You've experienced the same pain I did. But you forgot everything, even Setsu, and yet you didn't even try to learn about your own past, smiling so carelessly while the Oniwa-ban tamed you. The expression wasn't matching up. Revenge is a cycle. It's not good to hurt people. Like I give two shits about something so obvious. We're done. Any expectations I had of you are gone. You're gonna become my pawn and help me destroy Ito just like Hibi. If you can't do that, I'll just have to kill you. I don't need anyone. That's how it's been and that's how it's going to stay. It was in that moment that Ohtaro had revealed his true emotions for the first time, but rather than appearing content with himself, he twisted his face in pain with each word he spoke. It was as if he was hurting himself with his own words. That's why I didn't even know this was an option. Hit him? That seems weird. Hug him. I held Ohtaro in a tight hug. Ohtaro, don't say that. I'm by your side. Ohtaro stiffened at the sudden act as if I had taken him off guard, but he must have immediately realized what was being done to him. With his face red from rage, he tensed up, his hands gripping the kunai.
何してんだよ話せ
What are you doing? Let me go. You won't. If I let you go of you now, I feel like you'll never be able to see you again.
俺をバカにしてんのかこのままお前を殺すことだってできるんだぞ
Are you making fun of me? I can kill you right this second. You couldn't. You couldn't do such a thing, Ohtaro. I held him tighter and whispered softly, she's confident. With that, Ohtaro held his breath and fell silent. He must have gotten shaken up as his arms were trembling faintly, and then, in the end, Otaro's kunai fell to the ground.
くそ何なんだよ
What the hell? Why can't I stab you?
お前を刺せないんだ
Why can't I stab you? Because you don't want to kill people. In your heart of hearts, I'm sure you don't actually want to hurt anyone. You're a Blightfall, but you must have emotions other than hatred. Accept it for your own sake. Do you really hate humans? Can you truly say for sure that you don't have any other emotions? Aren't you only convincing yourself that because you're a Blightfall, a being born from hatred, that you have to take revenge? Think about how you really feel. Don't just deny what could be your own true emotions. In the hopes that my feelings would reach him even a little, I held him even tighter. Then Ohtaro lowered his face as if thinking about something.
いきなりそんなことを言われてもわかるわけがないだろ
You're asking me this all of a sudden and you expect me to know the answer.
俺はこの胸に宿る憎しみをどうにかしたいってだけなんだ
I just want to do something about all this hate and resentment inside of me.
それなのに何なんだよこれはお前に言葉を投げかけられるたびに
Because you want to feel
胸が痛
cool
くなる
around
し
me. I get it.
不安になってくる
So why do I feel this way? Every time you talk to me, my chest hurts and I feel unsure of myself. Ohtaro had already lost his earlier confidence. As if to offer him a shoulder to reach out to him, I continued my attempts to sway Ohtaro. Ohtaro, maybe you're actually lonely.
は
What? When you say things to try and push me away, you always look like you're in pain, almost as if you're hurting. If hatred is really the only thing you know, you shouldn't be making that kind of expression. So doesn't that mean you're just not acknowledging yourself?
違う俺はそんな情けないやつじゃない
You're wrong. I'm not that pathetic.
お
Ohtaro!
前の言っていることが本当だとしたらおかしいだろ寂しいとか辛いとか傷つくとか
If what you're saying is true, it doesn't make sense. Feeling lonely, feeling pain, getting hurt.
そんなことを思うなんてまるで人間みたいじゃないか
Feeling those kinds of emotions would make me it would make me no different than a human. Oh god, this poor guy. That's right, Ohtaro. You're no different from a human.
は
You just insulted this man. What? If a Blightfall has the heart to feel pain, then they can also feel joy and comfort. That's what it means to have a heart, right? So please let yourself accept it. Don't ignore the uneasiness you feel and acknowledge who you really are.
ふざけんなそんなこと
Stop kidding around. There's no way that... Otaro's face was flush red with fury, but it seemed that he could not come up with any more arguments, which meant that my statements were entirely off base. Ohtaro, why don't we just give up on revenge? There's no point in continuing when you feel this way. If that's the case, then it's better, much better, to find a way where everyone can be happy. There must be a way for you to become happy too. If you need something to live for, then I'll find it for you. I don't know, man. These two expressions aren't matching. Let's look for something that you enjoy, something that makes you truly happy together. It's not too late to start now. Even if you give up, I don't want to give up on you. Even if no one else will want you, I'll want you.
俺にその権利があるとでも思っているのか？
Do you think I even have a choice anymore? It's true what you've done isn't easy to forgivable, but you can still stop on your own will. It's not as if there's only one path to take. Now isn't the time to think about whether you'll be forgiven. This is something everyone will decide later. What is important is what you want to do, right? After all this time, Ohtaro seemed hesitant. He scowled as if he had been bitten into something sour as he stared at a point on the ground. As if to show the hesitation in his heart, he clenched his hand tightly. But he must have finally made up his mind. He furrowed his brow a little and slowly raised his head.
俺は
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
大太郎、僕のことを見捨てるの？
Ohtaro, are you going to abandon me? However, Hebe then emerged from right next to us, peering into our conversation. When did he get here? Judging from what he said, it seemed that he had been watching us the entire time.
日比、お前
Hebe? You?
どうして？初めて会った時、僕を助けてくれるって言ったじゃない。だから苦しいことも我慢してきたのに。
How could you? When we first met, you said you would help me, so I put up with all the pain.
本心では復讐を望んでいなかったら、全部なかったことにしていいの？
Do you think you can just pretend nothing happened simply because you didn't actually wish for
大
revenge?
太郎、覚えていないの？これまで僕たち、たくさんの人を殺してきたんだよ。
Ohtaro,
たく
don't
さ
you
んの
remember?
涙を見てきたのに。
We've killed so many people together. We've seen so many tears, and
こ
yet
こで復讐を諦めるなら、その人たちは何のために死んでいったの？
if we give up on revenge now, then what did those people die for?
この子の手を取れば、君は幸せになれるかもしれないけど、僕は全然幸せじゃないよ。
If you take her hand, you may be able to find happiness, but I won't be happy at all.
それは
That's... Ohtaro couldn't answer Lord Hebe's question. I couldn't blame him. That was the first time he had accepted anything other than hatred. Who would take responsibility? Who would take responsibility was a different question to answer, so I had to answer for him. Please wait a second. I know we can't pretend everything Otaro's done up to this point didn't happen. But that's precisely why we must stop right
ああ、憎い。
how abhorrent.
結局、大太郎も僕を利用していただけなの。それなのに、ここで全てを放り出して、勝手に幸せになろうっていうの。
So in the end, you were manipulating me too, Ohtaro, and yet now you want to abandon everything to go off on your own and be happy?
無責任だよ。
How irresponsible.
それじゃあ、こんなにも血に濡れた僕がバカみたいじゃないか！
Don't I look the fool, stained with all this blood? I mean, if it's anything like Dahat, you're just natural. Without warning, Lord Hebe suddenly extended his black threads like they were tentacles. It was the same as the public parade. He must have planned on disintegrating me. It was so sudden that I didn't even have time to dodge. Watch out! Ah! But right at the last moment, Otaru shoved me out of the way. Thanks to that, I wasn't ensnared in the black threads and only tumbled onto the grass. What about Ohtaro? When I immediately lifted my head to check on him, I witnessed Ohtaro being swallowed by a mass of black threads. The large mass immediately returned to Lord Hebe, only to be absorbed by his body. I could no longer see hide nor hair of Ohtaro. Ohtaro... As I stared at where Ohtaro had been standing, shocked, I heard Lord Hebe ecstatic laughter.
さすがに大太郎ほどの良いかになると味も力も格別だね。
As I thought, a blightfall of Otaro's caliber has quite an exceptional taste and strength.
はあ、どうして最初からこうしなかったんだろう。
I should have done this from the start.
こうすればすぐ自由になれたのに。
I could have been free all this time. As Lord Hebe's words of lamentation echoed around me, the threads tied around his fingers burst asunder. Oh. Fence? Oh, hang on, hit the wrong button. I was trying to see what the... Ohtaro likes me. It's weird. After that, Lord Hebe's appearance changed precipitously. Oh. Black threads poured out from the inside of him and became a thick armor which gradually reinforced his slim body. He became bigger and bigger right before my eyes. And finally, Lord Hebe transformed into a giant with enlarged arms. Was it all too late? Were the crimes committed too severe? Am I going to fail at making everyone happy? As I stared at Lord Hebe, who had turned into an otherworldly monster, all I could do was despair. But immediately I remembered that upon hearing my words, Otaro's heart had been significantly moved. Lord Hebe, please listen to what I have to say. If you continue, the more tragedy you will. But Lord Hebe, now a black giant, did not even attempt to listen to my words. He attacked me by swinging his massive tree-like arms straight down. I could barely dodge the attack. Has Lord Hebe lost his sanity? It was not out of the question considering how much malice he held within his body. On top of that, Lord Hebe was dragging his heavy body towards Ito. If he seeks out more malice from people, oh no, if no one stops him, he'll...
危ないから下がっていて。
Leah, back away, it's dangerous. Huh? Then the members of the Onyoban leapt out, preventing Lord Hebe from progressing forward. It was much too soon for them to have rushed over after seeing Lord Hebe's transformation into a giant. Backing away as ordered, I was bewildered. Why is everyone here?
お前たちのやりとりを監視していたんだ。悪いとは思ったが、状況的にそうも言っていられなくてな。
We were eavesdropping on your conversation. I do feel bad about that, but considering the situation, that's the least of our problems.
総攻撃を仕掛ける。江戸に到達する前に何としても止めるんだ。
We will launch a full-scale attack. My nose is just itching. We will launch a full-scale attack. We must do what we can to stop it before it can arrive in Ito. It's a person in there, okay? His name is Hebe. Be nice. After that, the intense battle between the Onyoban and Lord Hebe began. But what will happen next, you know? No matter how many times they slashed at him with their swords, Lord Hebe didn't even flinch. He ignored the Onyoban and forged ahead.
困ったな。黒い糸で作られた手足には痛覚がないみたいだね。
This isn't good. It seems that those limbs made of black threads don't feel any pain.
なら弱点を攻めるしかないだろう。補助してやるから貴公たちは己の役割を果たしてこい。
Then we'll just have to attack its weak points. We'll act as support. Vessels, go perform your duty.
ええ、あなたに言われるまでもありません。
Already on it, Chief. But things didn't work out as planned. The tentacles protruding from Lord Hebe's back whipped around aggressively, and not a single member of the Onyoban could get close enough to attack the mask. Everyone managed to see the attacks and dodge them at the last second, but...
ちょっとこれじゃあ面を切ることすらできないんだけど。
Hey man, this is getting nowhere. We can't even touch his mask.
厄介だな。これまでの酔い方は一味違うぞ。
Troublesome indeed. He's different from any of the Blightfall we faced until now. All I could do was watch over the intense battle. However, there's a faint human silhouette around Lord Hebe's back. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but it seemed to be real. Every time Lord Hebe attacked, with His black tentacles, the silhouette moved. Could that be Lord Hebe's real body? In any case, the silhouette is definitely controlling those tentacles somehow. That was when Lord Hebe turned around with speed that didn't match his massive frame. His eyes clearly met mine. Could he have noticed that I was observing his? His tentacles, used only to keep the Onyoban at bay, now extended in order to capture me.
お嬢さん
Young miss! At that moment, I could see a collection of black threads slowly approaching me. The members of the Onyoban wouldn't make it in time. If I didn't move, then I would be swallowed whole and killed just like Ohtaro. But it can't end like this. If I couldn't save Ohtaro, then at the very least, I can still save Lord Hebe. Just as the withering tentacles were about to reach me, I extended my arms out as far as I could. I knew that I was powerless. I knew that even if I did something like this, there was no use. But by doing this, I thought that I could divert the path of the attack even just a little bit. And then, in the very instant as my palms of my hands touched the tentacles, a powerful flash of light shone. It caused a bigger impact than I had imagined. Lord Hebe recoiled and took a step back. He raised a pained voice and evaporated as if fading away into the air. From the way the black threads dissipated, he must have returned to his usual ghost-like form. I could no longer see the trail of black threads either. I didn't really understand, but it seemed that he had withdrawn.
ひとまず江戸は守れたってことなのか
Did we protect Edo? At least temporarily? We stood there frozen and confused. Not a single one of us could answer Tojo's question. After that, we returned to Edo. Although first we patrolled the entirety of Edo before we managed to gather and have a discussion.
全員見回りの成果はどうだ
Everyone, how was the results of your patrols?
江戸はこれまでの騒ぎが嘘のように静まり返っていますね
All is quiet in Edo, in the town. It's like the last few days never happened.
治安の悪さは変わってないんですがそちらが要因で酔いかかする人たちは一切出ていないようです
Crime is as bad as ever, but there hasn't been a single person who's turned into a blightfall because of it.
日比谷の存在も全く探知できませんね。あの様子からすると、このまま何もしないというのはありえないと思いますが。
We've not been able to locate Hebe at all. Judging by his appearance, I think it's unlikely that he shall remain dormant for long.
残留思念の方はどうだ
Leah, what about the emotional imprints? I also noticed the emotional imprints had been spreading through Edo have started fading. All of the footprints have disappeared too.
つまりこういうことか日比谷は大太郎を吸収した後に逃走
So
そ
this
の
is
行
our
方は依
current
然としてわからない
So this is our current situation. After Hebe absorbed Ohtaro, he escaped. His location is still
良いか
unknown.
の総大将である日比谷たちが消えたせいで江戸でも良いかの脅威が去ったと
With the ringleaders of the Blightfall, Hebe and Ohtaro, having vanished, the Blightfall no longer threatened Edo.
ってことは、自分たちがするべきことは、日比谷の居場所の特定ってところか。
I guess our next objective is to pinpoint Hebe's
Ah.
location.
日比谷と大太郎を始末しない限り江戸に本当の意味で平和は戻らない今良いかが出ないのもおそらく一時的なものだろう
Okay, first off, eliminate? That's mean. We're the good guys here. We don't kill people. Agreed. Unless we exterminate Hebe and Ohtaro, peace will not surely return to Edo. I fear that the disappearance of Blightfall may only be temporary. It seemed that our next objective was decided. Everyone nodded at each other as if confirming their determination.
それにしてもあんなに大きくて強い酔いかは初めて見たねまた遭遇できたとしてもどう攻めればよいのやら
That being said, I'd never seen such a big and powerful Blightfall. Even if we managed to encounter it again, how are we going to attack it?
それは、この子に頼るしかないんじゃない
Pretty sure Leah's our only option. Me?
あんたさっき、注ぎみたいなことやっていたじゃん。日比谷もそれに怯えて逃げ出したんじゃないの
I mean, you did something that looked like Snow Sacrament earlier. That made Hebe tuck tail and run away. That's true, but...
うん確かにあの力は凄まじかったな
That power was indeed very impressive.
だが、いつから注ぎの力をあのように使いこなせるようになったのだ。そんなことはできないと認識していたが。
Kyoshiro, what if I told you I was just trying to hold Hibi's hand? And I didn't plan anything. When did you learn to wield the power of the snow sacrament with such proficiency? I had the impression that you weren't capable of such a thing. No, you're right, but I don't really know. All of a sudden I just felt like I could.
もしかしたらまた力が強くなったのかもね。この間だって良いかの足跡が急に見えるようになっていたでしょう。
Maybe your powers grew again. Just the other day you suddenly started seeing Blightfall footprints, right? I guess you might be right. That seemed the most likely explanation, but I hadn't trained or practiced, so it wasn't really convincing. However, I could still see footprints, so it didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment case or super strength. But why did my powers suddenly develop? There must be some sort of reason.
だが、先ほどの戦いを見た感じでは、直接手で触れなければ発動しないようだな。ルリコに注ぎをした時と一緒だろう。
Judging from what I saw earlier in the earlier battle, it only seems to activate with direct contact, likely the same as when you cured Ririko.
戦いの素人に使わせるのはなかなか難しいんじゃないか。
Considering that she is an amateur in battle, wouldn't it be difficult for her to use it in battle? I don't know.
では、次に日比へと接触できた際は、こちらで補助していく形にしよう。
I feel like I'm sitting sideways. Maybe I actually am. Maybe that's what's literally happening. I'm sitting sideways. The next time we encounter Hibi, we'll support her on our end. The impression I got from listening to the Onyabon's conversation was that they all trusted me. After having monitored my conversation with Ohtaro, I had apparently proven myself as someone who wouldn't betray them. However, I wasn't able to save Ohtaro. We were so close to everything turning out okay. What should I have done back then? I couldn't help but feel regretful, and I stared down at the dog-shaped Netsuke in my pocket. The Netsuke was still in perfect condition, just as when I picked it up. Speaking of which, this is Otaro's real body, isn't it? So if this Netsuke is fine, does that mean Ohtaro is still alive? I knew that Ohtaro was different from Form Folk, but considering that a tool was his original form, I felt that there was still a possibility. Could it be that there's still hope?
おや、その犬の根付けは
That dog Netsuke. Kenji, who sat next to me, stared down at my hands with great
それ
interest.
大太郎がつけていたものですよね。
That was something Ohtaro wore, wasn't it? Kenji's expression was incredibly similar to Tomonari's when he had asked the same exact question before. He had probably figured out the Netsuke's true nature. Now that it came to this, I might as well tell the honest truth. It's not like I can keep this secret for long, especially if I keep parading around with it in my hand in front of people. And more importantly, I don't want to betray everyone when they put their trust in me. After I steeled my will, I held out the Netsuke in my hand so that everyone could see it. There's something I need to tell everyone. This Netsuke is actually the tool that Ohtaro was born from. That statement was more effective than I had imagined. Everyone immediately leaned forward to stare at the Netsuke, their eyes wide. There was a tear in my eye.
それじゃあ、この根付けを壊せば。
If you destroy this Netsuke, I will destroy Ito, okay? What'd you say? Then if we destroy that Netsuke, Ohtaro will likely die in the truest sense of the word.
そういうことであれば、壊す以外に選択肢はない。日比があそこまで強力なのは、大太郎ごと吸収しているせいだろう。
If that's the case, then destroying it is our only option. Hibi became that powerful because he absorbed Ohtaro.
ならば、本体の根付けを壊せば、日比に吸収されている大太郎の力も打ち消せるやもしれん。
That means we can destroy... If we destroy the Netsuke, his main body, we might even be able to take away the power Hibi absorbed from Ohtaro.
尺だが、お前の意見に賛成だ。一連の事件を解決するためには、
I
それ
don't
が
want
一
to
番手っ
admit
取り
it,
早い。
but I agree in order to solve this string of cases, that's the quickest.
待ってください。 それでは根本的な解決にはならないと思います。
Wait one moment. I don't believe this will solve our fundamental issue. Tomonari? Surprisingly, Tomonari was the one to reject the idea. I, as well as the rest of the Onryoban, turned to stare at him in confusion.
確かにその根付けを壊せば、日比恵は大太郎の力を失うかもしれません。
If we destroy that Netsuki, Hibi will lose Otaro's power. That might be true.
でも、元が神なら、別の方法でいくらでも力の補充ができるでしょうし、あまり意味がないんじゃないですか。
But if he used to be a god, it's likely that he has other ways of recovering that power. It wouldn't be much use, would it?
むしろこの根付けを持っていれば、日比恵のことだっておびき寄せられるかもしれません。
In fact, if we have this Netsuke, maybe we can lure Hibi
日
in.
比恵の中に残っているはずの大太郎の意識が反応する可能性がありますし。
And there's still a chance that Otaro's consciousness, which should still be inside Hibi, will react to it. I also agree with Tomonari. If we really need to destroy this Netsuki, shouldn't we do it when we face off against Lord Hibi rather than right now? If we do it then, we should be able to create an opening for an attack.
なるほど。一理あるかもしれないな。
I see, your argument does make sense. Thank you. When I offered my opinion as an addition to Tomonari's, Kyoshiro and the others nodded as if convinced. Also, there's something else that I would like to say while I can. What? Because all of you provided me with a chance, I was able to hear everything that Ohtaro had to say. Why Ohtaro became a Blightfall, as well as what happened to the fallen Hakuseki clan. There I spoke about everything that Ohtaro had told me, including my very own recovered memories of the past that connected between my mother and Ohtaro, and of course, Lord Hibina, who was still purifying the settlement. Please, please let me hold on to this, Netsuke. I promise to never let my emotions distract. Oh, sorry, nope. I promise to never let my emotions dictate me. When the time comes to destroy it, I will do it with my own hands. I believe that is my duty as a member of the Hakuseki clan, because we're murderers. The end of my statement trailed off as if I was trying to convince myself, and then Kyoshiro stared at me. It was like he was trying to judge how I truly felt.
わかった。そういうことならば、その根付けはお前に託そう。
I understand. If that's the case, we will leave the Netsuke to you. Thank you so much.
皆もそれで異論はないね。
Netsuke. Does anyone have any objections? As Kyoshiro called, everyone shook their heads. They trust me. When I thought that, I felt a warmth deep in my chest.
話は以上だ。
That is
今日のとこ
all.
ろは一旦解散とする。日比恵の所在がつかめるまでの間、各自体を休めておけ。
You're all dismissed for today. Until we can find out where Hibi is, everyone should
これ
rest
が
up.
ゆっくり休める最後の機会になるかもしれないからな。
This might be the last chance we'll be able to take it easy. The Netsuki. And so the meeting ended. As soon as I left the meeting room, Tojo lightly patted my shoulder as if congratulating me.
お疲れ様。ちゃんと大太郎と話してくれたんだな。
Yeah, good work. You managed to talk things out with Ohtaro, eh? Thank you very much, but I wasn't able to be of much help in the end. It was true that I had almost succeeded in convincing Ohtaro, but it was also true that as a result I had ended up rubbing Lord Hibi the wrong way.
大太郎のことだが、ここまで来たら、なるべく犠牲を出さずに連れ戻したいところだな。
In regards to Ohtaro, since we've come this far, it would be nice to bring him back without too many sacrifices. Huh?
だって、大太郎も今は復讐を望んでいないんだろう。ならこっちも本人の意思を尊重するだけだ。
I mean, Ohtaro isn't seeking vengeance anymore, right? Then the least we can do is respect his wishes.
帰ってきたらまずお説教ですけどね。これまで散々面倒をかけさせられたんです。げんこつくらいでは済みませんよ。
We'll give him quite a lecture once he's back, obviously. He's put us through so much, a smack on the head wouldn't do it. Oddly enough, it seemed that Tojo and Kinji were wishing for Otaro's return as if it was a given. These were words that the Onryoban would have never said before. I know this is weird for me to point out, but Ohtaro is the reason behind all the calamities, you know? So then why?
確かに殺しちゃうのが一番手っ取り早いし、楽なんだけどさ。
Sure, we could kill him. It'd be the fastest and easiest solution, but...
あんたたちが話しているのを聞いて、この戦いはそういう終わり方をさせるべきじゃないのかもなって思ったんだよね。
After hearing you two talk, it felt like it wouldn't be right to end the battle like that, you know?
お頭たちもああ言っているが、本当は私たちと同じ思いなのではないだろうが。だからこそ、その根付けをお前に託した。
The bosses said otherwise, but the truth is that they likely felt the same way as us. That's why they left the netsuke to you. It's netsuke. I actually heard this word before, and I'm silly and I've been saying it netsuke. Netsuke.
私たちだって、良いかと人との争いに終止符を打ちたいんだ。
We want to put a stop to the conflict between the Blightfall and humans too.
僕もそう思うよ。
Yeah, I feel the same way. Everyone, their words were so kind that I couldn't stop the tears from welling up in my eyes. A vessel's heart is sealed away. They were simply saying what they thought would be fitting. Though the logical side of me did think that, I was also genuinely touched. Quite frankly, we were in a desperate situation despite this. With these people on my side, even the impossible could be turned into reality.
それでは僕たちはこれで失礼します。さすがに働き続けて疲れました。
Now then, I believe it's time for us to take our leave. Working for so long has taken quite a toll. Yes, good work. After that conversation, everyone left the base one by one. Among them, Tomonari, who stayed until the end, peered into my face as if to check up on me.
君もゆっくり休んでね。
Yeah, you rest up too, okay? Tomonari had his usual kind smile on his face. Tomonari, when I saw him smile, I also remembered a scene from before in the back of my mind. Without a doubt, I had spent my youth with Tomonari in another family, different from that of Maharu. I should tell him, shouldn't I? But if I say something unnecessary and his memories come back, then things could get complicated. Still, if it was true that Tomonari was one of the lives Ohtaro had taken, would it not be lying to Tomonari if I kept quiet about this and let him participate in the battle against Lord Hibi? I should tell him. Tomonari, there's something that I didn't say in regards to my
も
past.
しかして僕が昔君の家族だったってこと？
Is it about how I used to be a part of your family? But as soon as I made my resolve and opened my mouth, Tomonari was one step ahead of me. Wait, how?
大丈夫だよ。わざわざ教えてくれなくても僕の記憶はもう戻っているから。
It's alright, you don't have to go out of your way to tell me. My memories have already returned.
君たちと一緒に暮らしていた時のことも、大太郎に殺された時のこともしっかり覚えてる。
I remember
こ
when
う
I
して
was
家
living
族と
with
して
you,
会うのは
as
久し
well
ぶり
as
だ
when
ね。
I was killed by Ohtaro. It's been a while since we've met as a family. Is it because you heard what I said?
うんうん。思い出したのはもっと前だよ。
No, actually, I remembered everything before
お
that.
庭番のみんなで大太郎に戦いを挑んだことがあったでしょ。その時彼の苦内を見てね。
Remember when everyone in the Onyeban fought against Otaru? At the time, I saw his kunai. His kunai?
昔殺された時同じ形の苦内を使われたんだ。
When I was killed in the past, the murderer used a kunai with that exact
あの
shape.
時は白石の一族に殺されたものだとばかり思っていたんだけどな。まさか大太郎だったとは思わなかったよ。
Back then, I assumed it was one of the Hakuseki clan that had killed me. I never expected it was Ohtaro. After hearing that, I remembered the conversation I had with Tomonari just the other day on the veranda. At the time, Ohtaro was an enemy to the Onryoban, yet Tomonari had listened calmly as I talked about how I liked him. So that's why Tomonari said he was proud of me back then. However, his only family member was also in love with his murderer. To say that this was a complicated situation would be an understatement. Tomonari, are you okay?
一応ね。大太郎に殺されたんだと分かった時は、さすがに気分が悪くなったけど。
I'm getting by. I'll admit it felt awful when I realized I had been killed by
だって
Ohtaro.
あそこで死んでいなかったら、君や宗則さんの役に立てただろうから。
If I hadn't died there, I could have helped you and Mino. That's probably true. If Tomonari was there, my father and I could have lived entirely different lives.
僕は別に大太郎に復讐したいとは思わないよ。
But I don't really want to get revenge on Ohtaro. Why?
大太郎の過去を知ったから。彼が死んだら悲しむ人がいるのは知っているし、そもそも彼だって一族の被害者でもある。
Because I learned about Otaro's past. I know someone will miss him if he dies. Not to mention he's also a victim of the clan.
それに、君は全てを知った後でも、大太郎への気持ちは変わらないんでしょ。
Plus, even after learning everything, your feelings towards Ohtaro hasn't changed, right? Damn, son. Then Tomonari stared right at me, his gaze so serious that if I had even a shard of uncertainty, I would have shrank back. Yeah, I like him. But my heart had already been decided the last time I came to Tomonari for advice. Though I did feel sorry when I thought of Tomonari and even a little guilty, I could not lie about my own feelings. No, rather I thought that in this situation I couldn't deny them. Sorry.
謝る必要はないよ。君の気持ちは君だけのものなんだから。
There's no need to apologize. Your feelings are your own.
家族としてはちょっと複雑だけどね。
I'm still pretty conflicted as your family, though. After he said that, Tomonari smiled like a mischievous child as he scratched at his cheek.
すべてが終わったら、一緒にお父さんとお母さんのお墓参りに行こう。いろいろと報告しなくちゃいけないことがあるし
I
ね。
think Mother has a grave, actually. Leah, when all this is over, let's go visit Mother and Father's graves together. We have a lot of stories to tell them. And then Tomonari and I quietly nodded at each other in agreement. After seeing everyone off, I laid down on my futon in my room all by myself. Komame had already gone to rest, and this is the first time we've even mentioned her in this entire route. With only the crisp sound of insects around me, I held the dog Netsuki against the moonlight and stared up at it intently. There aren't any black threads or defects in the Netsuke. Is Ohtaro really okay? I wonder where Lord Hebe disappeared to. Now that his movements aren't restricted by the threads, where would Hebe want to go to the most? Not Chi, Okuni. As I thought that, my eyelids became heavier and heavier. Too many things had happened today. I swayed Otaru, fought with Lord Hebe, and then patrolled all around Ibido. Even after so many events, it was impossible not to be exhausted. I decided not to fight against it and resigned myself to the drowsiness. Are you gonna have a dream? Was I dreaming? By the time I realized it, I was floating around in darkness. My feet weren't touching the ground. It felt like my entire body was being enveloped in a gentle air. Where am I? Though I had seen into the past quite often, this was my first time seeing something so random. Surprised, I looked around me and noticed someone gently floating a short distance away. Though the person was in the middle of darkness, his entire body emitted a soft light. Who's that? Who dat? Yubina, is that you? I wanted to get closer. The moment I thought that, though I wasn't moving my arms or legs, an invisible force began pushing my body forward. It seemed that the thought of moving was enough to traverse this space, and once I got close enough that I could practically touch them, I finally realized who the person was. Oh, Ohtaro? I doubted my eyes for a second, but there was no mistake. Ohtaro lay limp in the air, his eyes closed like he was asleep. I could hear the faint sound of his breathing. He was alive, but why are you here? I slowly and hesitantly held up my hand out and touched him. Ohtaro reacted with a twitch. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he lifted his head, Leah, his eyes met mine. It seemed that Ohtaro did not understand the current situation whatsoever. He stared blankly into my face as he kept blinking. Perhaps he was still not fully awake. Even though he's just a figment of my dream, he sure acts like the real one. I knew this was a dream, of course. But it was Ohtaro in front of me, the one person I thought I'd never see again. Naturally, my eyes began to tearing up.
ちょっと待て。
But why are
ど
you
うして
here?
ここにお前がいるんだ？
Huh? I mean, this is my dream.
は？夢って、そんなのんきなこと言ってる場合かよ。お前、いつ日比谷に吸収されたんだ？
What? A dream? This isn't the time to be joking around. When were you absorbed by Hebe? Ohtaro looked like he was panicking, but I had no idea what he was talking about. Is he saying such incoherent things because this is a dream? But wait, his statement was a bit too clear, considering. With those questions in mind, I pinched my own cheek as hard as I could. Ow!
何してるんだ、お前。
What are you doing? I just wanted to see if this was a dream or not. Are you telling me this is all real? Though I knew it was a bit old-fashioned, the method was super effective. I felt the pain, but didn't wake up. I was still an occupant of this mysterious space, which meant there was a possibility that this isn't a dream.
現実といえば、現実だろうな。
I guess you could say it's real. What do you mean?
ここは、日比谷の体内なんだよ。
We're inside Hebe's body.
さっき俺が何て言ったか覚えてないのか？いつ日比谷に吸収されたんだって聞いただろ。
Don't you remember what I said just now? I asked you when did you get absorbed by Hebe? At those words, I pulled myself together and looked around. Upon closer inspection, the space wasn't just pitch darkness and was in fact full of black threads. If Ohtaro was correct, then these threads were humanity's malice and Lord Hebe had been collecting them this entire time. But when did I? The last thing I remember was sleeping in my
な
room.
ら、魂だけ飛んできたのかもな。
I guess your soul might have made its way over here. Soul? Is that even possible?
お前、また俺のことでも考えてたんだろ。その念と俺の思考がたまたま結び合って、ここまで引っ張られたのかもしれない。
You've been thinking about me, haven't you? Those thoughts could have happened to bind with my own and pull you all this way.
いわば今の日比谷は、悪意という念の塊だ。それにお前の白石の一族の力が加われば、どんなことが起ころうとも不思議じゃない。
Hebe is basically an amalgamation of malice right now, combined with your Hakuseki clan powers. Anything could happen, really. Oh, that's interesting. As I gazed into the void that was packed with black threads, it almost started to make sense. That was just how bizarre the situation
で
was.
も、ここにはあまり長居しない方がいい。
I don't think you should stay for too long. Why? We finally got to see each other.
お前も、こうなりたいのか？
You want to end up like this too? Saying that, Ohtaro looked down at his own feet. That was when I finally noticed that everything past Otaru's knee had turned into black threads, tangled with those around us.
わかるんだよ。自分の体がどんどん黒い糸にほどけていくのが。
I can feel it. I can feel my body slowly unraveling and turning into black
日比
threads.
谷との同化が進んでるのかもな。肉体と空間の境目が徐々になくなってきてる。
I'm probably assimilating with Hebe. The lines between my body and this space are starting to blur.
全身が溶け込んだら最後、俺はもう二度と大太郎に戻ることはできないんだろうな。
Once my entire body melts away, I will likely never be able to return to being Ohtaro.
まあ、当然か。あれだけのことをしてきたんだから、死んで償うくらい。
Serves me right. Considering the things I did, the least I can do is make amends with my death. I won't let you do that. I'm gonna get you out of here before that happens. Ohtaro, before Hebe, you were about to agree with me, weren't you? You were going to give up on revenge and come with me, right? I still see a future where we can be together, and I'm not going to give up on it.
でも、日比谷はそれを望んでいない。それに、これまで犠牲になった奴らだって。
And all the victims, too. That doesn't matter right now, does it? I'm asking about how you feel. Back then, what was the answer going to be?
うるさい！
Back off. As I frantically asked my question while clinging to his hand, Ohtaro immediately shook me off with a rough motion.
ああ、もう答えればいいんだろう。決まっている。
He's blushing
お
in
前
the
と生きたいっ
void.
て言おうとしたんだ。
Fine, if you want to know so bad, I'll tell you. It's obvious. I wanted to be with you, okay?
俺だって本当は普通に生きたかった。ごく普通に形人に生まれて、ごく普通にお前たちと家族になって。
I wanted to live a normal life too, to have been born of regular form folk, to have been a regular part of your family.
そう。友成みたいに。
Just like Tomonari. Tomonari?
ああ、そうだよ。だからあの日、形人だった友成を殺したんだ。
That's right. That's why I killed him that day. I was jealous. I was jelly bears.
なりたかったから。
I wanted to be him.
今になってはっきりと分かったよ。俺はあいつが羨ましくて羨ましくて。
It's clear to me now that I was so jealous of him that I couldn't help myself. Of all the things Ohtaro had ever said, those words felt the closest to his true feelings. And at the same time, I remembered Tomonari's words. Though no one would blame him for hating Ohtaro, Tomonari declared that he wouldn't choose vengeance, going so far as to show concern for his killer. That bizarre kindness was perhaps because he had instinctively sensed Otaru's true feelings. You can still be like him. It's not too late. I can help you. Sure, there'll be some difficult times ahead of us, but I'll always stay by your side and support you.
は？何を言って。
What are you talking about? And you said that death would be making amends, but I don't think that's true. This conflict can't be solved so simply. In fact, you'd only be running away from all the crimes you've committed. If you die, that's the end. You'd never confront the truth. So please don't give up on living. Ohtaro stared at me as if taken aback.
お前って
You really are an
本
idiot.
当にバカだよな。
He quite quickly got a hold of himself and smiled and then reached his arms out to my head. For a moment I thought that he might do something violent like before, but surprisingly he used both his hands to ruffle my hair. Ohtaro?
お前さ、人のことを犬だ犬だと散々言ってたけど、お前の方が犬っぽいと思うぞ。
You keep comparing me to a dog, but I actually think you're the one who's similar to one. It'd be cute. She's like a... I don't know. No, he's a Pomeranian. No, he's a Shih Tzu. He's a Shih Tzu. She's a long-haired terrier. I'm gonna go with something like that.
どれだけ傷つけても、突き放しても、愚直に俺のことを救い上げようとしてくる。
Lock it in you.
とんでもないバカ犬だ。
No matter how much I hurt you or push you away, you just keep on trying to save me with that foolish honesty of yours, a hopelessly stupid dog.
いや、犬に例えるなんて犬に失礼だな。お前はただのバカだ。
Aka.
大バカ野郎だ。
No, comparing you to a dog is rude to dogs. Leah, you're just an idiot. A big, dumb idiot. Alright, you don't have to be so mean.
だから、いいんだ。
So I got it. Huh?
お前がそんなだから。俺は。
Since you're like this, After he said that, Ohtaro diverted his gaze downward, like looking miserable. Because he messed up my hair, I could only see him between my locks, but I still noticed that Otaro's eyes were a little red. Ohtaro. But right as I was about to point that out, Ohtaro gently peered into my face.
心配するな。もうバカなことは考えていない。自分の罪と向き合うためにも、ここで死ぬわけにはいかないからな。
Don't worry, I'm not thinking of doing anything stupid anymore. So long as I have to face my crimes, I don't plan on dying here. Ohtaro, does that mean?
うるさい。いちいち反応するな。とにかく、こっちからも何とかして、日比谷と分離できないか探ってみる。
Shut up. You don't have to respond to everything. Anyways, I'm gonna see if there's a way to separate myself from Hebe on my end.
だけど、俺のせいでまた誰かが死ぬようだったら、遠慮なく根付けを壊してほしい。俺もこれ以上罪は重ねたくないから。
If someone might not die because of me, I want you to go ahead and destroy the Netsuke. I can't bear to cause another death.
そうだ。これも渡しておく。何かに使えるかもしれない。
Alright, I'll give you this. You might be able to use it for something. As he said that, Ohtaro gave me his braided rope. The same braided rope he always wore around his neck to suppress his powers as a Blightfall. But Ohtaro, where's Lord Hebe right now? We can't make a move unless we know that. Right as I was about to finish my sentence, my vision suddenly began to blur. The black threads that were once clearly visible now looked like nothing more than a black fog. Otaru's body also started to lose its shape, becoming difficult to make out.
俺たちは今、始まりの地にいる。日比谷は日比名も取り込もうとしているんだ。だから。
Right now, we're at the place where everything started. Hebe's trying to absorb Hibina too, so... Gotta go. That was when I woke up. I immediately spun around to look around me. I was unequivocally in my room. Otaru, who I had just been conversing with, was of course nowhere to be seen. Was that a dream? But it felt too real to be a dream. The sensation of touching Otaru and the things we talked about, that was when I felt something unfamiliar on the palm of my hand. I quickly turned my gaze to it. There, I saw I was clutching a familiar braided rope along with my Netsuke. This is Otaro's, right? The one that he gave me in the dream.
緊急招集だ。起きてくれ。
Leah, emergency, wake up! But then Tojo yelled at me from beyond the sliding door, blindsiding my train of thought. What is it? When I opened the sliding door, when I opened the sliding door at the frantic call, Tomonari was there along with Tojo. What is it? It's the
日
middle
比
of the
谷の居
night.
場所が分かったみたい。
You figured it. Then what was the point of him telling me? It looks like we figured out Hebe's location. As Tomonari urgent words, I quickly bolted out of the room. We immediately gathered in the audience room. This would likely be the final battle, and such Lord Yoshimon himself would give us our orders directly.
皆の者、集まったようだな。
Appears that everyone has arrived.
日比谷が発見されたのは白石の一族の集落だ。
Hebe has been discovered in a settlement of the
周
Hakuseki
辺の住
clan.
民が目撃したらしい。
Residents nearby witnessed a strange giant rampaging about.
すぐに表のお庭番を向かわせて確認してみたが、日比谷で間違いないようだ。
We've sent the public facing Onuaban, and they have confirmed that it is Hebe without a doubt. Upon hearing that, I remembered the conversation I just had with Ohtaro. He's saying the same thing as Ohtaro, so that really wasn't a dream just
ここ
now.
まで来たら、お庭番に全てを託すしかない。皆の力で、あの悲しき神を止めてやってほしい。
Now that it's come to this, we have no choice but to put all of our cards in the Onuaban. I expect you to put your all into stopping the Sari
白石
deity.
の一族の集落へ戻っているということは、もしかしたら日比谷は、日比名の力をも取り込むつもりなのかもしれん。
Imagine getting told something and then immediately after that being told it again. Like, come on. Like, either she wakes up and she tells them, hey, guess what? This is what's happening, or nothing. Like, there's no point in her finding out and then them telling her again. It was likely returned to the Hakuseki settlement with plans to absorb Hibina's powers as well.
そうなれば、この国は終わりだ。神としても、良いかとしても、完全体となった日比谷を止められる者などいないだろう。
If he succeeds, this country is done for. Hebe would become a perfect being as both Lightfall and God, and no one would be able to stop
そ
him.
して日比名も、それは望んでおらん。
Furthermore, Hibina does not wish for that either.
一つだけ伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
Pardon. May I ask a question?
なんだ。
What is it?
吉宗様は まるで日比野様本人から話を聞いたかのようにおっしゃるんですね。それが少し不思議に思いまして。
Lord Yoshimon, you talk as if you heard from Lord Hibina himself. I just found that quite strange.
ああ、そのまさかよ。俺は実際に日比野と会ったことがある。
That's precisely the case. I have in fact met Hibina before.
今は時間がなくて詳しいことは話せぬが、そもそもキコが生まれたのは日比野の手助けがあったからこそなのだ。
There's no time right now for me to discuss the details, but it is because of Hibina's assistance that we were able to create the vessels in the first place.
彼の存在なくしては、オニア版が結成されることもなかったであろう。
Without his assistance, the Onyaban would have never been created.
そのようなことが。
Not aware.
それで、日比への討伐についてだが、今回は京四郎たち上役を除いた面々で出陣してもらいたい。
Regarding Hibi's extermination, I would like everyone to participate except for the higher ranking members such as Kyoshiro.
そうなると、討伐部隊は私と与一、国高と友成、金次、そして彼女ということでしょうか。
In that case, the extermination team would be myself, Yoichi, Kunitaka, Tomonari, Kinji, and Leah. Is that correct?
ああ、今ヨイカの出現はパタリと止まっているが、日比へとの戦いが始まればどうなるのかはわからぬ。
Yes, the
故に
Blightfall has
江戸を守るためにも残るものが必要だ。
the Blightfall have ceased to appear, but we do not know what will happen once the battle with Hibi begins. As such, some must stay behind to protect Ito.
同行できないのは心苦しいけど、みんなよろしくね。これが最後の戦いになるだろうから。
Though it pains me that I can't join you, I'm counting on you all. This will probably be our final battle.
いいか、吉宗様の期待を裏切るんじゃないぞ。
Better not disappoint Lord Yoshimon, got it?
お前たちなら問題ないだろう。きっとやり遂げてくれると信じている。
With
全
this
員
team,
揃って帰還してこい。
I'm sure everything will be okay. I believe you'll all pull through. Everyone better come back in one piece.
では皆の者、迅速に行動せよ。この国の命運をそなたたちに託す。
Now, all of you move quickly. The future of this country rests upon your shoulders.
はい。
Yes, sir. After we gave our enthusiastic replies, everyone ran off in different directions to prepare to leave. Among them, Tomonari stayed next to me and gave me a quiet smile.
行こう。すべてを終わらせるんだ。
Leah, let's go first. Finish this. Right. Right. Are we gonna just appear there? Nope, this is that little outpost. And so we began our journey to slay a god. After finishing preparations at a lightning pace, the group spread past post stations after post station, pushing their steeds to the limit. Though there was a few familiar stores and inns, there was no time to pay them a visit.
幸い、馬の調子も良さそうだな。これならあと数日で集落にたどり着けるはずだ。
It's fortunate that our horses seem to be in good condition. At this pace, we should be able to reach the settlement in a few days.
それまで日比名様や周辺の村が無事だといいんだがな。あの辺り、お前の故郷なんだろ？
I sure hope Lord Hibina and the nearby villagers are safe until then. That area is your hometown, isn't it? Yes. A lot of things had happened in that village, but I had also lived there with my father and Maharu. To me, it was a place filled with memories. And I also knew that there was many people there living peaceful lives. Knowing that such a place was in danger, there was a part of me that felt worried and on edge.
それで、あれから大太郎は夢の中に出てきてくれた。
Has Ohtaro appeared in your dreams since then? No, not at all. After the meeting with Lord Yoshimon, I made sure to explain to everyone how I met Ohtaro in a dream. Though they didn't believe me at first, they were convinced when I told them that the braided rope I received in my dream was actually in my possession. I decided to tie the rope around the neck of the dog
やは
Netsuke.
り彼はもう日比へに取り込まれてしまったのでしょうか。
Could it mean he's already been absorbed by Hibi?
それはまだわからないんじゃない？ 実際に会って確かめてみるしかないよ。
Isn't that too early to tell? Our only choice is to check in person. As I listened to them speak, I looked towards the direction of my hometown. My body should have been tired, but strangely, my head felt clear. It was a few days later that we reached the village at the foot of the mountain. I'm trying to see if there's any eating textures. Sorry, my brain. However, it was completely different from how I remembered it. Ooh. Yawning. Okay. It was completely different from how I remembered.
おいおい、これは。
Man, this is...
ひどいね。
It's horrible. Stretched out before us was a village that had been destroyed, so much so that it was impossible to discern how it used to look. Most of the houses had collapsed, straw and splintered wood were randomly strewn about. It was hard to imagine that anybody could be living there. Is anyone here? If you can hear me, please respond. The moment I saw the village, I immediately ran off. I peered into each and every one of the collapsed houses to check for any sign of life. Upon seeing me do that, everyone else followed suit, but there was no response. There didn't seem to be anyone there. I wonder what happened to everyone.
遺体や争いの痕跡がないので、そこは何とも言えませんね。逃げ出したか、もしくは連れ去られたか。
It's hard to say. No bodies or evidence of fighting. They could have very well escaped or been taken
見
away.
たところ食料がほとんどないようだ。となると避難したと考えるのが自然かもしれないな。
From what I can tell, there's barely any food left. Based on that, it's more likely that they evacuated.
ねえ、ちょっとこっちに来てくれない？人が集まっているところを見つけたんだけど。
Can you guys come here for a second? I found a group of people over here. It was then that Yoichi returned to us from the forest at the back of the village while waving his hands. We might get some information from them. We looked at each other in unison and immediately started following Yoichi. Turned out Yoichi was a puppet the whole time. We entered the forest as instructed and found a crowd of familiar faces gathered
おいみん
there.
な、お侍様が来てくれたぞ。
Everyone, the samurai have arrived. As soon as we showed up, the villagers all stood at once. From a glance, I could tell that they had been living there for a while to take shelter from the elements. They had even created simple huts. But their relaxed expressions changed as soon as they noticed my presence. It's been a while.
なんでお前が。
You, why are you... I've been sent here as a member of the shogunate. We were all here when they came... You were all here when they came from me a few months ago, weren't you?
あれが幕府の迎えだったっていうのか。
That was the shogunate? Oh my god. Apparently they never expected I would serve directly under the shogunate. Their faces turned so pale that I didn't even need to look at their threads. Whoa. But now was not the time to be discussing the past or be like bragging that I'm important now. More importantly, can you tell us what happened? We were sent from the shogunate to eliminate a certain monster. Something must have happened for you all to go out of your way to evacuate, right? Right? You didn't just decide to live in the woods, right? Like, that's weird. The villagers seemed uneasy but intent on discussing the matter. Once they realized that I didn't hold a grudge over what happened in the past, they appeared slightly relieved.
あれは7日前の夜だった。いつも通り休んでいると突然大きな揺れを感じたんだ。
It happened about a week ago at night. We were all resting as usual when suddenly we felt a large quake.
最初は地震かと思ったんだが、その揺れはドスンドスンと一定の間隔で響いていて、おかしな感じだったんだよ。
We thought it was an earthquake at first, but the shaking kept happening at set intervals. It felt odd, I tell you.
で、その正体を確かめるために表へ出てみたところで、俺は腰を抜かしちまったよ。
And then when I went outside to check what could be causing it, I saw the most frightening thing.
だってすぐそばを 大仏みたいに巨大な化け物が通り過ぎていったんだから。
Right next to me was a huge monster, big as a Buddha statue, passing me
そい
by.
つは山を登っていくと山頂あたりでめちゃくちゃに暴れ回っているようだった。多分あの集落に入りたがっていたんだと思う。
Once it made its way to the mountain, it looked like it was rampaging like crazy around the summit, like it was trying to get into the shelter or settlement or
でも
something.
山頂にはうっすらとした結界みたいなのが張ってあって、あいつはそれ以上先に進めないみたいだった。
There was some sort of faint barrier around the summit, seemed like it couldn't go any
だから
further.
その結界を壊すためにあの化け物は連日連夜暴れているんだ。
Ever since then, it's been going wild all day and night, trying to break through the barrier.
その影響で土砂崩れも起こるし、化け物に踏まれそうにもなるから、俺たちもこうして避難しているんだよ。
That monster's called all sorts of landslides, almost stepped on a few of us too, so we decided to evacuate.
まあ夜の間だけしか出てこないのは不幸中の幸いだが。
That it only appears at night is a small mercy. After saying that, the villager slumped his shoulders, looking stressed. It must have been an awful experience. Everyone's drawn expressions made it clear that his words were the unexaggerated truth.
九段の化け物とやらがひびえなのは間違いないだろう。だが、結界とは何だ？
So this so-called monster in question is unmistakably Hibi. What about this barrier? I believe it could be Lord Hibina. There shouldn't be anyone left in the settlement except for him.
ってことは多分ひびえの侵入を阻むために何かしらの術を使っているんだろうな。
My guess is that he must be using some sort of spell to prevent Hibi from breaking in.
なら早く集落に行かないと。山を登るだけでも数刻はかかるし、すぐ酔いの口になっちゃうよ。
Then we should hurry to the settlement. Climbing the mountain alone will take a few bell hours. It'll be dusk before we know it. Once Tomonari pointed that out, we looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was already nearing the horizon. It would only be a matter of time before it disappeared into the mountain and dyed the sky orange. After realizing this, Kinji once again turned to face the villagers.
皆さん、落ち着いて聞いてください。僕たちはこれから問題の化け物を討伐しに行きます。
Everyone, please stay calm and listen to me. We shall now go and eliminate the monster in question.
今まで以上に激しい戦いになるはずです。ですので、巻き込まれないよう、もっと遠くへ避難していただけないでしょうか。
It'll be a battle more intense than anything. As such, I ask that you evacuate further away so as not to get caught in the fight. At Kinji's request, the villagers all started to murmur amongst themselves. Normally, a more detailed explanation may have been warranted, but there was no such time left. The settlement at the summit. That was the only focus now.
伝えるべきことは伝えましたし、十分でしょう。あなたたち、さっさと集落へ向かいますよ。
I have told them what they need to know. That should be enough. Let us make our way to the settlement. Yeah.
待ってくれ。
Wait a second. But right as we were about to start walking, one of the villagers ran in front of me. What is it? I'm sorry, but we're in a hurry. We should all run away as soon as possible.
一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
Answer me this one
あれ
question.
だけのことをしたのに、どうして何も言わないんだ。普通だったら許せるわけがないだろう。
First off, I mean, sure, you exiled me to a summit and told me not to come down, but at least you brought me food, right? Right. No? Okay. After the way we treated you, why haven't you said anything? No one in their right mind would forgive the things we've done. For a moment, I was taken aback at the innocent question. I never thought that a day would come when someone would ask me such a question directly. It's not a question of forgiveness. When I think back to when I was all alone, I still feel sad even now. But worrying about the past will only stop me from doing what I need to do now. What I want to protect is in the present and the future. That's why I want you all to do the same. With those last words, I started to walk off with the rest of the Onyoban, flaunting the fact that I'm so mature. Just kidding. Look at me. I'm above forgiving you. The mountain path was a lot rougher than I remembered. Trees had been knocked down and the ground had been recklessly trampled. It was clear that something massive had passed through. After following the path and arriving at the summit, we spotted the transparent walls towering all around the settlement.
これが噂の結界か。
Is this the barrier they
こ
mentioned?
こまではっきり見えるなんてかなり強力なものなんじゃないの？
Must be a
拠
pretty
点に貼ら
strong
れている
one.
ものとは格が
We
違
can
う
see
よ
it。 this clearly. Makes the one around our base look like child's play. Observing it carefully, Yoichi slowly reached his hand out to the barrier. There appeared to be an actual wall, and even when Yoichi pushed, it didn't budge at all. In this state, it was obviously impossible to enter.
まさか我々まで入れないとは。強力すぎるのも困りものだな。
Keeping out monsters is one thing, but to keep us out as well as a double-edged sword, I suppose. Put your collar on,
できれば戦
girl.
い
I
の
thought
前
she
に
had it on.
日比野様と話したかったんだけど。
It would have been great if we could have talked to Lord Hibina before the battle
結界
began.
が張られている理由を考えると強行突破するわけにもいかないしな。
Considering why the barrier was erected in the first place, it's not like we could force our way through either.
何とかしてこちらに気づいてもらえないでしょうか。
I wonder if there's a way that we could draw his attention. Lord Hibina. Even now, he was protecting the settlement all by himself. When I thought about Lord Hibina, who tried to be more godly than anyone else, I felt conflicted. I wanted to help Lord Hibina, and as I reached out towards the barrier, without any warning, a hole suddenly appeared. It was barely large enough for a person to pass through.
何かしたの？
Leah, did you do something? No, I just touched it. It doesn't look like the barrier's broken, but
白石の一族の血に反応したのかもしれません。
it may have
行って
reacted
み
to
ま
your
しょう。
Hakaseki blood. Let's go. Inside the barrier, the landscape was exactly the same as how I left it. A land covered in off-season snow. The snow had buried the entire settlement, hiding it from sight. My mother and members of the clan, they're all resting beneath this snow. Now that I knew the truth, there was no way that I could walk through this settlement as if everything was normal. As I nervously trudged forward, I spotted the shrine that I always prayed to. Someone was waiting for it.
おかえり。
Welcome back. As his white robes decorated with scarlet embellishments fluttered, the man gave us an affectionate smile. Considering his body was half transparent and he was floating in the air like a cloud, it was clear that he was not of this world. You must be Lord Hibina.
ああ、そうか。こうして会うのは初めてだから、俺のことがわからないのか。
We've never properly met before, so you don't know who I am. When I nervously asked the question, Lord Hibina chuckled and smiled like a mischievous child.
はじめまして。それに、吉宗が作りたもうた人型たちよ。俺はこの社に祀られている縁結びの神、
Nice
日
to
々だ。
meet you, Leah. And you as well, constructs of Yoshimon. I am Hibina, the shrine's god of forged bonds.
あなたが。
You're...
吉宗は本当にやり遂げたのだな。まさかここまで人間そっくりに機構を作り上げられるとは。
So Yoshimon really pulled it off. Never expected him to create vessels that look so similar to
そこのお
humans.
前はこいつを江戸へ連れて行ったものだな。
You there, you're the one who took Leah to Edo, correct?
僕のことでしょうか？
Are you talking about me?
そうだ。お前たちの出会い、社の中からしかと見守っていたぞ。あの時はまさかお前がキコだとは思わなかったが。
Yes, I watched over your meeting from the shrine. At the time, it didn't even occur to me that you might be a vessel. So then you were watching over me the entire time I was living here.
ああ、もちろん。だが、お前が辛い目に遭っている時、声すらかけてやれなくてすまなかった。
Oh, this isn't a kimono. This is a cardigan. But it does have strawberries on it. It's for Ohtaro. His colors are pink, so. Please forgive me for not talking with you sooner. I know you've gone through some difficult times. No, it's not your fault. You're a god, so that's to be expected. After all, gods should not interfere with the human's life. I repeated Lord Hibina's words from the past, and his eyes widened in shock.
まさかお前、記憶が戻ったのか？
Your memories, have they returned? Yes, I remember everything about my mother, about the clan.
そうか。俺の術も大したことないな。あんな忌まわしい記憶、二度と思い出させたくはなかったのだが。
I suppose my spells aren't as strong as I thought. I really hoped that you'd never remember those awful events ever again. While maintaining a sorrowful expression, Lord Hibina's turned his gaze to the sun as it was about to disappear past the horizon. I thought it might be because last time you were wearing one. Yeah, I was going to try and wear it for my very last stream. I only own one kimono. But I couldn't stay up late. I got too tired. The chapter was longer than I thought it would be. But my last stream I was trying to wear the kimono, so I failed. Alas, here we are. Darkness had started to encroach upon the amber-dyed sky.
お前とは話したいことが山ほどあるが、残念ながらそんな時間はなさそうだ。
Leah, there are many things I want to talk to you about. Unfortunately, it seems we don't have enough time. Lord Hibina then turned to face us again. His gaze was directed at everyone gathered in front of the shrine.
もうすぐ酔いの口となる。日比恵がこの集落へと攻め込んでくるはずだ。
It's almost dusk. Hibi
そ
should
れ
be
を
ready to
退ける
attack
手
the
伝いをして
settlement.
くれないか。
Will you help me repel
こ
him?
の国を守るためにも、あいつに食われるわけにはいかないんだ。
I'd rather not Hibi consume me for my own sake and for the sake of this country.
もちろんです、日比野様。僕たちは神なる良いかを討伐するために、
Of course,
吉宗
Lord
様より
Hibina.
命じられてきたのですから、
We were here under orders from Lord Yoshimon to eliminate the divine blight
あなた
ball.
のことは我々がお守りいたします。
We are all here to protect you.
ありがとう。頼りにしている。
Thank you. I'm counting on you.
可能ならば現在の状況を説明してもらいたい。この結界はあなたが作ったものなのか？
If possible, we'd like a briefing on the current situation. Did you create this barrier? Stacks.
ああ、社で祀られている神であるがゆえに、俺はここから離れることができない。だからこうして時間を稼いでいたわけだ。
Yes, as the shrine is where I'm worshipped, I cannot leave this place, so I've been buying myself time.
なるほど。では日比恵との戦いは結界の外で行った方がいいだ
There
ろう
is a
か。
very cute
あなたの身を
anime.
第一に守らなくてはならないし。
I can't remember the name of it. It's a movie though, like it's a one thing. It's not like a TV show. And there's this girl who can see yokai in it. I can't remember the exact specifications. It's been a hot minute. But this kind of gives me that vibe because in the story they had to go give blessings to shrines, to get offerings to take to like the summit. And they had to go visit all of the gods at their individual shrines in the process. So it gives that vibe of I can't leave here because this is where I am the worshipped. That makes sense. Then would it be best for us to conduct our battle against Hibi outside the barrier? Safety is our top priority after all.
いや、そういうわけにもいかない。
No, that won't work. At the same time, Lord Hibina's uttered that a darkness fell over the sky. The sun had set, but that wasn't all. A large mass of what appeared to be black mist had gathered around the barrier. The mist, the mass of black threads, started to tangle and condense, creating a human form. Thanks, it said it didn't find any threats. Look, that's
日比恵
that's Hibi. As we stared up, dumbfounded, Lord Hibi took on the appearance of a giant made of black threads. Its hair-raising scream was one that I could never forget. As soon as Lord Hebe revealed himself, he immediately swung his huge trunk-like arms down on the barrier. From the inside, I could see that even a single blow managed to make the barrier splinter and warp.
わかっただろう。この結界はそろそろ限界なんだ。張り直す力も残っていない。
You may have noticed by now this barrier is at its limits and I don't have the strength to recreate it either.
実を言うと、一度だけ戦いを挑んでみたりもしたんだが、面が硬すぎて割れなかった。
To tell the truth, I tried to fight him once before, but his mask was too tough
あ
to
れだけ
break.
悪意を抱え込んでいたら、無理もないだろうな。
Considering how much malice he has within him, I suppose it's to be expected.
神の力でも滅せられないなんて。それじゃあ俺たちが注ぎをしたところで効果がないんじゃないか？
Not even a god was able to defeat him. That means our snow sacrament won't make a dent in him either.
その通り。だから、今からあえて結界を解こうと思う。
Precisely. That's why I'm thinking of intentionally lifting my barrier.
どういうこと？
What do you
この
mean?
集落の中なら、俺は浄化の雪を降らせることができる。
Within this settlement, I can create purifying
その
snow.
雪を日冷えに浴びせ続ければ、あいつが蓄えた悪意を少しずつ浄化させることができるはずだ。
If we can keep PB exposed to the snowfall, then it would be able to slowly purify the malice he's accumulated.
そうすれば、お前たちの注ぎでも、あいつに通用するかもしれない。
Once we do that, your snow sacraments should work on
た
him.
だ、俺は浄化に専念する必要があるから、戦いには全く参加できないが。
However, I have to concentrate on the purification. I'm afraid I won't be much help during the fight.
それは別にいいけどさ、結界がなくなるってことは、あんたの安全を保てなくなるよね。
That's fine and all, but you won't be safe anymore if you lift the barrier, right?
そうだ。だからお前たちには、俺を守りつつ戦ってもらう必要がある。俺が日冷えに取り込まれたら、いくら雪で浄化しようが無駄だからな。
Yes, so you'll have to protect me during the fight. It won't matter how much I purify him in the end if he absorbs me. As we discussed that, Lord Hebe continued to unleash powerful attacks in an attempt to break through the barrier. The barrier was already bent out of shape.
時間がありません。簡単にですが作戦を練りましょう。
There's no time. We should come up with a strategy even if it's a simple one.
まず日比野様の助言通り、結界が解けたらできるだけ集落の中へ敵を招き入れるようにしてください。
First, as Lord Hibina suggests, we shall lure the enemy as deep into the settlement as we
神
can.
なる良いかの狙いは日比野様のみ。結界さえなくなれば社に近づいてくるでしょうから、誘導は容易なはずです。
The divine Blightfall's only target is Lord Hibina. He should approach the shrine. Once the barrier is gone, luring him should be child's play.
敵を迎え撃つのは僕と源十郎、それから夜市で対処します。
Myself,
国高と友
Genjido,
成は
and
社を
Yoichi
守るのに集中しなさい。
shall strike at the enemy. Kunitaka and Tomonari focus on protecting the shrine. At the order, the four of them nodded together.
そしてあなたは社の近くで待機していてください。
Next, Leah, please remain on standby near the shrine. Are you sure if I use my power, we might be able to contain Lord Hebe?
あなた、戦いの方は素人でしょ。無理に力を使おうとすると自滅する可能性が高いので、相手が近寄ってきた時だけ狙いなさい。
You're a novice at combat. Pushing yourself to use your powers will only put you in danger. You must only take aim when the enemy draws near.
社のそばなら神なる良いかも必ず攻撃を仕掛けてきますし、国高と友成も助けてくれるでしょうから。
If you're near the shrine, the divine Blightfall will most certainly attempt an attack. Kunitaka and Tomonari will be there to help you as well.
慎重に行こう。生きている限り好機はいくらでも巡ってくるんだからな。
Let's take this carefully. As long as we stay alive, there'll always be an opportunity to strike.
絶対に守るから安心して。
Don't worry, we'll protect you, I promise. Right.
それでは皆さん、配置についてください。
Now then, everyone please take your positions. At Kinji's exclamation, the Ono bond split off. At once, everyone reached their position. Lord Hibina swung his arm down in a wide arch.
結界を
I'm
解除するぞ。
lifting the barrier. In that instant, the transparent wall that had been covering the settlement disappeared without a trace. Seizing his opportunity, Lord Hebe immediately regained his composure and started to walk towards us while letting out a roar. His target was, of course, Lord Hibina's shrine.
行きますよ。二人とも。
It's showtime, you two.
あ、
Right.
了解。
Understood. Kinji and the others unsheathed their swords and ran forward to engage. At the same time, Lord Hibina clasped his hands together and began to offer prayers as we watched from behind. As he did so, the thin veil of clouds that floated in the sky gradually grew larger and thicker. The falling snow also turned from small flakes to clusters and finally to a full-on blizzard, engulfing my vision in a dense, formless quiet. Sparks of light flashed every time a snowflake hit Lord Hibina's body. I could see the black thread starting to dissipate. Snow was purifying Lord Hibina. Hibina's fine. I wasn't that I didn't believe Lord Hibina's words, but realizing its effectiveness was beyond anything I'd imagined. I couldn't help but gasp in amazement.
そっち行ったよ。
He's headed your way.
あ、
Right. In the front lines, Yoichi and the others fought Lord Hebe. Luckily, Lord Hebe's massive body meant his movements were slow. That's right. In fact, I believe Vegeta learned this very lesson. Not Vegeta. Trunks learned this very lesson when he thought he had surpassed Vegeta. That's right, I remember. His swings were heavy enough to gouge the earth, but it was all for naught if he couldn't hit his target. The three of them dodged at the last moment and retaliated with slashes from their swords. The blades, embodying the power of the snow sacrament, kept cutting away more and more the black threads that made Lord Hebe's body.
その調子です。まずは相手の力を削りましょう。弱点を攻めるのはそ
Let's
の
keep
後で
this
す。
up. Start by chipping away the enemy's strength. We shall attack his weak point after. However, Lord Hebe would not let them go without a fight. He swung his thick and massive arm, creating a gust of wind that blew the three away from his body. While they were incapacitated, he turned back to us and used his whole hand to send out tentacles of black threads. They squished and tangled together as they flew straight towards the shrine. He must have judged that, even if his body could not catch up, he could still defeat Lord Hibina by simply extending his tentacles. But Tomonari and Tojo were there, ready to fight.
よっしゃ、かかってきやがれ。
Bring it on!
日比野様には指一本触れさせない。
You're not laying a finger on Lord Hibina. Their swords gave off a pale blue light, and the two of them immediately cut down the tentacles that flew at them.
そこだ。
There. Then Tomonari purposely pierced his blade through one of the tentacles. The tentacle immediately wrapped itself around his blade. As he struggled against it, Tomonari turned back towards me.
今だよ。
Leah, now. Right, leave it to me. In that moment, I reached out as fast as I could towards the tentacles wrapped around Tomonari's swords. I put in as much of my strength as possible. Before I knew it, Lord Hebe was letting out an otherworldly screech as he twisted his body. The tentacle that had extended all the way to the front of the shrine shrank back in a blink of an eye and returned to Lord Hebe's body.
おいおい、やるじゃないか。
You really showed him.
もう一回行こう。このまま何度か君の力を叩き込めればいけるかもしれない。
Yeah, I've done a boss battle before, Tomonari. I know how this works. Let's do that again. If we can get a few more hits, then we might be able to end this. In fact, if this is Zelda, it's 3 hits and you did it. This any other crazy game, like, I don't know, Death's Door, something else, it's like 5 or more. Tomonari, Tojo, I'll be counting on you. It might have been because we had Lord Hibina's support, but the battle seemed to be moving in our favor. Kinji and the others had once again closed the distance between them, and Lord Hebe between them and Lord Hebe, and were all about to slash forward at once. At this rate, it won't be long until Lord Hebe started to make strange movements. The black threads making up his body were being squeezed like a cloth being wrung. Everyone in the Onyoban were concentrated on the battle and didn't seem to have noticed. I wonder what he's doing. I don't understand, but it feels dangerous. Everyone pulled back from Lord Hebe for a bit. He's making some sort of strange move. I tried to warn them. It was too late. Hebe released his taut body all at once and used the recoil to let out an extremely powerful roar. The paralyzing sound sent vibrations through the air, shaking the house and trees around us. Even the members of the Onyoban stopped dead in their tracks. What is that voice? I can't move my body. Lord Hebe did not waste the moment. First, he used his massive arm to send the closest person, Kyuga, flying. Genjiro! And Yoichi, distracted, was smacked away by the turning arm.
なるほど。どういった術かは知りませんが、声でこちらの動きを封じたんですね。
I see now.
なかなか小賢しい真似をしてくれるじゃないですか。
I do not know what spell this is, but your voice has stopped our movements. Very clever of you.
ですが、僕はそう簡単にはやられませんよ。
I will not be defeated so easily. During all this, Kinji forced his numb body into position and once again held out his sword. As Lord Hebe was about to return to his original position, Kinji bounded forward, aiming for his mask.
なんて硬い。
How tough. But it still was too early. Kinji's strike merely left a small scratch on Lord Hebe's mask. With that, there was no way that he could deal the final blow. The next moment, Lord Hebe retaliated with a punch that knocked Kinji all the way to the edge of the settlement. After they fell onto the ground, not a single one of them moved a muscle. Is everyone okay?
まずいな。このままじゃ社まで攻め込まれちまう。友成、気を引き締めろよ。
This is bad. If we don't do something, he'll breach the shrine. Tomonari, keep your guard up. Brought a sword to a gunfight. Unfortunately, I don't think there's guns in this one. He's just got tendrils. Tons and tons of tendrils. He's just covered in tendrils.
わかってる。みんなが復帰するまでの時間稼ぎをしなくちゃ。
We have to buy
君
time
も
for
隙を見
everyone
て
to
力を使っ
return.
てね。
Use your power whenever you see an opening. Yeah, leave it to me. Do something. Unlike Kinji and the others, we had managed to avoid the effect of the roar, probably because we weren't as close as Hebe as they were. Hibina doesn't look too happy. Behind us, Lord Hibina was continuing to pray with intense concentration. Bang, bang. Again, not that kind. Nope. Not gonna work. It'd be lovely. Wouldn't fit into the Edo time period, but it'd be lovely. As expected, actually, Nor 9 had anytime the invention of guns, the world reset, which is great. As expected, Lord Hebe started to walk straight towards Lord Hibina, his ultimate target. The vessels at the front lines were no longer there to stop him. There was no point in waiting to attack.
来たよ、国高。
He's here, Kunitaka.
ああ、絶対にこれ以上進ませるなよ。
Gotcha, don't let him get any further. And then Tojo and Tomonari bravely stood up to face Lord Hebe. 3 people were barely enough trying to slow down Lord Hebe, but with 2 people was a rather difficult task. Though Tojo and Tomonari were fighting courageously, they were on the defensive. This is the sort of situation where I have to provide support. But as soon as I tried to approach Lord Hebe, his tentacles would suddenly target me. It seemed that Lord Hebe was already on guard. I won't let him. If they managed to pierce my body, I would not stand a chance. I immediately rolled to the side to dodge. Instead, they hit my dominant arm. I couldn't even scream properly from the sheer pain. On top of that, when I looked up again, Lord Hebe was extending new tentacles towards me to maintain his advantage. Now that I had lost my balance, there was no way I could dodge another attack. Watch out! That was when Tomonari came to save me. He jumped in front of me to act as my shield and used his sword to deflect the tentacles. Why is she not using her hands? I don't care about your dominant hand. That's unrelated here. You literally had just reached out like you were going to touch his hand last time, and that's how you attacked him the first time. Just saying, this makes no sense. Thanks to that, I was able to avoid being hit directly by the tentacles. However, Lord Hibina's next strike sent Tomonari flying. Tomonari! I wanted to run up to check on him, but Tomonari had rolled under the shadow of a tree some distance away. The only thing I could see was the color of blood spreading into the pale white snow. Now that he was alone, there was no way Tojo could stand his ground. Though he held on until the last second, he took the full brunt of Lord Hebe's massive fist and was thrown to the other side of the house. Tojo, everyone, my surroundings had turned into a hellscape. Trampled snow, drops of blood, bright red blood splattered atop. My friends collapsed limply onto the ground. I was the only Onryobon left standing. Amidst everything, I managed to stand up. After being attacked by the tentacles, my arm was too painful to move. Though it hadn't broken skin, everything below my elbow was bruised blue. Maybe it was broken bones. I probably should have gotten more combat training.
無理はするなよ。
Leah, don't push yourself. Lord Hibina whispered to me from behind while keeping his spell active, of course.
お前が勝てる相手じゃない。それくらいは分かっているだろう。
This is a fight you cannot win. You see that already, don't you? Lord Hibina's words were the painful truth, and though he may have been right, I still couldn't agree. Giving up here would mean the end of everything. Accepting such a fate was out of the question. In order to win in this situation, I have to throw all my power at him and try to purify Lord Hebe. Since Lord Hibina's snow was accumulating, I might be able to do it now. As I summoned up my strength and courage, I got into a stance in front of the shrine. During that time, Lord Hebe was close enough that I could almost touch him. I only have this one chance. The moment Lord Hebe attacks the shrine, I would have to get in contact with him again. My dominant hand was now useless, so it would be quite an ordeal, but if I released my powers in the split second, we might still have a chance.
おい、何をするつもりだ?
Leah, what do you think you're doing? The moment came. Lord Hebe pulled his right arm back and then threw his fist out in front of him. Threw his fist out in the form of a right hook. Perhaps I had been pushing to my limit, since in that moment my eyes perceived Lord Hebe's movements as unnaturally slow. I could clearly see how Lord Hebe's fist was gradually approaching me, but thus even I can track his movements, maybe even land a blow. Ultimately, my snow sacrament was a direct hit. Thanks to that, the part of his fist was deflected away from the shrine and towards a house in the bank. But in exchange, I was unable to dodge Lord Hebe's fist. Leah? Why does Hibina care so much about me? Before I knew it, I was thrown against the wall of the house. My ears caught the sound of something hard breaking inside my body. From the back of my throat, I spat out clumps of blood. My entire body and all its senses were left reeling in pain, so much so that I barely had the capacity to think. But I protected the shrine. It must be a mutual defeat, at least. Grimacing at the taste of metal in my mouth, I managed to lift my gaze up. Standing there, I saw Lord Hebe looking no worse for wear. This can't be. Looking closer, I saw the snow sacrament had disintegrated his right arm up to the elbow. Thanks to Lord Hibina's power of purifications, my power were unmistakably stronger. But no matter how much damage we dealt, it was pointless if we couldn't defeat him. Just as we thought, there was no effect unless I touched his mask and injected my powers there. But I can't do that if I'm on my own. Dang, son. It might have been the blood loss. My field of vision started becoming more and more narrow. I could no longer feel my fingertips. Even when I tried to move, I couldn't do it properly. But we've come all this way. Is there really nothing I can do? I've met so many people that are important to me, and I can't protect any of them. As my consciousness drifted away, what played in the back of my mind were the countless memories I'd created.
僕と一緒においで。
Oh man, I don't do flashbacks.
まあけど安心
Ah man, I don't do flashbacks.
心配することはない。
満足した？
That's not even a good flashback.
遠方の村から連れてくれ。
You're pretty cute. Thanks.
あった。あんた、これ探して。
こういうの、あんたって。
Some of these flashbacks are back when he was tricking me, just
なん
saying.
で？俺は好きだよ。そっちの方が。
You're so beautiful. I get it.
ああ、もう、答えればいいんだろ。俺だって。
I wanted to be with you.
聞こえてるか？
Leah,
おい！
can you hear me? But the final scene I remembered was completely unfamiliar to me. This must be the inside of Lord Hebe's body. I remembered how all the black threads looked squished together. Had I ever heard Ohtaro cry my name like this
おい！
before?
しっかりしろ。このまま寝たら死ぬぞ。
Get a hold of yourself. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Slapped. But once Ohtaro lightly slapped my cheek, I came to my senses. This was not a vision of the past. Now, at this very moment, my soul was meeting Otaro's.
よかった。まだ生きてるみたいだな。
Alive is relevant. Alright, I'm gonna do a BRB for 2 seconds because I'm gonna eat my snack that was dropped off for me. And then I'll be right back. You're working so hard, Sleazy. Thank you. Okay. So many emojis. It'd be easier if I wasn't like reading constantly. So I was like, I need to eat this food before it gets too cold, and I won't want to eat it. It's like, but also, there's never a time not to read. So, all right. Thank you for hyping it up, Sleazy. What a relief, like you're still alive. All right, we're back in the scene. She went unconscious. She was having flashbacks. Take all the time you want to eat. I appreciate it. Thank you. I finished the food. It was a single burrito. It was okay. All right. After he saw my reaction, Ohtaro gave me a relieved smile. All the emojicons. As soon as I saw that simple smile, am I too close? Like readjust my life? Mukbang. Yeah, I don't like to eat while streaming, so that's why I paused for a second. As soon as I saw the simple smile, I felt like something was gripping my heart. Oh my gosh, it really was Ohtaro, the man I loved. What a weird. I feel like the sound's weird in my ear. Could be me. Could do mukbang one day, but like, I don't even know if I could handle it. I can barely. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know. An entire sleeve of Oreos. That's the max I can do. And that's too much calories already because there's so many calories in Oreos that makes you want to cry. It really was Ohtaro, the man I loved. I'm so sorry, Ohtaro. Why are you apologizing? I said that I would save you, but I couldn't keep my promise. If only I was stronger. I existed only as a soul right now, so I didn't feel pain, but once I returned to reality, I would likely be on my last legs. I really do I need to like pop my ear? Is that what's happening? I feel like it sounds weird on this side of my head right now. I don't think that helped. I don't know if that feels better or not. I'm 120 pounds, that I would destroy the whole thing. I could eat like a horse and I only go up to 130 at max. Yeah, that's bragging. I know so many people like that. I am not that person. It was hard to imagine me defeating Lord Hebe or rescuing Ohtaro in this state. Even as we talked, my consciousness was drifting further and further away. I mean, there's no need for you to apologize. If I meet some miserable fate, that's just me getting my just desserts for all the crimes I've committed. And I've already made my peace with that. Ohtaro, you can't be depressed. We can't both have depression in here. That's too much depression. Only one of us is allowed to be depressed in here. Okay, and it's me. I'm the one who's bleeding out right now. I don't want anyone to die because of me. Sacrificing yourself, I can't accept that. He squeezed those words out of his throat and put his hand over mine. Then an unbelievable thing happened. Man, I should have gotten this far and then paused. I could have just left it on this screen for you. Been funnier. As soon as our hands overlapped, a soft light began to spill from where we were touching. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped my entire body, even the dog-shaped Netsuki shimmered with faint light at my wrist. What is this? The next instant, my consciousness, which had been teetering on the verge of slipping away, was suddenly pulled back from the brink. Not only that, but an unexpected strength began to well up from deep within my body. It's warm. It feels like I'm being basked in sunlight. Confused, I looked up to find Ohtaro nodding as if he was becoming sure of something.
もしかしたら俺の力をお前に分け与えられるかもしれない。
Maybe I might be able to share my power with you. What do you
前にも
mean?
言ったと思うけど、その組紐には白石の一族の糸が仕込んである。相手を契約で縛ることができる糸だ。
I think I mentioned it before, but that braided rope is woven with the Hakuseki clan's thread, a thread that can bind someone to an agreement. What does that mean in this scenario? At Otaro's words, I once again looked down at the Netsuke. I didn't notice when I looked at it the first time, not only was the Netsuke emitting a warm light, but the braided rope was as well. Rather, it seemed that the braided rope was emitting an even stronger light.
俺の根付けに組紐を巻いたのはお前だろ。
Is he fading out now?
だから俺はある意味お前と契約で縛られている状態なんだよ。
You're the one who tied the braided rope to my Netsuke, right? So in a way, I'm bound to you right
そ
now.
のせいでお前に俺の力が流れ込んでいるのかもしれない。
My power might be flowing into you because of that. As if to prove those words correct, the light pouring out of Ohtaro continued to flow into me. The more strength flowed into me, the more translucent Ohtaro and the Netsuke became.
いいだろう。この身をお前へ捧げる。
Alright then, I'll give up this body for you. But if you do that, won't you disappear? You said that you don't want me to be sacrificed, but that same goes for you too.
無駄死にするよりかはずっといい。それに俺は消えるんじゃなくてお前と一つになるんだ。
Jay, you've seen this story. Am I about to be disappointed and depressed? What's happening? I'd rather that than a pointless death. Besides, it's my sister doing D&D. She does D&D 3 times a week on average, yeah. I'd rather that than a pointless death. Besides, I'm not disappearing. I'm becoming one with you. Becoming one with me.
そうだ。肉体だけでなく魂でつながる。お前も感じるだろ。
This seems weird. Is she out playing D&D? I don't know. I've been in here for over 3 hours. It's not just our bodies, our souls will be connected. You can feel it too, can't you? As he said that, Ohtaro quietly smiled at me. Then I took another look at our joined hands. It seemed that my arms were also becoming dimmer, not just Otaro's. I wasn't taking away his strength. We were accepting each other's existence. Ohtaro wasn't just trying to give me peace of mind. He was stating the truth. This sounds like you're being... No. I can feel it. This warm relief must be your soul.
暖かい。こっちは暑くて暑くてしょうがないのに。
Warm? I'm burning up all over
お
here.
前の魂って普段のお前と同じだな。暑苦しくて嫌だってくらい存在感があるせいで。
Oh man.
孤独なんて感じる暇もない。
Your soul must be the same as your usual self. It's overbearing. You give off such a strong presence. It's exhausting. There's never any time to feel alone.
でも不思議と悪い気はしないな。
Strangely enough, I don't hate it at all. I hope you wouldn't. What? Ohtaro slowly closed his eyes and leaned his body towards mine. We also haven't had a CG, it feels like, in forever, by the way. I'm not saying I deserve a CG, but dang. They're merging bodies. Deserves a CG. Meanwhile, Hibina faced Hibi alone under the sunless sky. As he continued to make the divine snowfall, Hibina looked around his surroundings with only his eyes. Leah, who had been tossed aside by Hibi's fist, leaned against the wall of the house, her entire body covered in wounds. She wasn't moving at all. Her eyes, too, remained firmly closed. Was she dead? The rest of the Oniban were in similar condition and hardly in any shape to continue fighting. All the while, Hibi closed in on Hibina step by step. Words resembling hexes and curses flowed from Hibi into Hibina's mind. Was it because they were originally two halves of the same being? As Hibina predicted, no matter how much snow he created, it seemed impossible to purify him unless someone dealt the final blow. Even as Hibina continued to observe him, Hibi held his arm high. So this is the end. Have random questions being asked. All right, so this is the end. Hibina, you're like so translucent. I think they should have considered that when doing this. He's just so translucent, it's hard to make out his expression. Hibina, his mind prepared, quietly closed his eyes. In his final moments, he wanted to remember his other half as he looked in days gone by, rather than as the hideous monster he had eventually became because of Hibina. Hibina caused all this. Hibina, this is your fault. But in that moment, a piercing light emanated. I can't illuminated. Got to illuminated from right beside him. It was bright, so bright that Hibina could even see it with his eyes closed, which made him pry his eyes open once more. Light, where is it? Hibina looked around with narrowed eyes, trying to locate the source of the light. There stood Leah. A bright white light poured out from her injured body, a light so bright that it veiled her very being. Leah, what happened? What's happening? As Hibina stood bewildered, the light continued to cleanse Leah of the blood that sullied her. At the same time, it appeared to heal her. Under normal conditions, it should have been impossible. Hibina couldn't help but stare. Hibi, too, was entranced by the miraculous sight. It couldn't be that. That's right, I'm a god now. And then, when the light faded away, Leah had completely healed. She must have awoken. Her eyes, which had been firmly closed, were now open. She clenched and unclenched her palms as if to check her own condition. She then steadied herself on the snow and slowly stood up. Like the Hakuseki clan of old, she was bathed in pure white. Look at her! This is what I didn't do this to the mom so that we didn't have like... Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Look at her eyes. I had finally returned from the pitch black world of dreams to the realm of reality where blood and snow fell. My body, nothing's broken. After I stood up, I checked over myself once more but found not a single injury. The bitter taste of blood that had flooded my mouth too had disappeared. In fact, I felt stronger than I had before I collapsed. Every fiber of my being felt like it was about to boil over with energy. What's going on with me? Though only in passing, I still remembered pressing my body against Otaro's in my dream, but I could not recall what happened afterwards. Is it me or is it getting darker all of a sudden? While my eyes were still blurry, I glanced upward and at that exact moment, Lord Hebe was about to bring his fist down right on top of me. All of my thoughts came to a sudden halt, but strangely enough, my body deftly moved to counter Lord Hebe's attack. Before the fist could reach me, I extended my arm and activated the snow sacrament. Under the same conditions as before, it would have been a draw. I would have been knocked back again, but this time Lord Hebe's arm was the only casualty. Perhaps it's because the snow had accumulated even more. Perhaps it was because I had fused with Ohtaro. Who knows? I stood my ground unscathed. Lord Hebe, knocked off balance, fell over onto the powdery snow. Did my arm just move on its own? Oh my
ったく
gosh.
ぼさっとするなよ
Finally, a CG. It's got snow on it. That's so cute. Seriously, quit spacing out. And then, as if to answer my question, someone else's voice echoed in my head. It was Ohtaro. Rather than through sound, it appeared that his voice was reverberating inside my head, likely because he was talking to me from within my body. Hold on, did you just do that?
そうだよ言っただろ俺とお前は一つになったんだ
I'm so
だ
lost.
から安心しろ俺が守ってやる
Didn't I tell you? We've become one, so don't worry, I'll protect you. Ohtaro. I immediately checked my wrist. The netsuke and braided rope that should have been there were completely gone. I must have absorbed them like a chameleon. With Ohtaro by my side, I have nothing to fear. I should be able to protect Lord Hibina as well. Where is Lord Hibina? When I remembered that, I hurried towards back to the shrine. There stood Lord Hibina just the same as before, though I was curious as to why he was staring at me with such a shocked expression. As soon as I recognized his imperial form, I immediately ran over to him. Lord Hibina, I'm so glad that you're safe.
ああ俺は問題ないそれよりお前その姿は
Yes, I'm alright, but more importantly, your appearance. Huh? After he pointed that out, I looked down at myself a second time. When I did, the hair I had brushed back fell past my shoulders and entered my field of view. My pure white hair. What is this? When I looked closer, my hair wasn't the only thing that had changed. My skin had also become as white as snow. To my knowledge, the only people who looked this extraordinarily were the Hakuseki clan.
何か心当たりはないかお前が目を覚ました瞬間に
Does
いきなり
anything come
姿
to
が変わ
mind?
ったのだが
The moment you woke up, you were immediately transformed. The moment I woke up. In that case, when I was unconscious, I received powers from Ohtaro. I think that might have been something to do with it.
大太郎
Ohtaro? Yeah, you see, Ohtaro is a Blightfall that's been assimilated into Lord Hebe.
なるほどな良いかの力を
I see the power of Blightfall. What a random statement. Upon hearing my explanation, Lord Hibina's gaze trailed off and a serious look came over his face. But there was no time for casual conversation. By the time I noticed, Lord Hebe's arm had almost finished repairing itself. Lord Hibina noticed this from the side of his vision and spoke to me with determined voice.
お前に白石の一族最後の秘密を教えてやろ
Leah, I will teach you the final secret of the Hakuseki clan. A secret?
うああ実は白石の一族は良いかそのものなんだ
That just makes sense, honestly. The truth is, the Hakuseki clan, they are Blightfalls themselves. For a moment, I couldn't understand the meaning of those words. Those two, the Hakuseki clan and Blightfall, were destined to be enemies. For them to intersect with each other would be unthinkable. What do you mean? What are you saying?
白石の一族とは良いかに対抗するために俺たち神々が生み出した一族だ
We gods created the Hakuseki clan in order to fight against the
だ
Blightfall.
が、その力の源は神に属するものじゃない。対峙した良いかの力を反転させて
Explains
作
why
り
there's
出した
white
もの
and
なんだ。
black threads. It all makes sense. Their powers do not come from us. It's created by inverting the powers taken from the Blightfall. They defect.
色が不自然なくらい白いのだって黒一色である良いかの対極にあるからだ。陰と陽、闇と光。
They are unnaturally white because they're the polar opposite of the pitch black Blightfall. Night and day, darkness and light, yin and yang. Do you understand? Lord Hibina's explanation was so easy to understand that I could only stare with my mouth agape. But even so, it was nothing. It was not something I could so easily accept. Why did you want to use the power of the Blightfall? Since you're gods, I assumed you should be able to create something like the clan without having to rely on
そう
Blightfall.
だな。神の眷属を作ることもできる。だが、一から生み出すよりも、あるものを利用して作った方が早いし、確実だ。
That's right. We can even make divine retainers, but it's faster and more reliable to use something that already exists than to create something from
しか
scratch.
も、良いかの討伐という目的を果たすだけなら、なおさらだ。
All the more reason if our goal is to exterminate the Blightfall. After hearing that, I felt conflicted. In other words, the only thing expected of the Hakuseki clan was to exterminate Blightfall. They weren't just normal people.
だからこそ一族は、良いかに対して同情的だった。力の源は同じなのに、生まれが違うだけで虐殺される良いかが、
Despite sharing the same power source, Blightfall were massacred because they were created differently. That was why the Hakuseki were sympathetic. Okay, wait. Then the Hakuseki had their own form. Am I understanding that? As I realized that not only did we have Hakuseki blood flowing through us, but black threads dwelled inside our bodies too.
一族間でしか婚姻を認めていなかったのも、そのためだ。
It was also why marriage was only permitted amongst the members of the clan. Is this why her dad died? He got sick?
普通の人間に、良いかの血を混ぜるわけにはいかないからな。
They couldn't possibly allow the blood of the Blightfall to mix with normal
つ
humans.
まりお前は、大太郎という良いかの力を得たことで、より純粋な白石の一族に、良いかに近づいたんだよ。
By gaining the powers of a Blightfall named Ohtaro, you are much closer to becoming a pure Hakuseki, to becoming a
い
Blightfall.
や、もしかしたら、神の力をも宿しているのかもしれない。
You might even be imbued with the power of a
大太
god.
郎とやらは、日比へと同化していたんだろう。お前に与えられた力に、日比への気が混じっていてもおかしくはない。
That Ohtaro fellow was assimilated with Hibi, wasn't he? It wouldn't be strange if Hibi's energy was mixed in with the power he gave you. Though Lord Hibina's explanation, one of the questions I had was resolved. My recent ability to see the Blightfall's footprints as well as the Snow Sacrament becoming stronger was thanks to Ohtaro. By interacting with the Blightfall Ohtaro and becoming intimate with him, I had been slowly becoming a more pure-blooded member of the
だか
clan.
ら、今のお前がいるなら、日比へとも対等に戦えるかもしれない。
That means with your current powers, we might even have a fighting chance against Hibi. That's when Lord Hibi's roar rang through the air. It seemed we were out of time. Lord Hibina, his regeneration complete? I don't know what that means. Was slowly trying to get
いい
up.
か。俺は雪を降らせることに集中する。だからお前は、まずその力で、味方を助けてやれ。
I'll focus on making the snow fall. You need to use your powers of yours to save your friends
今
first.
のお前は、神の力を持つ白石の一族だ。願えば、きっと叶うはずだ。
Right now, you're a member of the Hakuseki clan with divine power. Pray and it should come true. Got it. Normally, I wouldn't have believed such words so easily, but now Lord Hibinia's plan was backed by the power that came surging from deep within. In my current form, I felt as though any miracle was within my grasp. Hang in there, everyone. One by one, I began waking all of those who was lying unconscious in. One by one, I began waking all of those who were lying unconscious as Hibi drew closer.
ここは
That is.
俺たちやられたはずじゃ。
I thought we were done for. As I touched each of them and performed snow sacrament, a warm light enveloped everyone and they all woke up. By sharing with them Otaro's powers, the power of a god, just as when I woke, their injured bodies gradually reconstructed themselves.
その姿はどうしたの？セツさんにそっくりだけど。
There it is. Her mother is spitting image of MC. Yeah, which is still messed up. Leah with white hair. I'm just saying, they could have shown Setsu. She didn't have to look like exactly like Setsu. I just feel like it's weird to have all these flashbacks with the mom and not have the mom have a picture. I don't know. Just me, most likely. Leah, what's with the hair? You look just like Setsu. It's alright, don't worry. From here on out, I'm gonna fulfill my duty as a member of the Hakuseki clan.
君の役目って。
Your duty? Yeah, don't worry about it.
全然状況が見えないんだけど。
Hold on, I have like no clue what's going on right now.
まあ、
It's fine.
今は
I've got
細かい
white
ことは
hair
置いて
now,
おきましょ
so I'm good at
何にせよ
this.
僕たちのやる
She
べきこ
looks
とは一つです。
older? That's so mean. She just has white hair. That doesn't make her look older. Although, I don't know. I don't know if the hair's right for her. I don't know why they... I mean, I get it. The change. But, like, her eyes maybe should have stayed pink. Let us... Then she would have looked like an albino rabbit or something. Let us ignore the finer details for now. Regardless, there's only one thing we must do. And so the Onryoban rose to their feet once more, their eyes fixed on the furious divine blightfall that barred their path. And Lord Hibi roared. As Lord Hibi roared, he raised his arm high to attack us again. He must have decided to get rid of the pesky Onryoban first. Opposing him were the members in the front line, Kinji, Hyuga, and Yoichi.
あれこれって
This is weird.
ああ刀の切れ味が
I feel it
今までとは
too.
違うな
Our blades feel completely different. It must have been the effects of the accumulated snow. Everyone was cutting down Lord Hibi's arms and tentacles with ease.
でしたら、あとは本体へ全力で切り込むだけです。
If so, let's attack the main body with all our might. Maintaining his speed, Kinji swung his blade at Lord Hibi. Lord Hibi had only just managed to restore his body before he was rendered limbless, resembling a perfectly round Daruma doll. His limbs gone, the only option to attack was with his voice. But nothing happened. What should have numbed us all to the core simply rang through the air. Was it because they were revived by divine powers, or perhaps it was because Lord Hibina's snow had weakened him? Kinji and the others were perfectly fine.
ここまで来たら俺たちも加勢するぞ。
Now's our chance. We're gonna help out.
行こ
Leah, let's go. Right. Taken along by Tojo and Tomonari, I also charged towards the mass of black threads that Lord Hibi had become. But Lord Hibi was not giving up either. He opened his mouth wide, this time regurgitating a waterfall of black threads from the back of his throat.
任せろ。
Leave this to me. When he saw that, Tojo swung down hard on the bundle of black threads. In return, the waterfall of black threads split in twain without losing its velocity.
あいつにとどめを刺してやれ。
Deal him with a final blow. Right after we were sent out by Tojo, Tomonari pulled me along as we jumped high into the
う。決める
air.
よ。
Let's end this. Right. I felt nimble. Before I knew it, the white light of the snow sacrament was glowing in the palm of my hand. Though I hadn't learned about the combat posture nor have how to fall safely, my body was naturally taking the stance. Final girl. What's that right word? Not that. Not like other girls. Chosen one. Plot armor. Something. Just from that, I instinctively understood that Ohtaro was still a part of me. That he was beside me even now.
そのまま行け俺が後押ししてやる
Keep going, I'll back you up. And then, just as Tomonari swung his sword, I slammed the snow sacrament into the mast. In that instant, my field of vision turned pitch black. With Lord Hebe's mask split into two, the black threads trapped within began spilling out like a tidal wave. It must have been the malice that Lord Hebe had been gathering all this time. I thought that it would go on forever. But when it reached the skies, the color faded until it turned pure white and disappeared into thin air. The purification was complete. It seemed that quite a bit of time had passed without us noticing. The sky was starting to turn bright.
終わったのか
Is it over? Hey Hebe, how you doing, boy? After all the black threads had disappeared, Lord Hebe was the only thing left standing. Unlike the malicious form he had taken, he had returned to his human shape I'd seen before. In other words, his original form. Sensing the end of the battle, Lord Hibina stopped casting his spell and approached us. As everyone stared at each other nervously, Lord Hebe slowly began to speak.
僕は一体
What have I done? His first words were soft-spoken, unlike how emotional he was when he had lost his sanity. His voice seemed somewhat fearful. It seemed that he had came back to his senses.
日々お前は討伐されたんだ良いかになって正気を失っていて
Why is his braided and his isn't braided? I don't understand. Oh, wait. It's the same with the ribbons around his body, too. His are braided and his aren't braided. I guess that's what makes them different. Hebe, you were defeated. You became a Blightfall and lost your mind.
そうかじゃあ今までのことは夢なんかじゃないんだね
Right. Setsu
節
dying
が死んでしまったのも
and me hurting all those people, it wasn't a
僕が
bad
た
dream
くさんの
after
人
all.
を傷つけてしまったことも僕はなんてことを
How could I do such a thing? It appeared that Lord Hebe had remembered everything. Just as he did on that fateful day, he covered his face with both hands and looked down. But then he immediately looked up at me next to him as if he had remembered something.
でもどうしてここに節がいるのまさか生きて
Why is Setsu here? Did you survive? No. I'm Leah. Setsu was my mother.
ああ節の子だったんだね初めて会った時も似ているなと思ったけどその姿だと瓜二つだ
You're Setsu's daughter. I thought you looked similar when I first met you, but now you're almost identical.
あの子がまだ生きているみたい
It's as though she's still alive. Lord Hebe squinted, looking heartbroken. I couldn't find the words to say to him. After all, everything had started with my mother's death. During that interaction, Lord Hibina approached Lord Hebe.
日々お前たちのせいでこの世は不安定になってしまっている神としての役割を今こそ果たすべきだと思わないか
Hebe, because of you, the world has been thrown out of balance. Don't you think this is the time to fulfill your duty as a god?
それは分かっているでもごめん 僕はもう神の座には戻れない。
I'm aware, but I'm sorry I'm no longer fit to be for the
ど
divine.
うして
Why not?
浄化されたからといって多くの命を奪った罪が消えることはない。そんな存在が神に戻ったらまた問題が起こるに決まってる。
I may have been purified, but the lives I've taken will haunt me forever. If such a being were to regain their divinity, there's no telling what tragedy awaits.
それに僕が神に戻るよりももっと確実な方法があるよね。
Plus, you and I both know there's a more definite solution than returning to godhood.
まさか
You can't be serious.
この身を大地に捧げるよ。
Yes, I'm going to offer this body to the land. After he said that, Lord Hebe spread his arms out wide.
神に戻るだけだとこの周辺しか癒せないけど、身を捧げるなら大地そのものに溶け込んでみんなの助けになれるでしょ。
If I regain my godhood, I can only heal the land around us, but if I give up my body, I can merge with the land itself and help everyone, right?
良いかによって不安定になった大地に神の加護を取り戻すことだってできるはずだよ。
The land that have been rendered unstable by the Blightfall should even be able to regain their divine protection.
そうすることで良いかだった頃迷惑をかけた人たちにお世話になった人たちにお返しがしたいんだ。
I want to do something in return for the people I've troubled while I was a Blightfall, as well as those who helped me.
それにそもそも僕には神に戻れるほどの力は残っていないから。
Besides, I don't have enough strength left in me to return to being a god. As he said that, Lord Hebe stared closely at his own hands. Though he had retained his shape as a human, the tips of Lord Hebe's fingers had become beads of light and seemed ready to disintegrate. It was only a matter of time before he would lose his current form. Perhaps he could sense it as well. Looking pained, Lord Hebina lowered his head.
そうか。でもそうするのが一番いいのかもな。
See, I guess this might be the better option.
今回の最悪は人と神の距離が近すぎてしまったことから始まった。日々だけじゃない。俺自身もな。
This tragedy began when a human and a god became too close. It wasn't just you, Hebe, I did too.
お前が大地と一つになるんだったら、俺はお前の分までこの地を見守り続ける。それが
You're
神として
becoming
の
one with the
務めだ。
land. I'll stay here and watch over this place for the both of us. That'll be my duty as a god.
ありがとう。最後まで迷惑をかけてごめんね。
Thank you. I'm sorry for causing you problems all the way to the end. That was when the two gods came to an understanding. Though they looked at each other as if they couldn't bear to part, they smiled softly as they did so. But once again, Lord Hebe turned back to me.
でもその前にやらなきゃいけないことがある。大太郎、そこにいるんでしょ。
There's something I must do before that. Ohtaro, you're there, aren't you? Huh? Why was he saying that to me? As I froze up in confusion, Lord Hebe gently placed his hand against my cheek. And then, to my surprise, black threads began to slowly pour out from my entire body. Lord Hebe's hand dyed them into a beautiful white as they formed a human body, the body of Ohtaro. It seemed that he had extracted Otaro's existence from me. As proof, my hair turned back to its usual color. Ohtaro, too, recovered the same appearance as he had before. He must have grasped the situation through my eyes, despite the fact that he had been revived. Ohtaro didn't seem surprised at all. Rather, he was staring at Lord Hebe in a somewhat awkward way. Ohtaro was about to say something, he immediately closed his mouth. It seemed that he couldn't put into words what he wanted to say. Given that what had happened between them, I wasn't surprised. Upon seeing Ohtaro, Lord Hebe lowered his gaze.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry. He was one step ahead of Ohtaro, whose eyes widened in surprise. He must have expected to be yelled at and had no idea why he was being
だっ
apologized
て
to.
大太郎は僕の影響で良いかになってしまったんだよね。君もそんな風に生まれたくなかったのに。
You became a Blightfall because of my influence, didn't you? You must not have wanted to have been born that way either.
でももう大丈夫だよ。今僕の力で浄化したから、ただの
Versus
形
tag.
人として生まれ変わったはずだ。
It's alright. I've purified you with my power, so you should have been reborn as a normal form folk.
ほら、寝つけだってもうなんともないでしょ。
See? Your Netsuke is fine too. At Lord Hebe's words, Otaru wordlessly looked down at his waist. He was right, the dog-shaped Netsuke was still attached there. To my eye, it seemed that there wasn't a single strand of black thread clinging to it either.
今さらこんなことをして許してもらえるとは思わない。だけど、僕からの謝罪として受け取ってほしい。
I know this all might be too little too late, but I want you to accept this as my apology.
なんでだよ。
Why? Right then, Lord Hebe was about to lower his head again, Otaru spat out
ど
to him.
うしてお前が謝るんだよ。ちゃんと謝らなきゃいけないのは日比江じゃなくて俺だろ。
Whoa. Why are you the one who's apologizing? You shouldn't be the one to apologize. I should.
太郎、
Ohtaro.
今ならわかる。俺はあまりにも子供だったんだ。
I get it now. I was just a brat, a child.
日々への影響さえ受けなければ普通の形人になれたかもしれないのにって、ありえもしないことでずっと恨んで。
I hated you for taking something that would have never happened anyways. I kept thinking that if you hadn't influenced me, I could have become a normal form folk.
だからわざわざお前を計画に引き込んだんだ。お前が元に戻りたがってるのを知ってたのに。
That's why I went out of my way to drag you into my plan, even though I knew you wanted to return to normal.
俺はお前に八つ当たりしていたんだ。
I was throwing a tantrum and taking it out on you and killing people in the process, I might add. That was the moment that, for the first time, Ohtaro admitted he was at fault. At Otaro's uncharacteristically honest words, Lord Hebe seemed shocked at first, but then he immediately gave an apologetic smile.
気にしなくていいんだよ。僕だってそういう気持ちはあったから。だから君と彼女のことを邪魔したんだしね。
Don't worry about it. I felt the same about you. That's why I interrupted you and Leah. Remember when I absorbed you into my body last
だ
week?
け
Yeah.
ど、そんなことを続けていても不幸にしかならない。それは大太郎もよくわかっているはずだよね。
If we keep doing that, we'll only be making things worse for each other, but you already know that, don't you?
それに僕は君が憎いわけじゃないんだ。だって大太郎と出会えなかったら僕はもっと早くに正気を失っていたと思う。
But it's not like I hate you. If we hadn't met, I think I would have lost my sanity a lot earlier.
だからお礼を言わせて。僕のそばにいてくれてありがとう。あの時大太郎がいてくれてよかったよ。
I want to express my gratitude. Thank you for being by my side. Thank you for being there for me, Ohtaro. And then at that moment, Lord Hebe's body shone even brighter. The light that had been disintegrating his fingertips had reached the rest of his body, which meant it was about time to say farewell to Lord Hebe.
もう時間みたい。
Looks like my time is up.
日比江、俺、
Hebe, I
大丈夫。君が選び取った未来を僕は応援しているよ。
It's okay. Whatever future you choose, I'll be there to support you.
償わなければならないことはたくさんあるし、むしろこれからの方が大変だろうけど、決してくじけないで。
You have a lot you have to make up for, and the road ahead might be more difficult than before, but don't ever give up.
辛くなったら思い出して。僕はいつでもそばにいるんだから。
If the going ever gets tough, remember I'm always by your side. With those words, as his last, Lord Hebe's body burst into beads of light. The beads started to float into the air like fireflies slowly vanishing into the pale daylight. As we watched on, the soft pale afterglow enveloped us as well.
今までありがとう。本当に本当にごめん。
Thank you for everything. I'm really, really sorry. In the dreamlike scene, Ohtaro spoke softly to himself. As if to answer his words, the particles of light dancing in the air shimmered and gleamed warmly.
日々へも最後は幸せだったのかもな。ずいぶんいびつな形ではあったが。
Hebe was happy at the end, I suppose, though it was in his own distorted way. Ohtaro shut his mouth tight at Lord Hibina's emotional whisper. When I looked over at him, there were tears welling up in his eyes, though they were faint.
何泣きそうになっているんですか？
Why do you look like you're about to cry?
そうそう。らしくないぜ。
Yeah, it's not like you. Huh? And then everyone in the Onyoban gathered around Ohtaro. They placed their hands on his shoulder, poked his head, each person interacting with him in their own
日
way.
比恵もああ言っていたんだ。お前がジメジメ落ち込んでいるよりも、前向きに頑張ってる方が嬉しいと思うぞ。
Oh, don't tell someone how to act, Tojo. That's... People can be sad. You can mourn. It's okay. God. Give him like 5 seconds. The guy just evaporated in front of him. You can still see him in pieces right now. Give him a second. You heard what Hebe said. I think he'd be happier if you kept at it. Worked hard instead of getting all gloomy and
ま
mopey.
あ、あれだけ迷惑をかけたのですから、反省はしてください。
Well, you did caught a bit of trouble, so don't forget to reflect on that.
何にせよ、無事に帰ってこられたのだ。今はそれで十分だろう。彼女もお前のことを心配していたからな。
In any case, you came back safe and sound. That should be enough for now. Leah was worried about you too.
でも本当いい迷惑だよね。今度埋め合わせに飯をおごってもらうから覚悟してて。とりあえずお疲れ。
I mean, seriously, do you know how much work we had? Do you know how much we had to work because of you? You're gonna pay, man. Literally, for my food. But yeah, good work.
お前ら。
You guys, it seemed that Ohtaro was confused at the barrage of kind words directed at him. The last time they met, they were trying to kill each other. Anyone would have had trouble reacting in that situation.
大太郎、
Ohtaro. But then Tomonari walked towards him. Otaro's expression became even more
どうした
conflicted.
の？変な顔してるよ。
What's wrong? You're making a weird face.
いや、その。
Well,
ああ、ひょっとして僕を殺したことを。
are you worried about that
気にしてるの？
time you killed me? Everyone's eyes widened in shock and contrasted to Tomonari's casual demeanor. Among them, Ohtaro must have reached the peak of confusion. He was blinking rapidly.
お前、覚えてたのか？
You knew the whole
う
time?
ん、全然。思い出したのつい最近だから。
No, not at all. I remembered it recently.
お前はいいのかよ。俺がこんな形で生きてて。
Yeah, but if he's a form folk, he should have a tag. I'm just saying. You sure you're okay with me being alive like this?
なんだよ。
I'm
こっちは真剣に聞いてるんだぞ。
a serious question.
だって、彼女と同じようなことを聞いてくるから。彼女にも言ったけど、僕は君に報復なんてするつもりはないよ。
Because you're asking the same thing as Leah. I said this to her too, but I have no intention of seeking revenge.
今ここで君を殺したところで何の意味もない。それはたくさんの人を傷つけてきた君が一番わかっているんじゃないの？
There's no point in killing you now, considering all the people you've hurt. That's something you should understand more than anyone else.
だから、そんなことより生きて償ってほしい。大切な人を幸せにしてあげてよ。
I'd rather you make amends through living. I want you to make the person who's important to you happy.
大切な人って。
The person important to me.
ほら、そこにいるでしょ。
She's over there, isn't she? After he said that, Tomonari pushed Otaru's back and sent him towards me. It never crossed my mind that they would turn the topic to me, so I couldn't do anything but stare up at Ohtaro as he stood in front of me. The snow had stopped some time ago, and as if to represent the end of the battle, the morning sun was climbing into the sky. During this, Ohtaro stood in front of me and stared. From the way that his mouth opened and closed, he was trying to find the words to say to me. He doesn't have to think so seriously about it. As soon as the thought entered my mind, I had opened my mouth. I like you, Ohtaro. Huh? You deceived me and put me through some horrible things, but I still couldn't abandon you because I have separation anxiety. Maybe it's just me being sympathetic. I've even thought that maybe I just couldn't let go of the feelings, but did my hair do that the whole time? Hard to say. I'd had from when you were lying to me. But then I realized that there was a part of me who was really drawn to your true feelings and maybe your hair. Your real emotions that you're sometimes let slip. I wanted to know the real you. I wanted to help you so that you could be your true self. But that would also be an insult to all the people who've died. You would have to live life knowing the harsh truth. Even so, I want to be with you. Sure, it might just be selfish, but I want to stay by your side forever. Those were my true feelings. This love was not the kind of beautiful, sparkly love that everyone dreamed of. It was unseemly, so full of self-desire that I could never show it to anyone else, but it was still important to me.
お前ってそういうやつだよな。
That's so like you. And then Ohtaro smiled slightly, as if everything that had troubled him had been blown away.
俺はずっと自分が何を望んでいるのかわからなかった。
I could never figure out what it was that I wanted.
人間を恨む気持ちは確かにあったよ。だけど、どれだけ殺してもすっきりしなくて。
Yeah, what is that kill count, by the way, Ohtaro? Just curious. No reason. It's true that I hated humans. No matter how many I killed, I never felt any better, and there was nothing I could do about it on my
だ
own.
から自分の気持ちにはずっと蓋をしてきた。その方が生きやすかったから。
So I kept feeling bottled up inside because it was easier to live that way.
でも、お前と一緒に過ごすようになって、胸の引っかかりがどんどん強くなってきた。
The more time I spent with you, the stronger the tugging in my chest became.
初めはそれが何なのかわからなかったけど、もしかしたら俺はずっとお前に
In the
救いを
beginning,
求めていたのかもしれない。
I didn't know what it was, but maybe I've always been waiting for that, for you to save
で
me.
も、俺の罪はそう簡単に消えない。一生背負っていかなくちゃいけないものだ。
My crimes won't just disappear. I'll have to carry those with me for the rest of my life.
だから、
お前が俺を望んでくれたとしても、本当は受け入れるべきじゃない。お前に
Even though you want me,
同じ苦しみを味わわせる羽目になるから。
I really shouldn't accept it because it would mean that you'd have to go through the same struggle I will.
それなのに、
And yet, I just want to put you through so much pain.
たとえ辛い目に遭わせることになったとしても、俺のそばにいてほしいって思っちゃうんだよ。
I find myself thinking that I want you by my side even if it means I'd be putting you through difficult times.
一緒に生きていきたいんだ。
I want to be with you. That was the first confession of love I ever received from Ohtaro. He had thought of nothing but revenge, but he was wishing to be with me from the bottom of his heart. He was wishing for me. Just from that, my chest was bursting with emotions. Of course. I'll stay with you, Ohtaro. And then Ohtaro and I drew closer together. Amidst the silent snow, the sun continued basking us in its warm light, almost as if it's celebration. Don't think the sun's celebrating for you, but that's sweet. The final chapter. Doo-doo-doo-doo. A month after the final battle, I once again returned to the settlement of the Hakuseki clan. I pray with everyone that everyone can continue to live in peace. I pray that the settlement will recover quickly, and I pray that everyone will be happy.
社周りの確認は終わった？
Nia, have you checked around the
結
shrine?
構大きな社だから大変だったろ
Must have been a lot of work. It's a pretty big shrine. As I prayed in front of the shrine by myself, Tomonari and Tojo casually strolled up to me from behind. No, it was fine actually. Apparently the villagers at the foot of the mountain have been visiting and they've been keeping it tidy. The three of us had traveled here to help clean up the entire settlement. But looking at the place, it seems that we would be able to finish this task rather quickly. How were things over there? I saw a lot of houses were destroyed during the battle with Lord
う。
Hebe.
それも大丈夫だ。あらかた片付けてあったから、ざっと掃除しただけで終わったよ。
No problem over there either. Most of the wreckage was cleaned up, so all we need was a quick dust.
慰霊碑を建てる場所も大方決まったしな。
We've decided where to erect the memorial to, more or
雪
less.
がなくなって作業しやすかったね。
The work was a lot easier now that the snow's gone.
もう浄化する必要がなくなったんだろうな。ここで起こった悲劇も血も汚れも雪解け水とともに洗い流せたんだろうよ。
Probably because there isn't a need to purify things anymore. The tragedy that happened here, the blood, the impurities, all of it washed away with the thaw. As Tojo mentioned, there wasn't a single trace of blood left on the now exposed grounds. The Hakuseki clan and my mother's remains must have returned to the earth just like Lord Hebe. Thinking of it that way, it felt profound.
そういえば、日比野様には会えた？
Speaking of which, were you able to meet Lord Hibina? No, I tried praying to him, but there wasn't any response.
そっか。でも、それでいいのかもね。
Okay, I guess that might be for the best. Yeah, Lord Hibina had said that if humans and gods became too close, it may set off another calamity. That meant that we might never be able to see him again.
風が。
Wind. Just then a soft breeze blew from the south. The warm wind swirled around us as if enveloping us, and then it quickly died down. That breeze was so
も
gentle.
しかしたら、神様たちが挨拶してくれたのかも。見えなくなってもそばにいるって。
Maybe that was a greeting from the gods telling us that they're with us even if they can't see them. Tomonari's words had me overwhelmed with emotions. Savoring the moment, we stared up at the azure sky for a while in total silence.
よし、それじゃあやることも終わったし、江戸に帰るか。まだまだ仕事は山ほどあるんだからな。
Alright, now that we've finished what we need to, let's go back to Ito. We've still got a ton of work that needs doing.
ああ、 その前に麓の村に寄っていい？宗則さんのお墓参りをしに行かなくちゃ。
Before we go, can we visit the foot of the mountains? I need to pray to Mino's grave.
ああ、そういえばここはお前たちの故郷でもあるんだったな。俺も先輩としてお参りしとくか。
Almost forgot this was your hometown. Guess I should go see him too, as your senior. I think Father would be delighted if you did. I'm sure he's been wanting to see Tomonari for a long time.
本当なら元気な頃に会いたかったんだけどね。でもどんな形でも宗則さんに会えるのは嬉しいよ。
I would have liked to see him while he was still alive, though. But still, regardless of how I meet him, I'm glad that I get to see him again.
家族っていいよな。俺にもそういう人がいたりしたのかな。
Oh, Tojo, let me tell you about your brother who ran away with a concubine, a courtesan, and then regretted running away with the courtesan and tried to leave, but then she killed him and herself. And then you took over the family, but then the school you ran, which was a temple school, was set to the fire by a student. You blamed yourself so much that you killed yourself. That was your family. I hope you're happy. What a great thing to have. Man, I wonder if I have something like that too. We continued to prepare for our return trip as we talked. We would have never talked about this before, even if they acted like they had a heart on the surface. It was only a facade. On top of that, talking about your sealed memories nostalgically would have been seen as taboo in the Oniwaban. So I just want to be sure, but did both of your seals break?
封印って心と記憶のことか？
You mean the seals on our hearts and memories? Yeah, it's just that you've been acting different than before. I was just wondering.
なら君にはどう見える？
What does it look like to you then? At his query, I stared carefully at their necks, but there was no threads. There was no to represent their emotions. Since they were vessels, they should have meant their hearts had been freed, but...
あんたら。
Oh, you lot. Then a villager from the foot of the mountains appeared. Judging from the tool in his hand, he seems that he had came to clear up the shrine. He must not have expected us to be here, as he was making an awkward expression.
どうも、幕府の命で手入れをしに来ました。この辺り、いつも掃除してくれているんですね。ありがとうございます。
Greetings. The shogunate ordered us to clean up and apply maintenance, but it looks like you've been taking care of the area. Thank you so much.
いえ、大したことじゃ。
No, it's nothing.
そうだ。今度ここに慰霊碑を建てることになりました。その際はどうぞよろしくお願いします。
Oh yeah, we'll be building a memorial here sometime in the near future. We hope you don't mind. I
わかり
understand. The villager could only reply with vaguely suspicious remarks. Before, all I had to do was look at the threads around someone's neck to know the gist of what they thought, but now I don't have a clue. I could no longer see threads or emotional imprints. After the final battle, it seemed that that Ohtaro left my body, so did the power of the Hakuseki clan. I could no longer use no sacrament either. Currently, I couldn't even tell if the vessels had regained their hearts. Because of that, both humans and form folk look like vessels to me. But in some ways, this was easier. Anyways, we should get going.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Wait, please. As we started our descent down the mountain, the villager suddenly yelled. Tomonari, Tojo, and I widened our eyes as we turned around.
村を救ってくれてありがとう。
Thank you for saving the village. It was so quiet that if I hadn't been paying attention, I might not have heard it. After saying that, the villager hurried off towards the settlement.
ありがとう。だって。
He said thank you. Yeah. Those two words of gratitude were enough to make me feel warm inside. It almost made me feel okay to have been neglected by this entire town for years of my life and treated like a monster just because I could see the color of their emotions for a while. I would probably never get to live with the people from the village ever again. I didn't want to forget this feeling. Seven days later, after we visited my father's grave at home, we returned to Ito once more. We're finally back. Something about Ito's cityscape puts my mind at ease.
もうすっかりお前も江戸の住民だな。
Looks like you're becoming a proper resident of
ここに
Ito.
住むようになって半年だからね。なんだかあの時のことが遠い昔のように思えてくるよ。
Guess it's been half a year since you started living here. Feels like it was so long ago. As we talked, we made our way towards the base. Just a month ago, the city had been as quiet as the end of days, but Ito was slowly recovering even now. There were still many stores that were closed, and they were still rebuilding the statues destroyed by Blightfall and fires, but we were getting things fixed. It would still be a while before everything returned to normal, but the fires of hope had been lit.
もう、お前たち、帰
All
ってきていたの
back.
か。
I see. Hyuga. On the middle of our walk, we happened to run into Kyuga. When I looked closer, Yoichi and Kinji were right behind him.
今日帰ってくる予定だったっけ？
You were supposed to come back
そ
today?
うだよ。聞いてなかったの？
Yeah, didn't you hear?
遠征ご苦労様でした。寒い中の旅路だったので大変だったでしょう。
Welcome back from your long journey. It must have been difficult traveling in the cold.
いや、全然。まだ雪は降ってなかったから問題なかったぞ。馬もみんないい子だったし。
No, not at all. It hadn't started snowing yet, so it was all smooth sailing. Our horses were all well behaved too.
むしろ、こっちの作業に参加できなくて悪かった。今も大工の手伝いをしていたんだろ？
In fact, we should apologize for not being around to help. You're still assisting the construction work, aren't you? Looking at the three, I saw an assortment of tools prepared around them. Carpenters were also behind them, so there was no mistake. Is there anything we can help? We're done with our assignment, so we'd like to help in any way we can.
いや、その前にお前たちは遠征の報告の義務があるだろう。こちらは私たちで片付けておくから問題ない。
Before that, you all need to go report back to on your expeditions. We'll deal with things over here, so there's no need to worry.
そうですね。それにあなたは女性なのですから、力仕事は僕たちに任せて、今日はもうゆっくりお休みなさい。
He is right. And you're a lady, so you must leave the physical labor to us. Please take your time to rest today.
ああ、でもあんたは大太郎に会いたいんじゃない？
I think Leah just wants to meet Ohtaro.
今からみんなで木材を取りに行くんだけど、一緒に来る？多分大太郎もそこにいると思うけど。
We were gonna go get some more lumber. You wanna come with? Otaro's probably there too. Yoichi's suggestion made me unable to stay still. As a member of the Onryoban, I should have prioritized my mission report. That was what mattered. But when I thought about how Ohtaro was so close when I hadn't seen him in half a month, I found myself restless. No, I really should prioritize the mission.
いいんじゃない？ちょっと行ってきたら。
That sounds good. Why don't you go see him? Tomonari?
報告なら僕と国高だけでも十分だし、お庭番だってそれくらい融通は効くと思うけど。ね、国高。
If it's just a report, Kunitaka and I can handle it. I think the Onryoban can afford a little leeway, right, Kunitaka?
ああ、会いたいんなら行ってきていいぞ。そもそも報告に行ったところで、京志郎さんが拠点にいるとは限らないしな。
Right, if you want to meet him, you can go. Besides, even if we go for our report, Kyoshiro might not even be at the base anyways. The two of them nodded with warm smiles. At this point, refusing to see Ohtaro would make things more awkward. I'm sorry for making you all do so much for me. May I take my leave?
もちろん。行ってらっしゃい。
Of course, have fun.
俺たちの分も、大太郎によろしくな。
Say hi to Ohtaro for us. And then Tomonari and Tojo left, still smiling brightly. After I saw them off, I turned around to find Kyuga and the others looking at me like they wanted to
で
smile.
は、行くとするか。
Now then, let's go. And then we started walking casually through Castletown. When I looked around, I could see citizens working together harmoniously on the city's restoration. It was truly peaceful. Anyway, did any Blightfall appear while we were on our expedition?
いえ、あの騒動以降、全く出現していません。
Ever since the incident, not a single Blightfall has appeared.
これも日比エが浄化されたおかげなのかな。最近は良いかを討伐する機会なんて全然ないよね。
Might be because Hebe got purified. We haven't had any chance to exterminate Blightfall lately.
このままだと裏のお庭番も必要なくなるかも。
At this rate, the secret Onioban might not even be necessary. If that happens, then what will happen to us?
おそらく表のお庭番のように祭りごとに関する調査や監視の任務を命じられるようになるのだろうな。私たちの立場を考えるにそれが最も自然だ。
Best guess is we'll be assigned to investigate and monitor political issues. Considering our standings, that would be the most natural solution.
ま、幸い僕たちは江戸のあらゆるところに潜んでいますからね。すんなりと移行できるでしょう。
Fortunately, we are already stationed in various places across Edo. We would be able to make the transfer easy.
そうそう。気候を罰する決まり事もそれに伴ってなくなるらしいですよ。
Yes. I've also heard that the rule about punishing vessels would disappear with that. Is that the one where you'd get exterminated if you regained your memories?
現に伴りはお咎めなしとのことです。今後は僕たちも記憶を取り戻そうが心を取り戻そうが問題ないそうですよ。
Precisely. As proof, Tomonari has not received any punishment. It is no longer an issue if we are ever to regain our hearts or memories. Is that so? I'm so glad to hear that. This meant that everyone in the Oniwaban could live like any other human or form folk. They could go meet their old families if they wanted to, or even create one of their own. By the way, do you all want to regain your memories and hearts?
僕はどちらでもいいですね。貴子として生まれてからずっとそう過ごしてきたので深く考えたことがなくて。
I do not mind either way. I've been living like this ever since I was born as a vessel, so I have never given it much thought.
俺も一緒。そもそも記憶ならともかく心を取り戻す感覚って自分自身でわかるものなの？
Same here. I mean, memories are one thing, but how do you know if you've regained your heart anyway?
そうですね。以前のお嬢さんのような力の持ち主がいれば一目で分かったかもしれませんが。
That's true. If someone had the same power that the young miss had before, they could tell with a single look, but...
それは自分で決めてしまっていいのではないか。
Can we not decide that for ourselves? That was when Kyuga muttered almost to himself. His voice wasn't loud, but his words communicated his strong will, and they clearly reached our ears. What do you mean?
そのままの意味だ。自分にはもう心があると思えばいい。実際どうなのかなど深く考える必要もない。
Exactly what I said. Just believe that you already have a heart. There's no need to think too deeply about whether that's true or not.
でも封印されているんだよ。
But it's not sealed away.
そこが重要なんだ。封印されているということは、もともと私たちには心があるという証明になる。
That's the important part. The fact that they've been sealed away proves that we've always had
術だの
hearts.
なんだの施されていたのだとしても、もともと持っているものを完全に封じるなんて不可能に決まっている。
Be it a spell or whatever technique that was used, it's obviously impossible to fully seal away something that you've always
つま
had.
り、問題は私たち自身がどう捉えるかということだ。
Which means the only thing that matters is how we see it, how we perceive ourselves. With how passionate he was talking, Kyuga had a point. It was difficult to believe that his heart had been sealed away. Once the heart's existence was called into question, perhaps there was no longer a need to think too deeply about it. Then it looks like we all need to worry about then it looks like all we need to worry about is the memories. Remembering something you've forgotten can be quite the burden on your heart. I know this because I'd forgotten about my past until recently. I guess I'm just a little concerned about that.
ああ、そのことでしたら僕は問題ありません。道具だった頃、自分がどんな人物に使われていたのかはもう知
Oh,
って
if
いま
that's
すか
the
ら。
easy. That's the issue, then you need not worry about me. I already know what kind of person used me when I was a tool. Huh?
金次まさか記憶が戻っていたのか
Jerry saying your memories have returned?
そうではありません。ただ単に以前人から教えていただいただけです。
No, that's not it. I
元の持ち
simply
主の知り合いと
had someone
たま
tell
たま
me
出
in
会いま
the
した。
past. I happened to meet an acquaintance of my previous owner.
江戸出身だとそういうこともあり得るよね。ちなみに俺は最初から全部覚えているよ。
Makes sense if you're born in Edo, I suppose. Oh, and by the way, I had all my memories from the beginning.
なんだとそれは記憶を取り戻したということか
So you mean to say you recovered your memories?
そうじゃなくて、俺の場合、最初に施された封印自体がうまくいってなかったってだけ。
Not really. In my case, they just botched the whole sealing process when I was
だから
created.
キコとして生まれてからずーっと道具だった頃の記憶はあったよ。誰にもバレていなかったけどね。
So when I was born as a vessel, I've always had my memories from when I was a tool, and you were all none the wiser.
全然気づかなかったな
I didn't notice at all.
はあ、なるほど。だからあなた、キコの作り方なんて知っていたんですね。まったく。お庭版一の作詞かもしれませんね。
That makes sense now. That's why you knew how a vessel was created. My word, you may be the williest member of the Oniwaban. Though I was surprised by their confessions, I felt very much at peace. Now that we were able to discuss things like this, it truly felt like peace had finally returned to Edo. As we continued to walk and talk, we passed by a familiar tea stall. Oh, please wait one moment. I just want to say hi to Mimi.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome! When I opened the door and peered inside, Mimi immediately scurried towards me. Mimi, I'm home!
あなたじゃないの。もう帰ってきていたのね。
Leah, you're back already? Chirpy beep! Before I could finish my greeting, Mimi rushed at me with a hug. On her shoulder, I could see Komame, who I had left in Mimi's care before I departed.
今日はもうお勤めは終わったの？もしよかったらここでお茶でも飲んでいかない？
Are you done with your work for the day? If it's all right, why don't we drink some tea here?
ちょうど今珍しい人も来ていることだし。
We happen to have a rare guest here, too. As she said that, Mimi turned to look at the seat in the back.
久しぶりだね。元気にしていたかい？
Long time no see, dear. How have you been? Okuni? To my surprise, Okuni was casually sitting there wearing an elegant kimono. Judging from the tea and dumplings next to her, she must be visiting as a customer.
さっき聞いたんだけど、お国さんもあなたたちの知り合いなんでしょ？勇者の方ともお友達だなんて本当に顔が広いのね。
I didn't know you were friends with Okuni. She just told me. You must really know a lot of people to be friends with the courtesan.
でもおかしくない？遊女って遊郭から出られないんでしょ？
Wait, that doesn't make sense. I thought the courtesans couldn't leave the red light district.
あんた情報が古いね。この間の事件がきっかけで今はもう遊郭も自由に行き来できるようになったんだよ。
That's old news, darling. Because of the incident the other day, we can enter and leave the red light district as we please.
だからこれからもよろしくね。
I'm looking forward to getting to know you all. Her smile is so beautiful. Girl, it's okay.
ところであんた、日比恵のことを止めてくれたそうじゃないか。私との約束を守ってくれたんだね。
Speaking of which, I heard you're the one who stopped Hibi. You kept our promise. In the end, we did.
どうだい？日比恵は満足していけたかい？
Must he be satisfied when he passed? I thought about the question for a little bit, but there was nothing to hesitate about in my answer. Lord Hebe was smiling in the end. I think he must have been thankful to you as well. He said that he wanted to do something in return for the people who helped him. In the end, Lord Hebe was able to accomplish that by becoming one with the land, so I want to believe that he didn't have any regrets.
そうかい。なら、よかった。
I see. I'm glad to hear it. After I chose my words carefully, Okuni smiled as if savoring her happiness. Maybe Okuni had loved Lord Hebe. I found it very sweet that she could find delight in the happiness of her loved ones no matter what form it took.
日比への話、もっと聞かせてくれないかい？なんだか、あんたの話を聞いていたら、胸がいっぱいになっちまったよ。
Do you mind telling me more about Lord Hebe, darling? After hearing what you said, I'm afraid I've become quite emotional. Yes, of course.
いけませんよ、お国さん。この子はこれから着いた殿方に会いに行くのですから。
Oh heavens, Okuni, you mustn't keep her. She is on the way to meet the man she loves. The man Okuni loves is dead. Did you have to say that like that? Oh my god. But right when I was about to sit on the shogi chair, Kinji's irritably grabbed the sleeve of my kimono.
人の恋路を邪魔するような真似、あなたほどの方がするわけありませんよね。
Someone such as yourself would not dare to think to get in the way of another's romance, yes?
私だってそこまで野暮じゃないよ。大丈夫。日比へのことは次の機会にでも教えてくれれば十分さ。
Don't think me so boorish. It's alright. I'm more than happy to hear about Hebe the next time we meet.
で、誰なんだい？こんな可愛らしい子に思ってもらえている男とやらは。
So who is it? Who's the man that has someone as adorable as you thinking of them, so?
もちろん、大太郎よね。
It's obviously Ohtaro, isn't it? Mimi!
今度、時間ができたら改めて紹介してね。大切な家族が好いた殿方なら、きちんとご挨拶しておきたいわ。
You better come and formally introduce him to me when you have the time. I want to greet the man my precious little sister loves.
本当にあなたにふさわしい男なのかどうか、宗則さんの代わりにお姉ちゃんが見極めてやるんだから。
And I'll be sure to check and see if he really is a man that's suitable for you for Minio's sake.
チュチュン。
Chirp chirp!
そうよ、こまめちゃん。一緒に小獣人として頑張りましょうね。
That's right, Komame. Let's work hard together as in-laws. Hip hip hooray!
チュピー。
Choop!
そういえば、高村もある意味家族なんだっけ？
Oh yeah, Takamura counts as family too, doesn't
三
he?
春さんに小豆、それに友成。二人が祝言を挙げるときは、なかなか大変なことになりそうだな。
Maharu, Komame, Tomonari. It looks like that it'll be rather difficult when the two of you have your
もしお
wedding.
嬢さんを泣かせるようなことがあれば、締め上げられそうですね。まあ、それぐらいであの子にはちょうどいいでしょう。
If he ever makes the young miss cry, he may never see the light of day, though perhaps that is the best way to handle him. What are you all talking about? It's still too early to talk about marriage.
大太郎ってあの可愛い男の子か。なかなかお似合いだね。
Ohtaro must be that cute boy. You two make a good couple. Okuni laughed in delight as she watched over our personal
そう
discussion.
そう。祝言といえば、瑠璃子と辰之助さんが今度祝言を挙げるのは知っているかい？
Speaking of marriage, did you know Ruriko and Tatsunosuke will be having their wedding soon? Those two are back
あ
together?
れからいろいろ話してよりを戻したらしいよ。あんたたちにも報告したいって言っていたし、そのうち声がかかるんじゃないかね。
I heard that they talked everything out afterwards and made up. They said they wanted to let you know as well, so I suppose you'll hear from them soon. I wasn't aware. I'd been concerned about the couple for the longest time, so I was relieved to hear the good news. With the fighting finally over, the citizens of Edo were all beginning to look forward to the future again. When I thought that, I felt encouraged. After saying our farewells to Mimi and the others, we came to the entertainment district. This was the area most affected by the public parade, so compared to the other districts, the reconstruction effort was much more serious.
確かこの辺だったはずだけど。
He should be around here somewhere.
おい、いい加減にしろよ。
Hey, enough of this. As we looked around, I heard a familiar voice ring out. That voice.
太郎だな。
It's Ohtaro. When I looked in the direction of the voice, I saw that Ohtaro was working hard with someone. It seemed that he was helping out with the construction, but...
お前、さっきから俺に面倒な作業を押し付け
What did I do?
ようとしてるだろ。なんで俺が重いものばかり運ばなきゃいけないんだ。
Strange. You've been trying to get me to do all the annoying jobs, haven't you? Why do I have to carry all the heavy shit?
はあ？だって俺病み上がりだし、生死の淵をさまよっていたわけだし、箸より重いものなんて持てるわけねえじゃん。
Hello? Cause I just recovered, cause I was literally hovering between life and death. I can't carry anything heavier than chopsticks right now, dude.
嘘つけ。お前が5体満足健康体なことは分かってるんだぞ。昼飯だって山盛り3杯食べてたくせに。
You liar. You and I both know you're perfectly healthy. You even ate 3 heaping bowls of rice for lunch.
ああ、無実の罪を着せられたからつれえ。誰か代わりにやってくれねえかな。ああ、マジで体が痛い。
Oh man, being pinned with crimes I didn't commit totally sucks. If only someone could do my work for me and my body. It hurts too much.
胸が苦しい。
My chest.
分かったよ。やればいいんだろ、やれば。
Fine, I'll do it. Quit your whining. Shockingly enough, Ohtaro was working on the reconstruction project with Tenchibo. Tenchibo had been discovered in dire condition, but thanks to the Onyo in-house doctor, it appeared he had made a full recovery. They had explained that Ohtaro was using him, but because of his carefree personality, he didn't seem to mind much.
さすがに負い目があるようですね。あんなこき使われている大太郎、初めて見ました。
It's almost 1 a.m. I keep yawning. It appears he feels quite responsible for his actions. This is the first time I've seen Ohtaro being work so hard.
なかなか丸くなったものだな。
He's really softened up.
こんなところ見ていたらかわいそうでしょ。早く声かけてあげなよ。大太郎、ちょっといい？
This is just sad now. We should just hurry up and talk to him. Hey, Ohtaro, got a minute? At Yoichi's voice, Ohtaro and Tenchibo both turned around. Ohtaro had looked surly the entire time, but as soon as he met my eyes, his expression brightened. And while still holding his work tools in his hands, he ran towards us.
帰ってたのか。
Leah, you came back. Yep, I'm home, Ohtaro.
旅はどうだった？日々には会えたのか？任務はきちんと済ませられたのか？長旅で疲れてないか？
How was your trip? Did you meet Hibina? Did you complete your assignment? The journey wasn't too exhausting, was it? Yeah, I'm fine.
そっか。今日はもう任務は入ってないのか？もし予定がないなら飯くらいおごってやってもいいけど。
Oh, great. Do you have any missions today? If you don't have anything to do, I can treat you to a meal at least. Even though there were other people present, Ohtaro was asking me a barrage of questions at a furious rate. The way he talked and the air around him was completely different, and he reminded me of a puppy like Ohtaro that I had first met.
おいおい大太郎、この女誰だよ。ものすごく可愛くね。めちゃくちゃ好みなんだけど、さっさと俺に紹介しろ。
Hey, Ohtaro, who's the chick? Isn't she super cute? She's totally my type. Hurry up and introduce.
するか。こいつは俺の女だ。
Like hell, she's my girl. As soon as he blurted out those words, Ohtaro froze up and looked like he had realized something. He finally noticed the people around as he moved his neck awkwardly as he looked around.
帰ろっか。
I'm out of here.
そうだな。無事に役目も果たせたしな。
Yeah, we've completed our job.
どうぞごゆっくり。
Please take as long as you need. Thank you so much. The members of the Onyoban sent me sly gazes as they hurriedly walked off. Ohtaro watched them go with his face bright red.
お前、結構わかりやすいやつだよな。
You're a pretty easy guy to read. Shut
うるさい。
up. Ohtaro, what you said just now.
もうすぐ仕事が終わるからそこら辺の茶屋で待ってて話ならそこで聞くから
I'll be done working soon, so just go wait for me in a nearby tea house. We can talk there. After saying that, he rushed off without waiting for a response, leaving Tenchibo behind. And Tenchibo chased after Ohtaro with a snarky grin. Four and a half bell hours later, as I relaxed in front of the tea house, I saw Ohtaro running towards me from the main street. Ohtaro, you finished working?
ああ待たせたな
Sorry, I kept you waiting. Long day, huh? Seemed like it was a pretty difficult job. You must be tired.
まあな
Yeah. Ohtaro talked in his usual blunt manner, but he was looking down in an awkward way. What's wrong?
別になんでもない
Wrong. Doesn't look like nothing's wrong, and are you still embarrassed about earlier? It's like it was like hours ago. Like I think you should calm down. It seemed that I'd hit the nail on the head. Immediately, Ohtaro placed his hands to his mouth like he was trying to hide it. Now that he had gotten closer, I figured out that lying wasn't the only time Ohtaro made that gesture. It was more or less something he did when he wanted to hide his expression. In other words, he did it in both good and bad contexts. You don't have to act so embarrassed.
だってみんなの前で言うことじゃないだろあとお前にペラペラ話しかけてるところ
It's not
みんなに
something
見られた
to
し
say in front of everyone. Also, everyone saw me just chattering away to you. But it made me happy. I thought it was all an act, but you're really like that even when you're being yourself. So that means that even when you were pretending to be nice, a part of that was still the real you. That makes me happy. And I think that's cute. You're so annoying. When I told him my honest feelings, Ohtaro looked away as if he was pouting. Oh right, he doesn't really like it when I call him cute, does he? But in contrast to his cold words, his hands was tightly wrapped around
とりあ
mine.
えず城下町に移動しようぜ夕飯一緒に食べるんだろ
Anyways, let's go to Castle Town. We're gonna eat dinner together, alright? Yeah! And then we walked side by side through the glow of dusk. I hadn't held his hand in so long, but it fit perfectly together like our hands were made for each other. Oh yeah, after the mission I went to visit Father's grave. There isn't a grave for Mother yet, but next time we should go together.
ああそうだな
Let's do that. You were really important to Mother, so I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. When I said that to him, Ohtaro narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at something bright. When I followed them, his eyes were staring straight at the sun, as it was about to sink below the
償いの
mountains.
ためにも行きたいな
I want to make amends too. When I looked at him from the side, his face so full of emotions, I couldn't help but remember that time. It was after the battle ended and we had returned to Edo. After we finished all our reports, Ohtaro and I had been the only ones left behind in the audience room. Lord Yoshimon as well as the upper brass of the Onyoban assembled. They were there to decide on what they would do about Ohtaro.
鬼アバンと良いかとの戦いはもう十数年に及ぶ。それにより多くの者が命を落としたのは当然そなたたちも知っておろう。
The battle between the Onuabon and the Blightfall have lasted over a decade. You should be well aware that many people lost their lives because
今
of
も
it.
復興に向けて動き出してはいるが、江戸が元の姿を取り戻すためには最低でも数年は必要だろうな。
We are starting reconstruction as of now, but for Edo to return to its former glory will take years at the very least.
たとえ街並みが以前のように戻ったとしても、江戸の民が心に負った傷は永遠に治らないかもしれん。
Even were the streets to return to normal, the wounds within the hearts of its citizens may never
大
heal.
太郎、お主は自分
Ohtaro,
がどれだけ罪深い行いを
do
し
you
てきた
understand
の
the
か
severity of the
自
crimes you've
覚はある
committed?
か。
もちろん
I do.
あります。
Certainly. Ohtaro clenched his fist on his lap as he answered Lord Yoshimun's soft-spoken query. Though it didn't appear on his face, he must have been very nervous. He was gripping his palm so hard I could see the veins on the back of his
自
hand.
覚していたからこそこの手を血に染めました。どうすれば江戸の民が苦しむのか考え抜いて、その点に関しては言い訳をするつもりはありません。
I chose to do what I did because I knew how bad it was. I came up with the way to make the citizens of Edo suffer. For that, I have no intention of making excuses.
では、今はどうだ。
What about now?
今
Now.
お主は今でも民を苦しめたいと願っているのか。
I would like for
無残
this
に命を
to
散ら
end
せた
so that I
持ち主の
can
復
get the
讐
other
を
ending, please.
今でも
It's
したいと考えてはおらぬか。
like a hair on me. Do you still wish to cause pain and suffering to our citizens? Do you still seek vengeance for your own owner who perished in such a cruel fashion? For a moment, Ohtaro stiffened as Lord Yoshimun gave him a sharp look. But immediately he placed his hands over his chest as if to feel his own heartbeat and quietly shook his head.
もう望んでません。
Not anymore.
確かに俺は生まれてからずっと節の復讐だけを考えて生きてきました。それが自分の望みなんだと言い聞かせながら。
Ever since I was born, I've dreamed about taking revenge for Setsu. That much is true. The entire time I convinced myself that's what I wanted.
でも満たされたことなんて一度もない。どれだけ人を殺しても。
And how many people was that,
ずっと
Ohtaro?
乾いていた。
I was never satisfied. No matter how many people I killed, it could never quench my thirst.
本当はそんなこと望んでいなかったから。
Because in reality, I never wanted that.
今の俺の望みはそんな俺のわがままに巻き込まれて死んだすべての人への贖罪です。
Right now, what I want is to atone for all the people who died because of my selfishness. He was practically asking to be given the death penalty. When I talked with Ohtaro about penance, I had said that dying to make up for things was the same as running away. I still believe that, of course. However, we weren't the ones to decide that. It was Lord Yoshimun, the ruler of this country.
贖罪をするのなら、通常は打ち首獄門が妥当だろうな。
If you wish to atone, that would typically mean execution through decapitation. In truth, I wanted nothing more than to stand up for him. But that was one thing I mustn't do. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with my personal feelings. Ohtaro must have been prepared for that verdict. His mouth was drawn tight.
が、今回だけは安易に命を奪うのは避けたい。
Just this once, I wish to avoid taking another life so easily. Huh? What Lord Yoshimun said next was completely unexpected. Ohtaro must not have expected it either because he was blinking in surprise.
すべての発端を考えると、血で血を洗うような結末はふさわしくない。復讐の連鎖はここで断ち切るべきだろう。
Considering how all this began, it would be proper to punish violence with violence. We must break the cycle of revenge here.
最後の戦いも、大太郎がいたことで乗り越えられたと他の者から聞いておる。 よってお主には生きて罪を償わせることにする。
I've also was made aware that you played a pivotal role in the final battle. As such, I've decided that you will atone for your crimes through living.
日々のもそれを望んでいるだろう。
This is what Hibina would wish for. Oh, but what Hibi would wish for. Hibi's the one who gave him a second life. As soon as we heard that, Ohtaro and I looked at each other in surprise. In other words, Lord Yoshimun was saying that he would forgive Ohtaro. I was hit with a sudden wave of joy and gratitude and almost cried. Thank you so much, Lord Yoshimun.
本当に
Are you sure?
当然よ。京四郎たちとも話し合った上で決めたことだ。撤回などはせぬ。
The decision was made with the council of Kyoshiro and the others. It's a final. Kyoshiro and the others who sat beside us nodded deeply.
まあ、後味悪いのは避けたいからな。
It'd be a shame if we had to leave this with a bad taste
ま
in our
たま
mouths.
た清彦も同じような境遇だったからって結構かばっていたじゃない。
Come on, Kiyohiko. You were practically sticking your neck out for him, talking about how you were in a similar situation.
黙れ、宮地。そういうことをいちいち言うな。
Shut up, Miyashi. You don't need to tell them that.
だが罪が軽くなったというわけではないぞ。お前はこれから己の罪と向き合う機会が数えきれないほどあるはずだ。
It's not as though your crimes have become lighter. You will encounter many situations where you'll be forced to face your own crimes.
被害者の悲しみを目の当たりにしたり、敵討ちに来られて無残に命を落とすこともあるかもしれない。
You may witness the sadness of your victims. You may even lose your life to those who seek revenge on
お
you.
前にとって生きていくということは、己の罪と共存していくということだ。
For you, being alive will mean constantly living with a reminder of what your past, about your past misdeeds.
わかっています。もし悲惨な結果に終わったとしても、
Even if I meet a
後悔
violent
なんて
end,
しません。
I won't regret it.
吉宗様、俺はこれからどうすればいいんですか？
Lord Yoshimun, what should I do from now on? How should I atone? There was no longer any uncertainty in Otaro's eyes. His gaze was painfully earnest, and Lord Yoshimun nodded in a satisfied manner.
それはお主自身が決めることだ。
This is something you must decide for
これ
yourself.
から何をなし、何をするべきなのか、自分自身で考えるといい。
You yourself
その答えが
must
出たら、
decide what you will accomplish
また
and
話を
what
聞
you
いて
want
や
to
ろう。
do. Once you find the answer, we shall speak again.
あれからずっと考えてたんだ。
I've
俺
been-
にとっての償いってなんだろうって。
I've been thinking since then, wondering what atonement means.
旅に出て各地でたくさんの人を手助けするのもありかと思った。
I thought I could go on a
頭を
journey and
丸め
lend
て
a
坊さ
helping
んにな
hand
っ
to
てみる
people
の
in
も
different
考えた。
areas. I even considered shaving my head to become a
で
monk.
もどれ
Nothing
もピン
felt
とは来なかった。
right.
だっ
Why?
て俺が一番迷惑をかけたのは江戸だろ。償いをするって言うなら
But I messed up
この
everything
地で
here in
何かをする
Edo,
べきだ
right?
と思ったんだ。
If I'm going to atone, I figured I should do something here.
だから俺はこれからずっと江戸でお庭番として生きていくよ。
I'm going to continue living in Edo as an Onioban. This must have been the conclusion he had reached after thinking things through. He carefully chose each of his words, holding my hand tightly.
俺にとっての償いは江戸の平和を守り抜くこと。
Edo. For me, atonement means
復興を助けて。
protecting the people of Edo.
今後どんな脅威が迫ろうとも命を懸けて守り続ける。
I'll help with the reconstructive and continue to protect it with my life no matter the threat.
他人から奪った大太郎という名前もこのまま引き継ごうと思う。殺したそいつの代わりに
I'll carry on the
生
name
を全
Ohtaro
うする
too,
ために。
the name I stole, to live out the life that I took from him.
通すぎるかな。
Is that too boring? In the end, Ohtaro glanced at me with an unsure murmur. I knew exactly what to say to him. I don't think so. In fact, I think that's the best thing to do. If that's what you're going to do, then I'll be right there with you. Even when you feel like giving up, I'll always be here to support you. I promised that I would stay with you, didn't I? I wanted to help out with Otaro's atonement. In order to encourage him, I gripped his hand as I talked, and Ohtaro narrowed his eyes with a gentle expression.
前々から思ってたけど、お前、そういう恥ずかしいことよく真顔で言えるよな。
I've been thinking this for a while now, but I'm surprised you can keep a straight face while saying something so embarrassing. Huh?
戦いの後、みんなの前で告白された時も驚いたよ。ま、だからこそ俺も釣られて。
When you confessed to me in front of everyone after the battle, I was shocked, though I guess it helped me be honest about my own feelings. First off, if you don't want me to confess I like you, or talk about how much I like you, fine. Is that so? I was only communicating my honest feelings, but having it pointed out so clearly made me feel a little embarrassed.
下手したらお前、ここでも平気で告白とかしてきそうだよな。
If I'm not careful, you might even confess your love to me right here too. Confessing here would be too much, even for me, or did you actually want me to? I looked around at the street filled with passerbyers. Immediately, Otaro's face became serious as he stared at me. I was kind of hoping for a cute reaction like when we became embarrassed earlier, but...
いや、別にいいや。
Nah, I don't mind. Ohtaro used his other hand to support my head, and he gently pressed our lips together. It had taken me completely by surprise. But unlike the one from before, it was a gentle kiss, like he was caressing my lips with his own. When I opened my eyes in shock, Ohtaro pulled back just a little.
お前にだけやらせるのもどうかと思うし。
Besides, it'd be unfair if you're the only one who gets to say
俺だ
it.
ってお前のこと好きなんだからな。
Leah, I love you too, you know. Yeah. My mind was spiraling in confusion at Otaro's sudden display of affection. When I thought about it, it might have been the first time I'd ever heard such straightforward words from Ohtaro. As I quickly looked around, I saw that some people were staring at us. I was so embarrassed that it felt like my cheeks were on fire.
お、いいな。
You're blushing. Of course I would. I didn't think you would do that in front of a crowd. That was embarrassing.
いいじゃん。いくらでも見せつけてやろうぜ。
It's fine. Let's show off our love. Saying that, Ohtaro smiled brightly at me. His innocent smile made my heart skip a beat, but I also found myself a little annoyed at his casual attitude. Alright, if you insist, let's give them a show.
いいぞ。お望みなら何度でもやってやるけど。
Sure, if you want, I can keep doing it as much as you'd like. No, this time it's my turn. Oh, wow. In order to forget my embarrassment, I rushed forward and pressed my lips against his. The moment I did, Otaro's eyes shot wide open. Not only that, but his cheeks became redder than I'd ever seen before. He was embarrassed. This is what you wanted, right? Satisfied that I was able to bring out that expression, I pulled my lips away and Ohtaro blushed even harder.
お前、本当に唐突だよな。ついさっきまで恥ずかしいとかしらしいこと言ってたのに。
Why do you have to be so unpredictable? You were acting all embarrassed and dainty a moment ago. I mean, you were the one who said you wanted a confession here. It seemed okay with everyone watching us
そ
too.
んなのお前をからかって言ってたに決まってるだろ。本気にするやつがあるか。
I said that to make you embarrassed. Obviously, who takes that seriously?
くそ。自分からするのはいいけど、されるのは慣れてないんだよ。
Damn it, I'm fine with taking the lead, but I'm not used to others doing it to me. Ohtaro, aren't you going to show everyone?
ああ、そのつもりだよ。
Yeah, I plan to. With a slightly flustered smile, Ohtaro pulled my hand and walked into the crowd. The passerbyers stared at us curiously at first, but they quickly returned to their own lives. Ito would continue to be our home. We would live on. Oh, it's got flowers.
君は雪間に恋願う。
Oh, change the home voice is now an option in settings. Wait, is this new? I'm more confused. Honestly, it's been a hot minute since I've seen this screen. Okay, so I just gotta get the bad ending.
Kimi wa yukima ni koi negau.
Oh, this is different. Yeah, that's different. I don't remember him smiling previously. Yeah, I'm seeing exactly one photo. Cool, cool, cool. Remember when he turned out to be a Blightfall? Surprised. Remember when she got white hair? Surprised. Remember they kissed in public? I feel like they could have done so many better photos, honestly, for these guys. Like, this isn't enough for me. $19. Vessel Blightfall. Rank Commoner. Job Barker in the Entertainment District. April 7th going... Oh. That birthday sounds familiar. Going for walks. Detailed work. Dandelions is his flower motif. Salmon pink is his color. Original form of Netsu sculpted like a dog that belonged to the main character's mother.
Kimi wa yukima ni koi negau. Kimi wa yukima ni koi negau. Kimi wa yukima ni koi negau.
You're not my favorite, and I don't know why you keep being there. That's what I was gonna see if I could change. 'Cause it said, like, I could change that. I know it doesn't matter because I'm gonna be done soon, but, like, what the heck?
Kimi wa yukima ni koi negau.
That's pretty cute, honestly. Okay, I wonder if I can just start the last chapter, but, like, with low... Listen, I am all about fast-forwarding and getting through all the things. Oh, this is spring. I see. It's set to spring right now.
君は雪間に恋願う。
I get it. Okay, let's see if I can just get the other ending really easy. Let's see. Would it be chapter 6 or yeah, it'd be chapter 7.
「あいつらがくだらないことをして一族を追い詰めなければ、連中だってあんな極端な真似をしなかったかもしれない」。
If they weren't so busy acting like worthless trash and driving the clan into a corner, maybe the clan wouldn't have done something so extreme.
だから俺は奴らに復讐すると決めたんだ。
That's why I decided to take revenge on them.
これで話は終わりだ。俺の過去を知れて満足だろ。
End of story. Are you satisfied now that you know my past?
じゃあ、もういいよな。
Can we finally end all of this? What do you mean? As soon as I asked that, I felt a strange heat around my stomach. When I looked down to see what had happened, a kunai was buried deep inside me. Ohtaro had stabbed me. Suddenly, an intense pain shot through my body. I felt a heavy throbbing, as if there had been a second heart where he had stabbed. Why?
ここまで接してきて分かったよ。お前は俺の計画に必要ない。
After dealing with you all this time, I finally understand I don't need you for my plans.
感情論ばかりでまるで学習しない。何度忠告をしても聞く気配がない。そんな無能、そばに置いていても足を引っ張られるだけだ。
You're always sentimental, you never learn, and no matter how many times I try to warn you, you didn't care. A useless dolt like you would only slow me down.
その上記憶まで取り戻したんじゃ、俺に不都合なことをお庭番に吹き込むかもしれないだろ。
Besides, now that you've regained your memories, there's no telling what you'll tell the Oniwaban.
節の娘だから特別だと思ったんだけど、俺の気のせいだったらしい。
I thought you were special because you're Setsu's daughter, but guess I was wrong. After explaining himself, Otaru pulled the kunai out of my stomach and pushed me to the ground. Gah. As I lay helpless, my blood began spreading across the dirt. I felt an unrelenting pain through the kunai. Though the kunai was no longer inside of me, like I had been seared upon a rod of burning metal. At the same time, my field of vision started to narrow. My heart felt cloudy and I could hear it as
さっきの
clearly.
口づけは選別代わりだ。最後にいい思い出ができて
That kiss
よかっ
earlier.
たな。
Think of it as a farewell gift, a pleasant last memory for you to die to. When I raised my head, fighting back the pain, Otaru was harshly rubbing at his lips. That was the last time I saw him.
君は雪間に恋願う。
Okay, maybe not that. It goes straight to this where he's like, hey, remember how cute I am? And I'm like, you just murdered me 2 seconds ago. Let's see, maybe... Okay, what do you think? Should I just cheat? I'm just gonna cheat. Because I'm tired and I don't know if I want to try and figure out how to get the bad CG on my own. It's not as simple as it sometimes is with other games where if they just have high affection, you get the good ending, and you have low affection, you get the bad ending, because there's like different things going on. Please not for the life of me. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want the bad ending. Bad ending. Oh, is it that easy? It's funny as they're saying how to get the good ending was to slap him or hit him, and I didn't do that. All right. It might be just as simple, maybe. I could be wrong, by the way. This is telling me to load a certain file, and I didn't do that, so. In the end, I took Otaro's hand. He must have been nervous. Otaro's hand was as cold as ice, as if it had been frozen solid. As I held his hand tightly, I forced the words out from the back of my throat. I might have done the same thing.
はお前が
You. Honestly, I still don't understand it. Just because you had a difficult past, it's no reason to take revenge on all of humanity. But I can't deny who you are. If I'd remembered what happened back then, I might have walked the same path as you too. The incident was the only thing I could think about. That's how horrible it was. That's right, Ohtaro, you're like my other self. When I told him my honest feelings, Ohtaro froze in shock.
こっち来て
Come here. But he immediately pulled my hand and hugged me as if he had never let me go. He was warm. I had never thought that Ohtaro would be something like this to me. I was at a loss for words.
お前本当に呆れるほどのお人よしだよ。理解できないのなら否定すればいいのに。
Still don't know if I got the right answer. You're so stupid. You're such a good person. I don't even know what to say. You could have just as easily rejected
で
me.
も安心してる自分もいるんだ。同じ経験をしたお前だからこそ仲間になってほしかった。
Part of me is relieved too. It's because you and I had the same experiences that I wanted you to join me.
俺にとってもお前は唯一無二の存在だよ。
Leah, you're the only one for me. Otaro's voice was shockingly gentle, a far cry from the times he used to push me away. His arm that wrapped around me felt desperate, like he was clinging to me. I knew I made the right choice. Ugh, that's the wrong sentence. No matter how guilty I might feel, being by his side is what makes me happy.
そうと決まれば早めにお庭番を始末しないとな。
Now that it's decided, we should hurry up and get rid of the Onyoban. Huh?
目的を達成させるために最も邪魔なのはお庭番だろ。
In order to achieve our goals, don't you think our biggest obstacle is the
ま
Onyoban?
だお前が裏切ったことはバレてないだろうし、それを利用して一人ずつ殺していこう。もちろん協力してくれるよな。
They probably haven't figured out that you betrayed them yet, so let's use that and kill them one by one. You're gonna help me out with that, right? Otaro's words instantly pulled me back to reality. That's right, I forgot the most important thing. If I become Otaro's ally, then that means I'm going to face off against everyone in the Onyoban.
僕と一緒。
Oh, we're doing the flashbacks again? I am not.
まあけど
It's the same flashback we had when we were dying in the forest,
Shin-
man.
満足。
遠方の
In that moment, what played in the back of my mind were the countless memories I created with everyone, the Onio bond. After spending my entire life alone, I'd finally found a home for myself. And I have to destroy it with my own hands. No, it wasn't as simple as that. In the end, not only would I be killing the Onio bond, I would also be sentencing everyone in Edo to death. Mimi and Komame, Tatsunosuke and Ruriko, and every person I'd ever met. Could I do such a thing? Yeah. As I froze up, not even blinking, Ohtaro stared into my face. He must have noticed my shock. He had somewhat of a sad expression on his face. But then Ohtaro immediately looked up. When I followed his gaze and turned around, there stood everyone in the Oniwaban. And though they normally didn't come along in these kinds of situations, even Miyagi and Yoburo were there. Everyone, why are you here? I hurriedly pushed out of Otaro's embrace and talked to them, but their expressions didn't change. There was no emotion in their eyes whatsoever as they watched me.
お前と大太郎のやりとりは最初から全て見張らせてもらった。
Leo, we've been monitoring your interaction with Ohtaro right from the very beginning.
現在の状況を考慮すれば当然のことだろう。お前を信用しきるほど俺たちもバカじゃない。お前は大太郎に同情的だったからな。
Given our current situation, it was an obvious choice. We weren't stupid enough to let you go on your own. You always had a soft spot for Ohtaro. Kyoshiro's calm statement made my face burn with shame. I had been so elated during my interaction with Ohtaro that the thought had never occurred to me. I felt panicked, pathetic. Please wait. I was going to convince Ohtaro after this. If you come out right now, he'll...
京志郎さん、お嬢さんはどうしますか？
Kyoshiro, what shall we do with the young miss?
捕獲しろ。抵抗するなら切り捨てても構わない。貴重な白石の一族とはいえ、敵に回るくらいなら殺した方がマシだ。
Seize her. If she resists, don't hesitate to cut her down. She may be a valuable member of the Hakuseki clan, but it's better to kill her than have her as an enemy.
わかりました。あなたの命に従いましょう。
I understand. I shall obey your command. That was when all the Onyoban unsheathed their swords at once. It seemed that I had already been branded as a traitor. Everyone else remained stony-faced, and I didn't appear to harbor any feelings towards the command. The only one who seemed conflicted was Tomonari, but even so, he didn't have any objections.
へえ、俺もろとも殺すつもりってわけね。随分と甘く見られたものだな。
Wow, guess that means you'll kill me along with her. You think so little of me.
ここなら人がほとんど立ち入らないゆえ、残留思念も集められないだろう。良いかを殺すのに適した場所と言える。
Since barely any people come here, gathering emotional imprints will be a hard task. You could even say it's the perfect place to kill a Blightfall. As Kyoshio pointed out, there were barely any emotional imprints in the area. There was entirely no foot traffic either, meaning it would be difficult to forcibly create black threads. Anyone would have assumed that Ohtaro should be at a disadvantage, however.
何をしているの？
What are you doing? That's when Lord Hibi appeared between us and the Onyoban. It seemed that neither Ohtaro nor the Onyoban were expecting the sudden intrusion.
お前、どうしてここに？
Why are you
わか
here?
らない。ただ、懐かしい気配が感じられたから。
I don't know.
あの子の
I just
切の
felt
気配が。
a familiar presence, her, Setsu's presence. Lord Hibi was still in a stupor. He was looking around the area with dull eyes. Like the Onyoban, Lord Hibi must have been watching over us. If I had managed to convince Ohtaro here, what would have happened? The thought alone made a chill go up my spine.
なるほどな。とにかく、この状況を見れば大体わかるよな。迎え撃つぞ。
I see. Anyway, you should get the gist of the situation by looking around, right? Let's take them on. And then, as if in response to Otaro's voice, the threads wrapping around Lord Hibi's fingers glowed. The threads of the Hakuseki clan must have activated. At this point, Lord Hibi's true intentions no longer mattered.
わかった。
I understand. Responding as if suddenly awakened, Lord Hibi was instantly enveloped in black threads. He must have had them saved up. The threads grew thicker and thicker, transforming Lord Hibi into a giant in a blink of an eye.
お前は戦いに巻き込まれないよう後ろに下がっていろ。
Leah, back up so you don't get wrapped up in the battle. But
早く
hurry. Alright. After that, the battle between the leader of the Blightfall and the Onryoban began. It was likely because he had absorbed the malice of so many people. Lord Hibi's power was stronger than anticipated. His fist scooped the earth as they swung down, and his roar blew the Onryoban away like leaves in the wind.
日々のやつやるじゃん。
Gouged.
これなら二人だけでも十分戦えそうだな。
That's Hibi. Got some moves. At this rate, the two of us should be enough to put up a good fight. Sensing it was the perfect time, Ohtaro loosened his braided rope and unleashed his Blightfall powers. When I saw the braided rope flying away on the wind, I could sense Ohtaro was determined never to return to the Onryoban.
何ですかこの硬さは。
This toughness. Despite that, the Onryoban continued their brave assault. But it seemed simply striking the black threads covering Lord Hibi's body had no effect. Even if they managed to wound him, the threads immediately tied themselves together back to their original form.
まずいな。ヒビエは市中引き回しの一件で強化されているはずだ。そう簡単には倒せないぞ。
This isn't good. The public parade incident has bolstered Hibi's strength. We won't be able to defeat him easily.
つまり狙うなら大太郎ってことだ。
So that means if we're going to target someone, it's Ohtaro. That was when the Onryoban slipped past Lord Hibi and leapt at Ohtaro. Compared to the Blightfall that originated from a god, Ohtaro would be easier to defeat. But even so, he was calm.
おいおい、心外だな。俺がそんな雑魚だと思ってるわけ？
Hey, come on now. I'm offended. Do you really think I'm that weak? In that moment, overlapping with Otaro's yell, Lord Hibi let out a shrill scream. What's this? Though I hurriedly covered my ears, Lord Hibi's voice slipped past the palms and roiled my brain. It appeared the noise was effective against the Onryoban, particularly the vessels. Everyone was holding their heads and stumbling.
死ね。
You're done for. It was a perfect opportunity for Ohtaro. A barrage of kunai flew out, their arms aimed deadly and true. Their targets, the members of the Onryoban.
危ない。
Watch out!
このまま突っ込め。
Everyone watched, and if we
刀で弾けばどうとでもだ。
deflect the kunai with our swords, then there's nothing to. In that moment, their fates were sealed. The victor was decided in an instant. Lord Hibi had smashed his fist straight down on the Onryoban, who faltered at the kunais.
国高余一
Kunitaka Yoichi? A dark crimson liquid was spreading from the gaps of Lord Hibi's fist. Without any further proof, I knew such an attack likely killed them before they even had a chance to scream. Those who happened to be out of the fist range stared in shock at the sight. In other words, Ohtaro was acting as bait. Firstly, they used Lord Hibi's roar to make it difficult to move. The thrown kunai would limit them from the front, and Lord Hibi would then crush them from above. It was a simple strategy, but with the Onryoban's numbers, it was shockingly effective.
いい君だ。良いかのことを舐めているからそういう目に遭うんだよ。
Serves you right. That's what you get for underestimating the Blightfall.
さて、続きといこうか。こっちはまだまだいくらでも戦い続けられるけど。
Now, let's continue, shall we? I can keep going all day.
これは少々厳しいですね。
It appears we have our work cut out for us. Glaring at Ohtaro, who flashed a provocative grin, Kyoshiro held his sword in a low stance, just when I thought he would rush forward to attack. The sword was placed back into its sheath.
撤退しよう。このままでは太刀打ちできない。死者が増えるだけだ。
Let's retreat. We can't beat them right now. We'll only lose more men.
仕方ない。ね。
I suppose we have no choice. And then the Oniyabon staggered away, leaving behind only a bright red puddle of blood. After we left the hill and hid in the forest that was a little further ahead.
どうなることかと思ったが、敵の数を減らせたなら十分だろう。この調子なら、鬼輪番を潰すのも時間の問題だな。
I didn't know what to expect, but we've managed to deplete their numbers. If we can keep this thing up, it's only a matter of time before we crush the Oniyobon.
それにしても、日比谷、お前があんなことをできるなんて知らなかった。次の戦いでも有効に使えそうだな。
But still, Hebe, I didn't know you could turn yourself into a frickin' giant. I'm sure it'll be plenty useful in the next fight. Right. As he sat in the shadow of the trees, Ohtaro talked to Lord Hebe in a satisfied manner. Perhaps it was because he had sullied his hands with fresh blood. Lord Hebe's eyes looked even duller than before, and I could do nothing except stare blankly at them both. Yoichi and Tojo are dead. After what happened, I purposely did not check Tojo and Yoichi's corpses. Still, the scene of blood spreading across the grass was burnt into my mind's eyes, and I could not blink them away. My eyes stayed open, but the images still haunted my psyche like a curse. I could not escape them. It's my fault, all because I chose Ohtaro.
日比谷、少し見回りをしてきてくれないか。そろそろ鬼輪番の動向が気になる。
Hebe, can you patrol around for a bit? I'm starting to get curious what the other Oniwabon are up to.
わかった。
Alright. At Otaro's order, Lord Hebe immediately disappeared by fading away into the air. After he saw Hebe off, Otaru turned back to face me. Leah. What? Otaru looked at me with a startlingly serious expression. Even as I faced him with straight on, my eyes couldn't help but wander.
後悔してるんだろ。鬼輪番に戻りたいのか？
Don't you? Do you want to return to the Oniwabon? It seemed that he saw right through me. He said it so bluntly, I found it even harder to look at Otaro's face. The guilt was simply too much. That's not...
わかりやすい嘘つくなよ。俺と目を合わせることもできないのに。
You really think I'd believe such an obvious lie? You can't even look at me in the eye. Otaro's voice didn't sound like he was blaming me. In fact, he sounded rather
今な
solemn.
らまだ戻れるかもしれないって言ったらどうする？
What would you do if I told you there was still a chance to go back? What do you mean?
簡単なことだよ。俺の子宮を手土産にでもすれば、鬼輪番も受け入れてくれるんじゃないか？
It's simple. If you brought them my head, then the Oniwabon would welcome you with open arms.
お前の人生はお前だけのものだ。後悔するくらいなら好きな方を選んだ方がいい。
Keep yawning. Your life is your own. If you're going to regret it either way, you might as well enjoy the path you like. And then Ohtaro gave me a smile so gentle that just seeing it made my heart beat faster. Abandon Ohtaro after coming this far. As soon as I thought of that possibility, I saw Otaro's appearance overlapping with Tojo's and Yoichi's bloodstains. That's right, if I betray him here, then Ohtaro might die like that too. When I asked if I could accept that or not, I couldn't.
どうして？仲間が死ぬところを見るのは辛いんだろ？
Why not? Doesn't it hurt to see your friends die? It does. It hurts. But I would hurt even more if you died.
そっか。
Okay. I desperately forced the words from out of my throat, but Ohtaro didn't say anything more to that. In the end, I had chosen this myself to walk the path of the devil alongside Ohtaro. Maybe he realized this without saying a word. Ohtaro had came beside me. The arm he put around my shoulder was so gentle, so warm, and it made me feel like crying again. Some days later, I joined the assault on Ito alongside Ohtaro and the others. With fewer Oniwaban to contend against, we figured that it was possible to invade the city even with a full frontal attack. I had already turned the netsuki I kept to Ohtaro. It could have been my imagination, but even the netsuki seemed ecstatic about being returned to its master.
見てみろよ。なかなか壮観だぜ。
Neil, look at this. What a grand sight. As we rode on the shoulders of the transformed giant Lord Hebe, we gazed down upon the city. With each step that Lord Hebe took, the buildings and row houses around us were struck down. Citizens were running away from the unprecedented threat like insect. Naturally, there were people who couldn't evacuate in time and were crushed by the collapsing houses. Some were even trampled by Lord Hebe himself. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of what appeared to be a familiar face, but I immediately looked away. I didn't see anything. Not a single thing.
随分と好き勝手やってくれていますね。
You seem to believe you can do whatever you please. That was the familiar voice ring out. When I quickly turned in its direction, I saw the members of the Onyoban waiting on the roof of a store.
まだかかってくるか。懲りないね。こんな街中で戦うなんて不利なんじゃないの？
I can stop yawning. You're going to attack us again? You never learn. Fighting in a city like this isn't going to do you any favors. Just as Ohtaro pointed out, Ito was creating an inexhaustible supply of black threads. Lord Hebe's walking alone had destroyed houses and left countless victims in his wake. What game is this? What platform are you playing on? I am on the Switch, and this is an Atomi game? Lord Hebe walking along had destroyed houses and left countless victims in his wake. He could absorb all the black threads he wanted.
余計なお世話だ。対策ならこちらも考えてきている。
That's none of your concern. We've also come up with a strategy of our own.
ほん？白石の一族もいないのに？それともお抱えの陰陽師にでも泣きついたわけ？
You don't even have a member of the Hakuseki clan anymore, or did you go crying to your old soothsayer pals?
だ、その通りだ。これでも食らえ。
Yeah, that's exactly right. Eat this. A lot of paper. As he yelled, Yabuda and Koshiro took out stacks of paper from their inner pockets and scattered them generously. The papers floated in the air as if they had a will of their own and then stuck themselves onto Lord Hebe's body. Even so, Lord Hebe continued to stroll down Castletown without batting an eye. He's like, I got this. It seemed that it had no effect.
こんな紙切れでどうにかするつもりだったの？さすがにこれは無能すぎるで。
Huh? You're telling me those scraps of paper were your strategy? They're useless, and then there's...
それを判断するには早いんじゃないか？
Are you sure about that? As soon as his voice rang out, Kyuga leapt from the roof and slashed at Lord Hibi's body. And if that had been like before, if this had been like before, the attack would have been brushed right off. However, Lord Hibi was struggling wildly. He raised a scream that sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell, rampaging and grasping at his wounded arm. With him withering around, all I could do was cling to his shoulder. Why is he
思い
suddenly...
出した。あの紙、霊符だったのか。
I remember now, those pieces of paper, they were talismans. Hearing Otaro's words, I looked up and saw the ward-like pattern on the paper attached to Lord Hibi. What are talismans? Why is Lord Hibi
注
suffering?
ぎの力をより強く感じるような術があの札には仕込まれているんだ。そんなものを貼り付けた状態で切られれば。
There's a spell to strengthen the effects of the snow sacrament. Powers on the paper. If you get cut while it's on you, it must have been a hellish pain.
仕方ない。もう少し長く楽しもうかと思っていたけど、ここで全部片付けておくか。
We have no choice. I wanted to enjoy this a bit longer, but I guess we'll end it right here. Ultimately, the Onyoban's plan had completely backfired. Because of the extraordinary pain, Lord Hibi's rampaged even more violently than before. Ohtaro finished with playing around, was now fully intent on killing every one of the Onyoban. Though they had the protection of the talismans, without a way to stop the supply of black threads, there was no way the Onyoban could win.
まだ。
It's not over.
ごめん。みんな。もう、体が。
Yashi, you can't even use Snow Sacrament. Why are you here? Sorry, everyone, I can't move.
久我さん、宮地さん。
Hyuga, Miyashi. One by one, the members of the Onyoban fell. I could do nothing but stare at my former comrades were tossed mercilessly to the ground.
本当にこれでいいの？
Leah, is this really what you want? Tomonari. Amidst that, Tomonari stared at me even as he was fighting. As he looked at me with such painful, straightforward eyes, I immediately felt the urge to
あの
look
時
away.
縁側で話したよね。大太郎の隣を歩くなら君もその罪を背負っていくことになるって。
We talked about this on the balcony back then. Remember that if you're going to walk by Otaro's side, you'll also have to bear the same sins.
君にとっての覚悟ってそういうこと？大太郎と同じように手を血に染めてどこまでも落ちていくことなの？
Is that what you've decided? To stain your hands red with blood, just like Ohtaro, to fall down as far as you can?
それが君の愛し方なの？
Is that your idea of loving someone? At least it's something.
だとしたら間違っている。
That's what it is, then you're
相
wrong.
手の全てを受け入れるだけが愛じゃない。愛する人が道を誤ったら叱ってあげたり正しい道へ導くことが愛なんじゃないの？
Okay, but if they're already on the wrong path, that's you trying to change them to fit the ideal personality that you want. That is also not right. Do not get with a person in a relationship that you think I can fix him. It's a bad move. So she's accepting him the way he is because that's the only way she can be with him. Okay? Accepting everything about the other person isn't love. Isn't love about scolding the other person if they take the wrong path to guide them to the right
本
one?
当にその人のことを思っている
If
の
you
なら
really, truly care about that person, Tomonari's words were painfully true to me. They were almost like poison. I already knew that. But I don't want to deny who Ohtaro is right now. I can't deny myself.
まさかこんなに強化されていたなんて。
To think he's been strengthened this much.
ところで
I don't know, Yabuda. You sound pretty bad. I think you can. I can't die here. Even as we were talking, more and more of the Onyoban were collapsing to the ground. By the time I realized it, Tomonari and Kyoshiro were the only ones left standing.
ここまで楽勝だと興ざめだな。あれだけ時間をやったのに、結局レフしか奥の手は用意してなかったのか?
Yawning still. Man, what a letdown. It was almost too easy. I gave you all that time, and in the end, the only trump card you had was the talismans? As he spun the kunai in his hand, Ohtaro provoked them with a relaxed expression. Kyoshiro and Tomonari stared up at us, their faces covered in blood and dirt.
そうだな。残念ながら、俺たちもここまでだ。
That's right. Unfortunately, this will be the end of us too.
でも、やられっぱなしで終わるわけには。
But we won't go without fighting. The moment he said that, Kyoshiro and Tomonari leapt high in the air and slashed at us.
なんだ、結局突っ込んでくるだけか。そんなことをしても無意味だって。
What? So
ま
you
だ
decided
わ
to
からない
just
のか?
charge at us? Haven't you realized it's pointless? As expected, Ohtaro and Lord Hebe moved to knock the two down as they charged forward. However, in that instant, Tomonari used Kyoshiro as a stepping stone to jump even higher, leaving his comrade behind. He had used Kyoshiro as bait.
あとは頼んだ。
I leave the rest to you. Countless kunai pierced Kyoshiro's body before Lord Hebe pounded him into the ground. But in return, Tomonari had gotten close enough to be right in front of Ohtaro.
Huh?
It seemed that Ohtaro was their real target. He must not have expected they would attack him, even at the cost of one of their lives. Ohtaro was completely unprepared. He was so fast that neither Ohtaro nor I could properly react.
大太郎、そこまでだよ。
It's over, Ohtaro. The next thing I saw was Ohtaro and Tomonari stabbing each other with their weapons. Tomonari's sword in Otaro's stomach and Otaro's kunai through Tomonari's waist. Tomonari had been stabbed along with the inroad that formed his body.
君に殺されるのはこれで2度目だね。
You've killed me twice now, Ohtaro. You must have known that the battle was decided. Tomonari had an almost terrifyingly tender smile on his face.
今度はただでは死んであげないよ。
But I'm not going to roll over and die this time. After he whispered that, the strength fled from Tomonari's body and he quietly fell from the top of Lord Hebe. My eyes followed his body until I couldn't see him anymore. Tomonari must regain his memory. So that's why he said. And yet, even at the very end, he didn't curse me for what I'd done. What was he thinking? I wonder about his final moments. Wondering about his final moments was enough to make me lose sight of what I was supposed to do. You're dying too loud, Ohtaro, I am thinking. But now was not the time to be lost in my emotions. Atop Lord Hebe's shoulder, Ohtaro was doubling over and clutching his own stomach. The sword had come out when Tomonari fell without anything to stem the bleeding. Blood continued to spill out of Otaro's body. Ohtaro, are you alright? There's so much blood.
それは問題ない。こんな傷、残留思念さえあればいくらでも治せる。
It's no problem. As long as I have emotional imprints, I can heal this kind of wound any day.
でも、こっちはどうにもならないか。
But I don't think I can do anything about this. That's when Ohtaro showed me what he had been holding in the palm of his hand. It was the dog Netsuki. But its body had a huge crack. It appeared that Tomonari's strike just happened to hit the Netsuki. Perhaps he had aimed for it. After all, I had told him before that the Netsuki was his true form. Are you going to sleep, Sleazy? Sleep well, I'm almost done.
最後の最後で てやられたわけだ。
After all this, he managed to get me in the end. Ohtaro had already accepted his fate, it seemed. He was smiling like a child who had just pulled off a prank. But on my end, I was beside myself with panic. The person with which I had wanted to share my destiny with was about to die. I couldn't accept it so willingly. Ohtaro, lend me that netsuki. If I use the power of the Hakuseki clan, I might be able to fix it.
いや、もういいんだ。
No, just leave it. What do you mean? You might die if we don't do anything about it.
だから、それでいい。
That's exactly why. Huh?
だってお前も、本当は、乗り気じゃなかったんだろ。俺さえ死ねば、それからも解放される。好きなように生きられるんだ。
You weren't on board with the whole plan anyways, right? If I die, you won't have to take revenge anymore. You can live however you like. Ohtaro murmured like he was speaking to himself, and his face was extraordinarily calm, as if his negativity had been purged. What do you mean?
言葉通りの意味だよ。
Exactly as I said.
そもそも、どうして俺なんかを気にかける？お前と共にいた俺は偽りだらけだった。言葉だけじゃなくて気持ちすらも。
Why do you even care about someone like me anyways? The Ohtaro you knew was a lie, not just the words, but the feelings too.
こんな俺に執着する必要あるのか？
Is there really any need to obsess over someone like me? I could not answer Otaro's question. Of course I had to. But because even I couldn't understand how I felt, it was difficult to explain. On top of that, with Ohtaro himself pushing me away, there was nothing I could do. Then, when he looked at me, Ohtaro quietly smiled. It was unlike the mocking smile that he had shown me before. It was a smile that gave an air of intimacy. I couldn't look away from his unexpected expression.
全部が全部嘘ってわけじゃないのかもな。
I can't say it was all a lie, I guess.
お前と一緒に過ごした時間は今まで生きてきた中で一番楽しくて。
Imagine giving up on your plan for world domination for love. Short-sighted. The time I spent with you was the most fun I'd had in my entire life. I was so happy. Taro?
ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。こんなこと言うつもりじゃなかったんだけどな。
Oh
もし
man,
かしたら
this sucks. I didn't plan on
誰か
saying
さん
this,
のお
you
人
know?
よしが映ったのかも。
I guess someone's good nature rubbed off
だ
on
か
me.
らお前とはもうここでお別れだ。
So this is where we part ways. After he said that, Ohtaro chopped at my neck with his hand. The next moment, my consciousness suddenly faded away. I stretched my arms out into the air and searched for Ohtaro, but I couldn't grasp a single thing. Even during that, it seemed like someone was gently stroking my head, but it might have been my imagination. The hell happened? After taking Leah somewhere safe, I walked alone, dragging my leg as I tried to distance myself from Edo. I attempted to staunch the bleeding from my stomach by applying pressure with the palm, but even so, the blood slowly stained my clothes in crimson red. The pain felt like someone had stabbed a burning steel stake into me and would not go away. I knew my own body. I did not have much time left.
まさかこんなことになるなんてな。
Never thought it would come to this.
どこからだ。俺はどこから間違っていた。
What happened? Where did I go wrong? Setsu's daughter was joining the Oniwaban. When I heard that decision, the shock I felt was more than significant.
節の娘が
Setsu's daughter was alive.
あの時一族の集落にいたはずなのに日比へのたたりから逃れられていたのか
She should have been at the clan settlement during Hibi's curse.
だな
She managed to escape. It's a miracle. I had been with Hibi ever since we arrived at Ito, but I never went out of my way to talk about that incident. I suppose neither of us wanted to talk about it. That's why it was my first time hearing that Setsu's daughter, who had been at the scene of the tragedy, was still alive.
あれから十数年か一体どんな風に育ったんだろうな
It's been more than a decade since then. I wonder how she's
当
been.
時は感情の糸が見えてなかったようだが今はどうだろう一応その対策はしておいたが
It seemed like she couldn't see the emotional threads at the time, but can she see them now? I've taken precautions against it just in case.
もし見えるようになっていたらひねくれた風に成長しているかもしれない
If she's learned how to see them since then, I wouldn't be surprised if she grew up to be all twisted.
そもそもあの時のことを覚えているなら普通に育てるわけがないな
Though if she remembers what happened back then, there's a fat chance she lived a normal life.
味方になってくれるだろうか
Would she join my side?
節の娘なら人間の愚かさも救いのなさもすべて分かっているはずだ
If she's Setsu's daughter, she should know too well about humanity's stupidity, how they can't be saved. If she's experienced that tragedy,
お前しつこいんだよ
Step would give up. Steal from me! Give me my wallet back! And then interrupting my train of thought, I heard the sound of people arguing from the back of an alley.
なんだまた盗みか
What's this, another thief? From a distance, I could tell that it was an infamous thief in the entertainment district and the person who was chasing
遠い
him.
からはっきりと見えないがあの大荷物田舎者か
They're too far away to tell. They're carrying a ton of luggage, though. Are they from the
仕方
countryside?
ないここを通るみたいだしついでだから助けてやるか
Oh well, they're passing through her anyways. I guess I'll lend a hand. I only had to trip the thief over and knock him out with a chop, and the case was solved. And then I took out the wallet he had likely stolen from the inner pocket, but when I handed it to the country bumpkin, Setsu was standing there. I was rendered speechless. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but no matter how many times I blinked, Setsu was standing there right before my very eyes.
いやよく見ると違う
No, if I look closer, she's not her. The person in front of me didn't have white hair or skin to start, but her clear eyes that reflected the other person's heart, the shape of her face, both were identical to Setsu. Is something the matter?
あなんでもないそれよりこれ返すよ
Nothing. Here, I'll give this back to you. Thank you very much. After exchanging those words, I finally understood who was in front of me.
そうかこいつが節の娘なのか
This must be Leah, Setsu's daughter.
そういえば武家町組が迎えに行って20日くらい経っていたなそろそろ江戸に到着していてもおかしくはない
It's been about 20 days since the samurai team went to get her. It wouldn't be so strange if she arrived in Ito.
節に似ている
She really looks like
似すぎ
Setsu.
ている
Almost too much. Just looking at the doppelganger revived memories and the nostalgia. I like that. And the nostalgia of the time before. To me, Setsu was like my parent or older sister. We had spent years, decades together while I was still in the form of a tool. I had wanted to turn into a form folk and become her family like Tomonari, but in the end that never happened. I didn't know why. Maybe Setsu had taken it upon herself to feel guilty about me. But now, having someone who looks so similar to that, person stand in front of me staying the stoic was out of the
決め
question.
た。こいつを絶対味方に引き入れてみせる。
That's it. I'm gonna make this girl my ally.
と説が後押ししてくれているんだ。自分の恨みを晴らしてほしいと。
This must be Setsu's way of pushing me. She's telling me to get revenge for her.
説の娘だって本音ではそれを望んでいるに決まっている。
In her heart of hearts, Setsu's daughter must want that
俺
too.
と運命を共にしてもらおう。
We'll all share the same destiny. She would immediately betray my expectations. Not only had Leah forgotten the tragedy, she had even forgotten about Setsu. Even when I showed her my true form, the Netsuki, or brought up Setsu and her hometown, it didn't get the reaction I'd wanted. She even seemed satisfied with her current life.
どうして何も覚えていないんだ。
Why doesn't she remember anything after
あ
all
れ
that
だけの
happened?
衝撃のあまり記憶を失ったのか。それとも長い年月を経て自然と忘れてしまった。
Did she lose her memories from the shock, or did she just gradually forget as the years
当
went
時
by?
と同じ姿をしている友成に無反応なところを見ると本当に記憶がないんだろうな。
She didn't even react to Tomonari, and he looks exactly the same as he did back then. She must really not remember anything. In any case, Leah didn't want revenge. Frankly, I was disappointed even though she was Setsu's daughter. She was acting like any other village girl.
味方にはつけたい。
I still want her on my side.
白石の一族の力は厄介だし今は覚えていなくともあの惨劇を経験した者同士なんだから。
The power of the Hakuseki clan could come back to bite me, and while she might not remember now, we've both gone through the same
そ
tragedy.
れだけでも俺にとっては特別だ。
That's enough to make her special to me. I thought that as I stared at Leah, who was leading me ahead. We had just arrived at the show tent together in order to kill some time. She was looking away and didn't notice, but a child running at top speed was about to crash into her.
あ、ちょっと待って。
Wait a second. Before they could collide, I tugged on her hand and hugged her close. How do this?
こら、人がいるのに走っちゃダメ。
Shouldn't run. I checked to see she was safe. I scolded the child, but he had already
た
disappeared.
く、全然話聞いてないだろ
Wasn't listening at
う。
all.
あ、急にごめんな。
Sorry, thanks. As we talked, I looked down at her in my arms and realized Leah was completely embarrassed. Probably because I was hugging her like this. Even as she let me hold her, her face was bright red and she was trying to look away.
これは。
No way. I didn't think that she would have such a reaction. I couldn't stop myself from observing her
おい
closely.
おい、照れてるのか。たったこれだけで。こいつ。
You gotta be kidding me. Is she embarrassed
うぶすぎる。
just from this? Is she really that naive?
そういえば、猫又小僧事件の時にも似たようなことがあったっけ。
Now that I think about it, something similar happened during the Nekomate boy case.
もしかして。
Maybe I could use this to my
好
advantage.
意があるふりをして俺のことを好きになってもらえれば同情して復讐に協力してくれるかも。
I'll pretend that I'm attracted to her. If I make her like me, she might sympathize with my cause and help me with my
最後ま
revenge.
で騙し続けられるならこいつだって不幸にはならないはずだ。
If I can keep deceiving her until the very end, she shouldn't come to any harm
一緒
either.
にいるうちに節のことだって思い出してくれるかもしれないし
She might even remember Setsu if we spend time
利用者
together.
ではないな。
Yeah, I have to use her.
あでも俺顔に考えていることが出やすいからそこだけは気をつけないと。
But my face tends to show what I'm thinking, so I need to be careful of that.
あ、ごめんごめん。それじゃあ続き見に行こうか。
My bad. Let's go get some rest. Right. I was only thinking strategically about the situation, but when I saw how she was lowering her head, In embarrassment, I felt an uncomfortable feeling stirring in my chest.
なんだ罪悪感か
What is this? Guilt?
それともこいつに何か思うところでもあるとか
Or do I feel something towards her? No matter how much I tried, I couldn't figure it out. The only feeling I had in my chest were those of a blightfall, hatred, loathing, sadness.
まあなんでもいいかそもそも良いかである俺が余計なことを考えたりするわけがないし
A blightfall like myself couldn't possibly be thinking of anything else. In any case, I'll continue nurturing Hebe as a blightfall as I earn Leah's trust. That must be the most direct path to vengeance. Do we have to do through every scene he's ever had with her? Because I'm kind of tired of it.
くそ
On the day I was nursing my bloodied lip and walking alone in the entertainment district, First Name has rejected my kiss, even after it meant to put Leah. That's supposed to be Leah had rejected my kiss. Even after I revealed to her that I was a blightfall, I made sure to act like I had affection for her, but she finally seen through my lie.
思いっきり噛まれたまさかあんな反応されるなんて
She bit me real hard. I didn't expect her to act like
正
that.
体をバラした後もあいつは俺をお庭番に売らなかっただから俺に惚れてるのかと思ったのに
She didn't sell me out to the Onyoban even after I told her what I was. That's why I expected her to be in love with me. But
な
man,
ってわからね
roles are
えい
confusing.
や待てそもそも俺はどうしてあそこで口づけをしようと
Hold
した
on.
の
Why did I try to kiss her to begin
あい
with?
つを黙らせたかったのかそれともごまかしたかった
Was I trying to shut her up or did I want to distract
あ
her?
んなことをすれば普通は拒絶されるって予想できそうなもんだけど
Even an idiot could see she'd reject a kiss like that. I didn't understand. At the time, I simply assumed that kissing her was the obvious choice. My body had moved on its own. The calmer I became, the more I didn't understand myself.
なんだ
What am I
確かにあ
thinking?
いつは特別だ節の娘で同じ経験をした者同士で
She's special, that much is true. She's Setsu's daughter, and we've both gone through the same exact experience.
当時の記憶がないなら憎しみを共有し合うこともできない日比恵みたいに利用するのが関の山なのに
But we can't share our hatred if she doesn't remember what happened. The most I can do is use her like I'm using Hebe. Even so, I wanted her. I wanted Leah.
本当に意味がわからない
I really don't understand this.
でもどうにせよもう遅いあそこまで嫌われたなら仲間になんてなってくれるはずがない
In any case, it's too late. If she hates me that much, then there's no way she'll join my side. Even if my mind reached that conclusion, a strange and uncertain discomfort was still swirling in the bottom of my heart. Her pained face wouldn't disappear from my mind. Even when my mouth no longer tasted like blood, a bitter sensation was engraved into my heart. Many things happened after that. I was running along through the city of Ito, fleeing from the Onyoban's pursuit. The Onyoban had seemingly figured out that I was the ringleader of the Blightfall. The final nail in the coffin was I didn't know, but considering how long I'd been infiltrating the Onyoban, I had probably let a few things slip, so I didn't care. I didn't care,
な
but
んであいつは俺をかばったんだ一歩間違えたら死んでいたかもしれないのに
why did Leah protect me? One wrong move and she would have
俺の
died.
こと普通は許せないだろ
How could anyone forgive what I've
気
done?
持ちを利用して騙してきたのになのにどうして優しくできるんだよ意味わかんねえ
I manipulated her, used her feelings, tricked her, so why is it that she's still kind to me? I don't get it. Most of all, I didn't understand myself. I lost my composure simply because she protected me. Holding my hand and treated me kindly was enough to bring tears to my eye. When I touched her lips to wipe away her tears, it felt as though all the blood in my body was boiling. My heart had been moved. What is this?
顔が熱い。胸と頭の奥がもやもやする。
My face is
まる
hot.
で熱が出ているような。
My chest and my head, they feel uncomfortable. It's like I have a fever.
こんな感情、今まで生きていて一度も感じたことない。
I've never felt this kind of emotion in my entire life. After all, I was a Blightfall. Stuffed inside this human-like skin suit were only clusters of tangled black threads. I wasn't capable of thinking about anything other than revenge.
それなのに。
And yet, now Leah was the only thing on my mind. It wasn't just what she had done for me. One by one, memories of all of the moments I had shared with her passed through my mind. Everything should have been a lie. It was all for the sake of my revenge. I only got close to her for my own gain, and yet... Well, it's like drawing a picture. Maybe the shellfish is expressing the world as it imagines it. Sorry.
なんで？俺、そっちの方が。まさか、良いかである俺が別の生き方を望んでいるとでも言うのか？
Can't be. I'm a Blightfall and I'm wishing for something else, some other way to exist.
あいつと一緒に生きたいと。
To live with her?
もしも
Man, we are sulking like 120%. I feel like this has been 10 minutes of just not
あいつの言う通りに別の生き方があるとすれば。
What would happen if I took her hand? What if it's like she says and I can decide my own way to live?
何を考えてるんだ俺は。
What am I saying? It's too late for me to do something like that.
理解できない。あいつも俺自身も。
I don't get it. I don't understand her or myself. I kept running from the questions that gripped my mind. In reality, there was no way of moving so carelessly now that I had entered the city of Edo, but I felt like if I did keep running, I would scream. Didn't Leah remembered everything, what happened to her family on that day and what tragedy befell her. Even if it was through glimpses of my past, when I learned that she had remembered everything, all the hair on my body stood on end. It was out of joy.
さて、これで話せることはすべて今こう。
After being shown the tragic scenes once again, I remembered. I desired revenge for my owner who had met a cruel, violent death for Setsu, and more for Leah to join me in my revenge.
ほだされたのかもしれない。長い間付き合ってきて、情を抱いてしまっただけなのかもしれない。
Maybe I simply became fond of you, swayed by the emotion I formed after spending so much time together.
最初とは明らかに違う意味で。俺はお前を特別に思っている。
Obvious that you've become special to me in a way different from when we first
どうして
met.
もお前が欲しい。
I want you, Leah, no matter
お前
what.
が隣にいなくちゃ復讐だって意味ないんだ。だってもう俺の心には
This revenge is pointless if you're not next to
お前の存在
me.
が刻みつけられている。
You've already become too precious, too dear to my heart and
お
soul.
願いだ。
Choose
俺を
me.
選んでくれ。
I'm begging you.
俺と共に。
Please stay with me.
Oh.
Sorry, I thought he was done. Even if my heart was desperate, I tried my hardest for it not to show. But pathetically enough, the hand I held out to her was shaking. And after Leah stared at it deliberately, She gently took my hand. Her hand was warm. As if to thaw my icy, racked hand, she carefully rubbed her palms together, skin to skin. If this was before I'd met Leah, I might have found it unpleasant, even revolting. For a Blightfall, a human's warmth meant nothing, but in this moment I felt a clear sense of happiness. A part of me accepted this feeling. It wanted to let the feeling in and feel my chest to bursting. I might have done the same thing. I'm not reading flashbacks. Her taking my hand alone was enough to satisfy my inner desires. I had no idea how to react to her confession. Yet in the same moment, it felt like everything finally made sense. Why I wanted her to join me from the very beginning. Why I couldn't help but care about her when all I needed to do was use her for my advantage. It was all because I wanted Leah. She was my other self. Once I realized that, I took her hand and pulled her close, wrapping her in my arms. And then I hugged her tightly as if to communicate the depth of my emotions. Her just rejected me. I wanted you to join me. You're the only one for me. Oddly enough, embracing her like this felt natural, almost expected. Maybe we were two parts of the same soul. In an attempt to hold on to this feeling, I hugged Leah even tighter. I wished that this moment would last forever. After remembering that, I noticed that I had already traveled to a place far away from Ito. If I had to make a mistake, it was probably at the start of all this. Even if I thought Leah was special, even if she'd chosen me, I shouldn't have recruited her to my side. She's not the type of girl that could kill someone she couldn't even hurt a fly. I was by Leah's side more than anyone else. I should have known better. I was so happy that she had chosen me, I didn't even bother to see how she really felt. No matter how silent she stayed, there was no hiding how the light faded from her eyes with each death of a friend. I can't say it was all a lie. The time I spent with you was the most fun I'd had in my entire life. I was so happy. I remember what I had confessed to Leah, but why did I speak like I was letting her go free? The hatred I held towards everyone had not disappeared. Even after I was backed into a corner, my desire for revenge hadn't changed, and yet I couldn't tell her to carry on my will. Maybe, just maybe. If I love her, if I really, truly care about her, huh? I get it now. This must be what it means to love someone. Deep within my chest, there were black threads continuing to dwell. Somewhere else now stirred a fondness. Affection even. Maybe it was the one heartwarming emotion that a Blightfall like myself could possess. If I knew this was going to happen, I should have told her sooner. I shouldn't have been so vague. Maybe then she would have. The thought drifted in and out of my dazed mind as I walked deeper and deeper into the forest. My footprints dyed red from the blood gushing out of my stomach. When I opened my eyes next, I was lying down in the corner of Castletown. I didn't see Ohtaro anywhere. Even when I looked around with blurry eyes, all I could see was the city of Edo in utter ruins. Is this the first ending you got? I kind of fell asleep midstream. That's okay. I started to fall asleep in this. No, this is the second ending. I got the good ending already, so I went back to get the bad ending. But dang, the monologuing. Once I'm done with this, I should have everything unlocked at that point, so we're almost there. Even when I looked around with blurry eyes, all I could see was the city of Edo in utter ruins. I know, right? We're almost there. It's 2 a.m. here. We're almost done it. Even the screaming had stopped. Anyone lucky enough to survive the initial assault had already ceased to be. When I happened to look up, Lord Hebe was just about to attack Chiyoda Castle. Over and over, he slammed his large fist into it and let out a bestial roar. No one was there to stop him. Of course no one was. We'd gotten rid of them all. Ohtaro, why? Even if you let me go after all this, it's not like I can just go back. As I remembered Otaro's final words, I bit my lip in solitude. It was undeniable. Because I had chosen Ohtaro, so many people had died. Edo had been destroyed. Where did Ohtaro go? Did Ohtaro even die? I saw a crack in his netsuki, but I didn't see it completely broken. And then I slowly stood up. I had to find Ohtaro dead or alive. I started to stumble away. Behind me. Lord Hebe let out a roar of triumph. There's a final chapter on the bad ending? Bro. After Edo was destroyed, I moved from area to area with Lord Hebe. In the end, Ohtaro wasn't in Edo. That was why I deliberately stayed with Lord Hebe, who used to be his partner. Lord Hebe might know where Ohtaro is, and if I stay with Lord Hebe, one day I might be able to meet Ohtaro again. But my journey with Lord Hebe didn't go very smoothly because the black threads multiplied uncontrollably. He would spawn Blightfall everywhere he went. Thanks to that, we had amassed an army that would end up destroying every village and city we passed through, and without the Onyoban, normal soldiers were helpless. Lord Hebe had already lost his sanity. Perhaps because of the emotional imprints he had absorbed, maybe because he had killed so many people, his dull eyes would no longer respond to reason. But strangely enough, neither Hebe nor the other Blightfall ever tried to attack me, even though we were different beings. They might have instinctively recognized me as their ally. In any case, all that was left was for me. What left for us was to move forward. I'm so tired. On that day, I was overcome by a horrible exhaustion and I slept in a nearby inn, only a little further to Kyo. There we should be able to find Lord Yoshimun, who had escaped from Edo. Otaro's goal was revenge on humanity, so perhaps he would go after humanity's leader, Lord Yoshimun, and would be heading in the same place. It seemed that Lord Hebe was naturally heading towards Kyo as well, so my theory was highly likely. I want to see Ohtaro. I want to see him so badly. It hurts, it's so painful. What? Huh? We were gonna be married, supposed to be happy, but because of you, everything is ruined. It's your fault, the reason this happened to us, everything. At first I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but before I knew it, dozens of voices were echoing through my mind, interrupting my thoughts, the familiar voices of people who ceased to be. Many have lost their lives thanks to your actions. How do you plan to take
どうつけるつ
responsibility?
もりです
I don't know, Kinji.
あの時は痛かったな。もう体はぐちゃぐちゃだ。
That really hurt. My body's all mangled now.
どうして私たち家族だったのに。
Mia, how could you? We were family. Even when I covered my ears, the resentful voices did not stop. When I tried to distract myself with other thoughts, the voices kept entering my head and disrupting my mind. My head was so full of their voices it felt like I would explode. Stop it. Tears were soon pouring from both of my eyes, but I hugged my knees close and buried my face into my nightrobe, not even bothering to wipe away my tears. If I did that, I thought I might escape from this painful reality, even if for a little bit. This is not like I didn't know what would happen. I just wanted to be at Otaro's side. All I wanted to do was soothe his loneliness. The guiltier I felt, the stronger my feelings towards Ohtaro became. I chose this path because I wanted to be with Ohtaro, but I didn't know what to do if Ohtaro himself was not around. I want to see Ohtaro, if only he could be here by my side. I heard the sound of a sliding door behind me with a slam. It was odd. The inn worker wouldn't enter without saying something first. As I supported my aching head, I got up.
見つけた。お前が良いかの頭だな。
Founder, you're the leader of the Blightfall, aren't you? A group of samurai were lined up before me with swords unsheathed. The pale blue light of their blades implied that they could use the snow sacrament, which undoubtedly meant they were vessels. Members of the Oniwaban? There were others outside of Edo? Why me? Lord Hebe is the one going around and destroying villages, not me. And what do they mean by leader of the
この
Blightfall?
戦いに終止符を打たせてもらう。死ね
We're gonna end this once and for all. Die! The merciless call to action, a crowd of samurai poured into the room. I'm done for. Fearing death, I took a step back, and it happened in an instant. The soul-piercing wail, a swarm of Blightfall suddenly appeared. I stood right next to them. For some reason, they didn't attack me. Instead, they charged towards the remaining Oniwaban.
おのれ、良いかを召喚したか。
That bastard summoned Blightfall. Normal Blightfall would hardly stand a chance against the Oniwaban, but in such a small room, combined with an endless luge of Blightfall, I can't today. It was practically impossible for them to attack me. Why? There weren't even that many emotional imprints in this inn. Still, this was my only chance to escape. I turned on my heel and ran out of the sliding door at the other end of the room. As I continued to run barefoot, I found myself lost in a forest. I knew that my pursuer was no longer after me, but I was so terrified that I couldn't stop. Why did the Blightfall rescue me? I'm not some leader of the Blightfall. I'm just a normal human. I couldn't possibly control them. Could it be Ohtaro? Could he happen to be nearby and saved me? The moment I arrived at the possibility, I stopped running. If I was right, then Ohtaro should be somewhere nearby. If I continue running, that might put more distance between us. Ohtaro! I heard a sound behind me and immediately spun around to look. But it wasn't Ohtaro. It was a small child alongside a man and woman likely to be his parents. Seeing as they were carrying large pieces of luggage on their back, they might have been fleeing from a nearby village or town.
もうダメだよ。
It's over. As soon as I walked to them, the child suddenly bursted into tears. With heavy tears still rolling down his face, he pointed at me.
どうしてこんなところにお化けがいるの？こっちなら大丈夫だって思ったのに。
Why is there a monster here? I thought this path was supposed to be safe. Huh? For a moment, I didn't understand what was being said to me. I'm a monster? Is it because I'm running barefoot? All the audacity. It's 2:17. That's what time it is right now. AM. In this darkness, it might have been easy to make that mistake. thinking that, I looked over to his parents, and then I realized not only was the child terrified, but the parents were too. The threads around their necks did not lie. As soon as my eyes met theirs, the parents ran forward as if to protect their child.
化け物めこの子だけは殺させないぞお前たちのせいで
It's all my
お前た
fault.
ちのせいで
It's all my fault. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Last stretch. I know I'm trying. You monster. I won't let you kill him. It's all your fault. What are you talking about? There's no need to be scared. I'm a human.
それならあんたの肩からふわふわ伸びている羽衣はなんだそれに周りを漂っている黒い霧は
Then what are those robes hovering over your shoulders? And what's that black mist hanging in the air around you? Huh? At that statement, I looked down at myself and knew. Just as they pointed out, my appearance would hardly be considered human. Yeah, but look how cute you are. Black fog, rather black threads floated around my feet. Black ropes wrapped around my shoulders and arms as though they were alive. Even as I simply stared down at myself, more and more black threads were pouring out from my body. There was no mistaking it. I had turned into a Blightfall. Classic. Why did this? I had looked at myself in the mirror every day as I got ready, but I didn't remember myself looking like this at all. Could it be that I unconsciously pretended to not notice? That I kept pretending nothing was wrong, though I'd already become a Blightfall a long time ago? If that was the case, it would make sense why people had acted and spoken so strangely around me until now. Lord Hebe and the other Blightfall didn't try to attack me because I was one of them. The Blightfall that appeared earlier in the room were ones that I unconsciously summoned on my own. Ohtaro hadn't rescued me. In other words, I was undoubtedly the leader of the Blightfall that the remnants of the Onyoban had mentioned. It can't be. The despair was too much. My vision went dark. In response, black threads began to slowly boil up from the ground around my feet once more.
やられるくらいなら
We're not going without a fight. As everything went black, the father took out a wakizashi and leapt at me, its blade directed straight at me. Stop. Terrified, I closed my eyes again, though I knew it wouldn't change anything. No matter how long I waited, the blade did not find its mark. Thinking it strange, I carefully and fearfully opened my eyes. The father's neck had been stabbed through with a pitch-black blade. The wakizashi he had been holding had already dropped to the ground with the force of the attack. Father. It seemed that both the mother and child were unable to move after the incident. With their knees locked, tears welled up in their eyes, ready to spill over. In other words, they weren't the ones who did it. What a cruel act. Who could have done such a... When I looked around me, I finally noticed the mysterious black blade was the robe that I was wearing. I didn't understand how it worked, but it appeared that the end of the robe had become as sharp as a blade. Why? I feared that I may have stabbed him out of my unconscious terror. Oh no, quick, I have to heal him. As soon as I realized what had happened, I hurriedly pulled back the robe, but ultimately it appeared to be the wrong choice. Without the robe to I can't suture the bleeding, a fountain of blood sprayed from the father's neck. The blood spray was so terrible that my vision was dyed red, and I panicked to a pathetic degree. No, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to hurt anyone. You killed him. Dude, why don't you guys go? His whispered tone made a chill run down my spine as the blood and its sickness stench continued soaking my body. When I looked over, the child was slowly picking up the wakizashi from the pool of blood. You killed my father. Prepare to die. The moment the blade was directed at me once more, I bolted away. Not out of fear that I would be killed. I was terrified of myself, terrified that I might kill someone again. It finally happened. I finally murdered someone. No matter how hard I tried to forget, no matter how hard I tried to wipe off the blood that clung to my body, the reality would never change. What should I do?
君にとっての覚悟って、それが君の愛だとしたら、
We don't do
マーチが相
flashbacks.
手の
We
罪
don't do
本当に。
flashbacks. What naturally came to mind were Tomonari's final words. I chose to be by Otaro's side for his sake. I still don't regret that. But what I actually wanted, what I really wanted was, when I stopped and looked up, I could see a large city beyond the woods. It was just as large and beautiful as Ito. I assumed that it had to be Kyo. However, Lord Hebe had already begun his assault. Even watching from a distance, I could clearly see his giant body. Clouds of black smoke were rising around the air. It was only a matter of time before the city was destroyed. Why am I here? How am I the only person who survived? Questions kept surfacing in my mind, but not a single answer could be found, right? I have to hurry up and find Ohtaro. He's all by himself, he might be lonely. Whatever the case, I had already made my choice, so my only choice was to continue walking this path. Turning on my heel, I continued onward, alone.
君は雪間に恋願う。
Man, alrighty, I think we did it. I think we did all the endings. Just make sure. 8 out of 8. 6 out of 6. 6 out of 6. Notice what you unlocked, Leah. What did I unlock? Oh god, what did I unlock? Oh, you're scaring me. Unless you mean the spring pictures. Oh, okay, that's the blushing boy. I did see that, but I don't know. It turned pink. It's in setting. It's called it the winter versus spring, but it doesn't let you like pick the picture. Am I wrong? Where is it? Yeah, right here. It says winter versus spring.
君は雪間に恋願う。
Oh, that's super cute. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I did this 4 or 5 times, and every single time it kept being Kyuga. Every time. And I was like, alright, I wish I could pick who it turned to. We have 123 photos out of 123 photos. That also means there was like no special photo for like getting all the way through it. I still feel like Ohtaro got kind of gypped. I don't know.
君は雪間に恋願う。
Oh, look at his. I mean, that's pretty gosh darn cute, honestly. Successful completion, Leah. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I'm so tired. It took longer than I thought it would. Hit this so it doesn't accidentally start playing the trailer. We did it. We did it. We 100% it. We got all the photos. We may not have made all the selections, but let's be real. If I get all the pictures, I feel like I've done it anyways. And all the routes. Got all through all the routes, so. It's done. Done a few days after New Year. Yeah, just a few days. I was gonna play on the 1st, but I had such a bad migraine. The idea of sitting here was just too much. I was like, no. I'll look angry the whole time. And I'll feel angry the whole time. Plus, this light gives me a headache sometimes too. Like, it was not a good time. But hey, technically it's the 3rd. I finished it on the 3rd. The 4th is just because it's 2 a.m. now. And I will be playing in, honestly, probably about 10 hours. Ish. I'll be playing Cafe Enchanté today, so we'll be starting that one. I want to try to get through at least the prologue today, if not started on a route. Since it's 2 a.m., I can say today. I'm glad you got rest. Good night. Thank you. Good night, Jay and Asia, who's gonna watch the VOD later because she didn't watch the other VOD, so she couldn't watch tonight. And Sleazy for hanging out with me. Thank you so much. If you guys are watching this VOD on YouTube, you can check out my more recent stuff on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch and you want to see my older stuff, you can check it out on YouTube. I upload all my VODs there. I hope you guys have a lovely night and a great rest. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Bye!